What if you could dive into a world where ninjas, magic, and adventure await at every turn? Let's start Sukuna's power spoilers for those who have not read JJK manga. Okay, Sukuna is in Megumi's body, meaning he has access to Shrine and Maharaga. Sukuna, I'm going to take his statements as literal. Sukuna is constantly in covers stated to have the power to destroy the world. Now this normally can be taken as referring to society or humanity and all that, but the distinction is made in the manga. It is still quite far-fetched, but for the sake of this FIC, we'll have our MC have that power. I find it fair, since if his durability and strength don't match a Viltrumite's, then he's fucked. He gets speed blitzed and then his head is off his shoulders and he's dead. Not really fun now, is it? Besides, personally I like to think the statement is literal. Also, Sukuna's cleave and dismantle. Dismantle is fixed and can cut Viltrumites, but cleave can adapt to the target's durability and cut right through them, though its condition is that it requires physical contact with the target. Sukuna also has reverse curse technique, meaning he should logically be able to reverse his shrine, which is conceptual cutting, as he was able to cut through infinity with it, so Sukuna can attach things together. A limited form of matter manipulation, basically. Limited by knowledge and range. Besides all this, he has the 10 shadows as well. Though Sukuna needs to learn to use his powers, needs to learn domain expansion, his curse technique, etc., so don't expect him to be able to fight Omni-Man or Battle Beast, or even an average Viltrumite till sometime later. Also, for those who don't know the rest of Sukuna's abilities, he has fire powers. Basically, he can shoot out a single flame arrow, its single target, but can burn literal fire itself. He killed a spirit of fire with it. He can though apply it in a domain expansion so that it is area of effect, but takes a bit of setup. 10 shadows are complicated since there are 10 spirits, with each their own abilities. But the most important is Maharaga, the one called the Divine General. He can basically adapt to any phenomenon so long as he survives the first couple attacks, after which he becomes immune, or can even create an attack that negates your abilities. So yeah, hope this cleared it up. See you all in the chapters. Bye. So, I'm a gangster? A former gangster? So, where the hell am I? This is the only thing I can think of as I wake up in what appears to be a bedroom I don't recognize. With strange tattoos covering my body and memories that aren't mine flooding my mind. The worst thing is, everything feels wrong. I have my own memories, but now also memories of someone else. I'm not even in my own damn body. I'm in the body of Megumi Fushiguro. I'm in the body of a fictional fucking character in a fictional fucking world. Since apparently because whatever brought me here just said, fuck this guy in particular, and threw me in a world with psycho aliens who want to breed the planet. Okay, Sam, no, it's Megumi now. Fuck. Okay. Megumi, calm the fuck down. I mutter to myself as I grip my head. Let's back up and check the facts. 1. I am in a fictional who apparently isn't so fictional person's body. 2. I am apparently Sukuna since I have his memories, also, absolutely disgusting, I remember him eating people. 3. Megumi isn't in here. It's only me, thank God. For I am in the Invincible universe. Fuck my life. Why? I yell out in frustration. Fuck it, let's at least see for myself how I look. I push myself up and examine my reflection in a nearby mirror. The face looking back at me is young, maybe 17, with sharp features and those unmistakable markings across my forehead and body. The tattoos that once marked Sukuna now adorn my skin, giving me the appearance of someone who's been through the system: juvenile detention, probation, the works. Damn! I mutter, flexing my fingers and feeling the immense power coursing through them. Every movement feels charged with an energy, cursed energy that is so familiar yet in a sense unfamiliar, remembering being with it for decades, yet also never having had it before. As I sort through the memories, they continue to align themselves in my head. I'm a high school student at Reginald Vell Johnson High, the same school as Mark Grayson. In this world, I'm known as Megumi Fushiguro, a former juvenile offender now on a strict probation program that requires community service and regular check-ins with my probation officer, Ms. Chan. The tattoos aren't just for show, they're remnants of my past, from a time when I ran with one of the local crews. According to my memories, I've been clean for almost a year, though my reputation still follows me. I attempt to calm myself by exploring the modest apartment that appears to be my home. I don't live alone, there's evidence of an adult presence. Photos show me with an older man who must be my uncle, my legal guardian according to these implanted memories. He works night shifts at the hospital, which explains his absence now. A note on the refrigerator reminds me about my meeting with Ms. Chun tomorrow and to stay out of trouble. Then I realize that there's no time to wonder about any deeper meaning. I need to get ready for school. Since I am here now, I need to adapt fast. Panic won't help. Cursing won't help. I need to return to my calm, collected, analytical self. I quickly shower and dress, opting for the school uniform but wearing it with deliberate dishevelment, shirt untucked, top buttons undone, revealing just enough of the tattoos to maintain my image. I can't just change overnight, and this reputation might be useful while I figure things out. I bolt down a quick breakfast, every movement more fluid and powerful than should be possible for a human body. The memories tell me that I've been in this world for years, growing up as Megumi Fushiguro, but with a different backstory than the anime character. Here, I'm known as a former troublemaker who's trying to walk the straight path not entirely by choice. My probation terms are clear. Stay in school, complete community service hours, and avoid any connection to my former associates. But there's more to it. According to these memories, I've been using my mandatory community service to actually make a difference. The judge who sentenced me recognized something in me potential, maybe, and assigned me to a youth outreach program run by Mr. Washington, a former cop who specializes in rehabilitation. Under his supervision, I've been helping maintain order at community events, using my street knowledge and reputation to keep things peaceful without resorting to violence. It's a delicate balance, one that keeps me out of juvie while allowing me to do some good. And somehow, this version of me became friends with Mark Grayson. I grab my backpack and head out, locking the apartment behind me. The morning air is crisp, and I can sense everything around me with supernatural clarity, a benefit of cursed energies enhancing abilities. As I walk toward school, I search through my memories for how this unlikely friendship formed. There it is. It had been during freshman year. Mark, the perpetually late, perpetually ordinary son of Omni-Man, had been cornered by some seniors looking to establish dominance. Nothing too serious, just the usual high school intimidation. But I had intervened, not out of any heroic impulse, but because I hated bullies. Always had. For against one seems unfair, I had said, stepping between them and Mark. Unless the one is me. They had backed down my reputation already established even then. And Mark, instead of being afraid or resentful of being saved, had simply thanked me and offered to buy me lunch. You didn't have to do that, he'd said. But I appreciate it. I didn't do it for you, I'd replied. I just can't stand assholes. He'd laughed, and somehow that had been the start. What cemented it was what happened a few weeks later. I'd been caught in a situation, some of my old crew trying to pull me back in. Outnumbered and trapped in a corner. I was preparing for the worst when Mark showed up. No powers then, just a skinny kid with more courage than sense, standing beside me. Thought you might need a hand, he'd said, trying to look tough despite being terrified. We'd managed to talk our way out of it, though it was a close call, but something had solidified between us that day. A mutual respect. He never asked about my past, and I since then never pressed him about his father, who still no one knows is Omni-Man. We were just two kids who found common ground in comic books, bad movies, and a shared hatred of bullies. Now, years later, we're still friends, despite being opposites in almost every way. Mark is the straight-laced, perpetually optimistic good guy. I'm the reformed troublemaker still walking a tightrope. But it works. As I approach the school, I spot him waiting by the entrance, checking his watch with that perpetually worried expression. Always afraid of being late, that one. Megumi, he calls out, waving. Thought you might not make it today. I approach, nodding in greeting. Had a strange morning, I reply, which might be the understatement of the century. Everything okay? He asks, genuine concern in his eyes. That's Mark, always caring about others, even the school's former delinquent. Just weird dreams, I say, falling into step beside him as we enter the building. Nothing important. Well, heads up, we have that physics test today, and Amber was looking for you. Something about the community center project. Right. Amber. Mark's girlfriend in the original timeline. According to my memories, she's not with him still, though apparently, she coordinates with Mr. Washington on community projects. The current initiative is a neighborhood cleanup in a troubled area, and I'm part of the student volunteer team not by choice, but as part of my mandated service hours. I'll find her later, I say, adjusting my backpack. How's your dad? Mark shrugs. Same as always. Busy saving the world. Yeah, I know the secret about his father being Omni-Man. Can't be that good of a friend if I don't realize it. If only he knew though. The memories of Sukuna whisper in the back of my mind, reminding me of the power at my fingertips. I could tell Mark the truth about his father right now, warn him about what's coming. No, that's stupid. The hell? This isn't like me. I don't make mistakes. I'm better than that. Right now, even bringing attention to Nolan about his past would make me a target that might even be killed, and besides, that might make him act sooner than in the original timeline. Okay, again, freaking out isn't the best strategy. I mutter in my mind, trying to channel some inner peace. Gotta think this through. Viltrumites are OP, but cursed energy is no joke either. As far as I know, can't go against a Viltrumite head-on, but with strategy, and all these abilities, especially the 10 Shadows and Shrine, which I instinctively know and feel having, I can make something work. I glance at my hands again, clenching and unclenching them. The cursed energy thrums beneath my skin, a feeling that grants me a bit of calmness, knowing that I at least have some capability to protect myself in this world. It's different from Sukuna's raw, destructive energy. There's a finesse to it, a control that comes with being Megumi, even if Megumi in canon was just a backseat driver in his own meat wagon. First things first, I continue to think as I walk with Mark. Figure out the extent of my abilities in this world. Can I summon Maharaga? Probably not a good idea to test that out till I am sure I can defeat him and am in a completely desolate area. The other Shikigami are also a thing. The dogs are by default tamed. But what about the others? I need practice, a lot of it, and in private. Mark, oblivious to the internal war raging inside me, continues to ramble about the physics test. Seriously, Megumi, you gonna be okay for this? You looked kinda out of it back there. I force a nonchalant shrug. I'll manage. Besides, physics is just applied jujitsu, right? I immediately want to facepalm. Smooth, Megumi. Real smooth. Sukuna's jujitsu obsession. I need to control my damn tongue. Mark raises an eyebrow, clearly confused about what the hell I'm talking about. Sure? If that makes sense to you. We reach our lockers, the familiar clang of metal echoing in the hallway. As I spin the dial on my lock, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Not in a Viltrumite invasion level threat kind of way, but more like teenage drama kind of way. I glance around, and my eyes land on a group of girls huddled near the water fountain, whispering and giggling. Amber is among them, and she catches my eye, offering a small, tentative smile. Crap, I mutter under my breath. Time to check in about Saturday. Mark follows my gaze. Oh, you gonna go talk to them about the cleanup? He grins, but I catch the slight tension in his voice. The way his eyes linger on Amber just a moment too long. Seems he's got a crush on her just like in canon. Great. I roll my eyes. Don't get your hopes up, Grayson. I'm just fulfilling my obligation to Mr. Washington. I need to maintain my cover and keep things as normal as possible. The last thing I need is to draw attention by suddenly changing behavior. See you later, Mark, I say, heading towards the group of girls. Gotta go check in with the volunteer coordinator. As I approach, Amber's smile widens, though there's a professional distance to it. Hey, Megumi. Mr. Washington wanted me to confirm you're still on for Saturday's cleanup. He said your probation officer called to verify your hours. I nod, trying to appear interested but not too eager. Yeah, I'll be there. So, what's the plan this time? While Amber launches into a detailed explanation of the cleanup route and supply distribution, my mind races. I need information. About the Viltrumites, about the local heroes, about anything that can give me an edge in this upcoming conflict. Sounds great, I say, cutting Amber off mid-sentence. Look, I'm supposed to help with security, right? Mr. Washington mentioned something about coordination with the community liaison officer. Any updates on that? Amber's expression turns serious. Officer Rodriguez will be there, but Mr. Washington mentioned there have been some issues with the Purple Dragons lately. They've been trying to muscle in on some of the local businesses near the cleanup site. Purple Dragons? Huh? Not exactly supervillains, but a good starting point. All right, I say, a plan forming in my mind. I'll talk to Mr. Washington about it after school. This world may be insane, but I'm not going down without a fight. And if I have to play the part of a reformed delinquent to survive, so be it. Sukuna's memories might be a curse, but this new life I've been dropped into, it might just be my saving grace. Time to get to work. Integrating the rest of the school day passes in a blur of classes. Whispered conversations and stolen glances. I struggle to focus on anything the teachers say, too busy sorting through the dual memories competing for space in my head. Sukuna's knowledge is vast and disturbing, decades of violence, manipulation, and power. My own memories of a normal life before this bizarre transmigration seem almost quaint by comparison. Physics test? Barely registered. Literature discussion? Couldn't tell you what book we're even reading. By the time the final bell rings, I've developed a pounding headache from the effort of keeping my expression neutral while internally screaming. I find myself heading toward the gym after school, drawn by an instinct that isn't entirely mine. According to my implanted memories, this is part of my routine, checking in with Mr. Washington before heading home. The man runs both the youth outreach program and coaches the wrestling team, maintaining his office in a corner of the gymnasium. The familiar smell of sweat and floor polish greets me as I push through the double doors. On the mats, the wrestling team is already warming up, Coach Davis barking orders while Mr. Washington observes from the sidelines. He spots me immediately, giving a nod of acknowledgement before excusing himself from the practice. "Fushiguro," he says as he approaches, his voice carrying the gravelly quality of someone who's seen too much in his years on the force. Right on time. Terrence Washington stands about 6'2", with broad shoulders and the solid build of someone who still maintains the fitness regimen of his police days despite being in his 50s. His dark skin is marked with a few scars, souvenirs from his time on the streets, and his close-cropped hair shows more salt than pepper these days. "Got your check-in form ready?" he continues, gesturing for me to follow him to his office. "Ms. Chun will want it at your meeting tomorrow." I follow him into the small room adjacent to the locker area. Certificates and community awards line the walls alongside team photos from years past. His desk is organized chaos, stacks of papers, schedule books, and a framed photo of what must be his family. Amber mentioned the Purple Dragons, I say, cutting straight to the point as he hands me the weekly progress form. Around the cleanup site, Washington's expression darkens slightly. "Yeah, they've been pushing into that neighborhood for the past month. Nothing major yet, just marking territory, intimidating shop owners. But it's escalating." He leans back in his chair, studying me with the careful assessment of someone who spent decades reading people. "Officer Rodriguez will be there on Saturday, but you know how these things go. Official presence sometimes just pushes the trouble around the corner." I nod, understanding the implication. This is where my role comes in, the unofficial deterrent. My past connections to the street, tenuous as they may be now, still carry weight. My presence alone might prevent trouble without the need for police intervention. "I'll keep my eyes open," I say carefully. "Make sure things stay quiet." "That's all I'm asking," Washington replies. "You've been doing good work, Fushiguro. 8 months without an incident. Judge Hoffman would be pleased." I shift uncomfortably under the praise. These aren't my accomplishments, they belong to the Megumi whose life I've hijacked. Still, I can't deny a certain satisfaction in knowing that even in this world, I'm or he's managed to turn things around. "There's something else," Washington says, his tone shifting slightly. "Your uncle called. Said he's picked up extra shifts this weekend, won't be around much. Wanted me to remind you about your curfew. 10 o'clock, non-negotiable." My uncle, right? According to my memories, he's a nurse at Upstate Medical, working primarily night shifts in the ER. He became my guardian after my parents. Well, that part of the memory is still fuzzy, fragmented in a way that suggests trauma. I assure him, the response automatic. I'll be home on time. Washington nods, though his expression suggests he's heard such promises before. See that you are. Last thing you need is a technical violation for missing curfew. Even with your progress, the system's just looking for an excuse. I know, I reply, pocketing the form. I'm not going back to juvie. Good. He stands, signaling the end of our meeting. See you Saturday then. 8 a.m. sharp at the community center. I exit the gym with my mind racing. The conversation with Washington has filled in more gaps in my understanding of this world and my place in it. The probation terms are stricter than I initially realized: curfews, regular check-ins, mandatory community service. One misstep and I could find myself back in detention, which would severely limit my ability to prepare for what's coming. But more importantly, I now have a legitimate reason to be in the neighborhood where the purple dragons are making moves. If they're just standard gang members, dealing with them would be trivial with my abilities. But in a world of superheroes and aliens, I can't assume anything is standard. I need information and I need to test my powers. The sun is beginning to set as I make my way off campus, deliberately taking a route that avoids the main streets. According to my memories, there's an abandoned construction site on the outskirts of town, a half-finished office complex whose funding dried up during the last recession. It's far enough from residential areas to provide privacy, but not so isolated that my presence there would seem suspicious if I'm spotted. Perfect for what I need to do. 30 minutes of walking brings me to the chain-link fence surrounding the site. A quick glance confirms I'm alone before I leap over it with an ease that still startles me, landing silently on the other side. The skeletal framework of the building looms against the darkening sky, concrete pillars and exposed steel beams creating a labyrinth of shadows. I find a secluded corner behind what would have been the parking garage and take a deep breath, centering myself. The cursed energy within me responds immediately, flowing through my body with an eager intensity that's almost intoxicating. All right, I mutter to myself. Let's see what I'm working with. I extend my hand, focusing on the simplest technique I can recall from Sukuna's memories, a basic manifestation of cursed energy. My palm begins to glow with a dark red light, shadows seeming to coalesce around my fingers. So far, so good. Next, I attempt something more complex, calling forth one of the 10 shadows. I press my hands to the ground, channeling energy downward. Come, I whisper, and feel a surge of satisfaction as darkness pools beneath my fingers, taking shape. 2 spectral dogs emerge from the shadows, their forms solidifying as they circle around me. Divine dogs, the most basic of the Shikigami in Megumi's arsenal, but useful for reconnaissance and tracking. I spend the next hour testing various techniques, careful to keep the energy output low enough to avoid detection if these things can be detected. One can never be sure with these worlds, especially since Damien Darkblood, a literal demon, is known. Who knows if they have things able to detect the spiritual? In the end, the results are promising but concerning. I have access to most of Megumi's abilities, including the 10 Shadows technique, but it's weaker than it should be. Something is messing with my output. Is my soul not yet integrated properly with this body? More worryingly, I can feel Sukuna's techniques lurking beneath the surface, the dismantle and cleave that made him so feared, but they're frustratingly out of reach, like words on the tip of my tongue that I can't quite articulate. As darkness fully descends, I dismiss the Shikigami and sit on a concrete slab, processing what I've learned. I have power, significant power, but not nearly what I'd need to challenge someone like Omni-Man. At least not yet. My phone buzzes in my pocket, a text from Mark. You okay? Didn't see you after school. Video games at Williams tomorrow. I smile despite myself. Even with the apocalypse looming on the horizon, life goes on. Normal, everyday life. I'm good, I text back. Had to check in with Washington. And yeah, I'm in for tomorrow. I pocket the phone and stand, brushing dust from my clothes. One day at a time, that's how I'll have to approach this. Learn what I can, build my strength, and prepare for what's coming. I check the time, 7:45 p.m. I've still got more than 2 hours before curfew, but I should start heading back soon. The last thing I need is to give my uncle or Ms. Chun a reason to restrict my movements further. For now, though, I need to take things slowly, one step at a time. Adjusting the walk home is uneventful, my mind still processing everything I've learned about my abilities. The cool night air helps clear my head, and by the time I reach the apartment complex, my headache has subsided to a dull throb. The building is a modest 4-story structure in a decent part of town, not upscale by any means, but far from the worst places I've seen. According to my implanted memories, Uncle Kenji managed to get us this place through a connection at the hospital where he works. The rent is reasonable, and the neighbors mind their own business, which suits our situation perfectly. I unlock the door to find the apartment dark and quiet, just as expected. Uncle Kenji won't be home until morning, after his night shift ends. The place is small but clean, a living room that flows into a kitchenette, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom that's perpetually in need of better ventilation. It's not much, but it's home. Or at least it's supposed to be. A note sits on the kitchen counter next to a covered plate. Dinner in the microwave. Don't forget your meeting with Ms. Chun tomorrow. Uncle K. I reheat the curry. He's left. The man can't cook much, but what he does make is decent and settle at the small kitchen table. As I eat, I try to piece together more of my backstory from the fragmented memories. Uncle Kenji Fushiguro, my father's younger brother. He took me in after the accident 3 years ago that claimed both my parents. The details are hazy, but I get flashes of a rainy night, screeching tires, and the harsh glare of headlights. The trauma of it apparently sent me spiraling, leading to my involvement with a local crew and eventually my arrest for aggravated assault when I was 15. Judge Hoffman had seen something in me, though potential, maybe, or just a kid who'd lost his way after tragedy. Instead of sending me to juvenile detention for the full term, she'd assigned me to the rehabilitation program under Washington's supervision. 8 months clean now, with another 4 to go before my probation ends. It's a neat backstory, I think, as I finish my dinner. Tragic but not uncommon. The perfect cover for someone with unusual abilities awakened who needs to maintain a low profile. After washing my dishes, I retreat to my bedroom. It's small but personalized in a way that gives me more insight into the Megumi of this world. Posters of Japanese rock bands cover one wall, while another features framed anatomical diagrams, the human nervous system, musculature, and pressure points. A bookshelf holds an eclectic mix of manga, medical textbooks, some in Japanese, and dog-eared paperbacks on martial arts philosophy. On the desk sits a laptop and a neatly organized stack of schoolbooks. Next to them, a framed photo catches my eye, a younger version of me standing between a stern-looking Japanese man and a smiling woman with kind eyes. My parents, I assume. I pick up the frame, studying their faces, trying to feel some connection to them. There's nothing, of course. They're strangers to me, even if they're supposed to be my family. I set the photo down and open the laptop. Might as well see what else I can learn about this world and my place in it. The password comes to me automatically, Toji Shadowfang 92, a combination of my father's name and what I assume was a gaming handle. The desktop background is a stylized image of a wolf emerging from darkness, reinforcing the impression that this version of Megumi had a thing for the edgy and dramatic. I spend the next hour browsing through files and social media accounts, building a more complete picture of my life here. According to school records saved in a folder labeled Probation Docs, I'm maintaining a solid B average, not exceptional, but respectable considering my circumstances. My strongest subjects are biology and physical education, while I struggle with English literature and algebra. My social media presence is minimal, a restriction of my probation terms, according to a document from Ms. Chan. I'm allowed limited access under supervision, mainly to keep in touch with approved contacts. Mark features prominently in the few photos I have posted, along with William Clockwell, a lanky kid with thick glasses who appears to be our mutual friend. There's also a folder of medical documents, records of therapy sessions with Dr. Sarah Levine, who I apparently see bi-weekly as part of my rehabilitation. The most recent notes mention continued progress in anger management and decreased dissociative episodes. Great. So I'm not just a delinquent on probation. I'm also dealing with psychological issues. A notification pops up on the screen, a calendar reminder for tomorrow, 4:30 p.m. meeting with Ms. Chun. Bring completed form and school progress report. I close the laptop and lie back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow is Friday, which means school, followed by my probation check-in, and then video games at William's place. A perfectly normal day in the life of a reformed juvenile offender. Except I'm not Megumi Fushiguro. I'm someone else entirely, trapped in his body, carrying the memories of a demonic cursed king. In a world that's about to be torn apart by an alien invasion. Sleep doesn't come easily, but when it does, my dreams are a chaotic blend of my past life, Sukuna's memories, and flashes of what might be Megumi's experiences. I see fragments of battles fought with cursed energy, glimpses of a normal childhood shattered by loss, and visions of Viltrumites descending from the sky, their eyes cold and merciless. I wake with a start at 6:15 a.m., drenched in sweat despite the cool morning air coming through the cracked window. The dreams fade quickly, leaving only a lingering sense of dread and a strange hunger that has nothing to do with food. The sound of the front door opening tells me Uncle Kenji is home from his shift. I hear him moving around in the kitchen, the soft clink of a mug being set down, the rustle of a newspaper. Part of me wants to stay in bed, to avoid the awkwardness of interacting with someone who thinks he knows me, but I know that would only raise suspicions. I pull on a t-shirt and sweatpants and make my way to the kitchen. Uncle Kenji is seated at the table, a steaming cup of tea in front of him, dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion after a long night shift. He looks up as I enter, offering a tired smile. "Morning," he says, gesturing to the counter. "Made some rice. There's miso soup in the pot if you want it." "Thanks," I reply, moving to serve myself. The familiarity with which I navigate the kitchen is disconcerting muscle memory from a life I never lived. "How was school yesterday?" he asks, taking a sip of his tea. I shrug, keeping my back to him as I ladle soup into a bowl. "Same as always. Got a physics test back. Did okay." "And your meeting with Washington?" "Fine," I say, turning to face him with my breakfast. "He said you called about this weekend." Uncle Kenji nods, running a hand through his short, graying hair. He's in his mid-40s, with features similar to mine but more weathered, lines of fatigue and grief etched around his eyes. "I picked up extra shifts. The hospital's short-staffed, and the overtime will help with your college fund." College fund, right? Because in this world, I apparently have a future beyond the impending apocalypse. "I'll be fine," I assure him, sitting across from him at the table. "I've got the cleanup on Saturday morning, and Mark invited me to stay over at his place tonight after we hang out at Williams." He studies me for a moment, and I can see the conflict in his eyes, the desire to trust me warring with the memory of past disappointments. "You'll make your check-in with Ms. Chen first?" "Of course," I say, taking a bite of rice. 4:30. "I've got the form Washington gave me." He seems satisfied with this. "All right, but if you're staying at Mark's, I want a text when you get there. And remember, no alcohol, no drugs, no staying out past curfew." I finish for him. "I know the rules, Uncle Kenji." A small smile touches his lips. "Good to hear. I'm proud of you, Megumi. You've come a long way." The praise makes me uncomfortable, both because it's not meant for me and because there's genuine affection behind it. This man cares for the nephew he believes me to be, has sacrificed to give him me a second chance. "Thanks," I mutter, focusing on my food to avoid his gaze. We eat in companionable silence for a few minutes before he speaks again. "I saw Omni-Man on the news last night. Stopped some kind of disaster in Malaysia." I nearly choke on my soup. "Oh, impressive stuff." He shakes his head in admiration. "That guy makes all the other heroes look like amateurs. If only he knew." "I guess," I say carefully, focusing on my food to hide any reaction. Uncle Kenji takes a sip of his tea. "You kids ever talk about the superheroes at school? Must be exciting living in a city with the guardians of the globe." I shrug, keeping my expression neutral. "Not really. We've got more normal stuff to worry about." Uncle Kenji nods thoughtfully. "Fair enough. When I was your age, I had posters of heroes all over my walls. Different times, I suppose. He finishes his tea and stands, stretching with a barely suppressed yawn. I'm going to get some sleep. Wake me up before you leave for Williams, all right? Sure. I agree, watching as he rinses his mug and places it in the dish rack. He pauses at the entrance to the hallway, looking back at me with an expression I can't quite read. You know you can talk to me if something's bothering you, right? About anything. His words are kind, but I know pointless in my situation. For what if I do tell him who I really am, about Sukuna's memories, about the Viltrumite threat looming on the horizon? What good would it do? Best case, he'd think I was having some kind of psychotic break. Worst case, he'd believe me and be burdened with knowledge. He couldn't act on knowledge that he lost his nephew to an imposter. One who didn't even intend to take his place. I know, I say instead. Thanks, Uncle Kenji. He nods, seemingly satisfied, and disappears down the hallway. A few moments later, I hear his bedroom door close. I finish my breakfast in solitude, thinking about the day ahead. School, probation check-in, video games with friends. Normal activities that feel anything but normal to me now. But they're my cover, my way of maintaining the life I've inherited while I figure out what to do about the larger threats. As I wash my dishes and prepare for school, I can't shake the feeling that I'm playing a role in someone else's life. Walking through scenes in a play where everyone knows their lines except me. It's disorienting, but also oddly freeing. After all, if none of this is really mine, then I have nothing to lose by trying to save it. With that thought in mind, I gather my school things and head for the shower, ready to face another day in this new life. Normal day. The hallways of Reginald Vell Johnson High buzz with the usual Friday energy, students planning weekend activities, teachers trying to maintain order for a few more hours, and the perpetual drama of teenage social dynamics playing out at every locker. I navigate through it all with practiced ease, keeping my head down and my expression neutral, just as the memories tell me Megumi would. Fushiguro. I turn to see Mark jogging toward me, weaving through the crowd with his characteristic mix of awkwardness and determination. He's wearing his usual outfit: jeans, sneakers, and a plain t-shirt under an open button-up, the quintessential everyday teenager look that helps him blend in despite being anything but ordinary. Hey, I greet him, adjusting my backpack as he falls into step beside me. You ready for Birch's history exam? Mark asks, grimacing. I was up half the night trying to memorize all those dates. I shrug. It's just memorization. Not that hard. Easy for you to say. You've got that weird memory thing. According to my implanted memories, Megumi does have an unusually good recall for facts and figures, a trait that served him well both in academics and in remembering the complex social hierarchies of street life. It's one of the reasons he's maintained decent grades despite his troubled past. You'll be fine, I assure him. Just remember the major events, and the dates will follow. Mark sighs dramatically. If I fail, I'm blaming you for false confidence. We reach our lockers, which are conveniently adjacent, a result of the alphabetical assignment system that placed Grayson near Fushiguro. As we exchange books for our morning classes, I catch Mark glancing at me with a slightly concerned expression. What? I ask, more defensively than intended. Nothing, he says quickly, then reconsiders. Actually, no. Something's up with you. You've been weird since yesterday. More, I don't know, intense? Like you're somewhere else half the time. I freeze momentarily. Is my act that transparent, or is Mark just unusually perceptive? Probably the latter. Our friendship may be a construct of this reality, but the memories suggest it's a genuine one, built on years of mutual understanding. Just got a lot on my mind. I say, closing my locker. Probation stuff. Ms. Chen's meeting today. Mark's expression softens. Right? The check-in. You worried about it? Not really. I've been keeping my nose clean. I hesitate, then add, my uncle's working extra shifts this weekend. House will be empty. It's the kind of comment the old Megumi might make, a subtle indication of the temptation that an unsupervised home represents to a teenager with a history of poor decisions. Testing Mark's reaction seems like a good way to gauge our friendship dynamic. His response is immediate and firm. Don't even think about it, man. You're so close to finishing probation. Not worth the risk. I smile slightly, oddly touched by his concern. Relax, Grayson. I wasn't planning anything, just stating a fact. He studies me for a moment, then nods, apparently satisfied that I'm not plotting a return to delinquency. Good, because I already told my mom you're staying over tonight, and she's making that lasagna you like. The mention of Mrs. Grayson's lasagna triggers an unexpected flood of sensory memory, the rich aroma of tomato and herbs, the warmth of the Graysons' kitchen, the feeling of being welcomed into their home. It's like everything these days disorienting, experiencing nostalgia for events I've never personally lived through. Sounds good, I manage to say as we start walking toward our first class. William's still on for after my probation meeting? Yeah, he's got the new Immortal Fighter game. Says the graphics are insane. Mark glances at his watch. We should probably hurry. Bell's gonna ring any second. As if on cue, the shrill sound of the school bell cuts through the hallway chatter, sending students scurrying toward classrooms. Mark and I quicken our pace, joining the flow of bodies heading to first period history. Mr. Birch's classroom is on the second floor, a corner room with large windows that offer a view of the football field and, beyond it, the city skyline. As we take our seats, Mark in the middle row, me toward the back as befits my semi-reformed troublemaker status, I find myself studying that distant skyline, wondering how much longer it will remain intact once the Viltrumite agenda begins in earnest. All right, people, settle down, Mr. Birch calls out, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and perpetually rolled-up sleeves. Books away, pencils out. You know the drill. The exam itself is straightforward 50 multiple-choice questions on post-World War II American history. I breeze through it, the answers coming easily from Megumi's memories, finishing with 15 minutes to spare. Mark, I notice, is still working diligently, his brow furrowed in concentration as he deliberates over each question. When the bell rings, signaling the end of the period, Mark groans as he hands in his exam. That was brutal. Question 38. About the significance of the Camp David Accords? Totally blanked. Carter, begin, Sadat. I say automatically. 1978. Framework for Peace in the Middle East. Mark gives me a withering look. Thanks, Encyclopedia Fushiguro. Super helpful now. I shrug, suppressing a smile. There's something refreshingly normal about this interaction, just two friends commiserating over an exam. For a moment, I can almost forget the surreal nature of my situation. The rest of the morning passes in a similar fashion: classes, brief exchanges in hallways, the routine of high school life. By lunchtime, I've settled into a comfortable rhythm, letting Megumi's muscle memory and social instincts guide me through the day. The cafeteria is crowded and noisy, but Mark has secured our usual table near the windows. William is already there, a skinny kid with a mop of curly hair, engrossed in something on his laptop. Check this out, he says by way of greeting as we sit down. Footage from Malaysia. Omni-Man versus some kind of sea monster. He turns the laptop to show us a shaky video of the world's greatest hero battling an enormous tentacled creature emerging from the ocean. The quality is poor, clearly shot on a phone from a considerable distance, but even so, Omni-Man's power is evident in every devastating punch. Whoa, Mark says, genuinely impressed. That thing is huge. I watch with a more critical eye, noting the efficiency with which Nolan dispatches the creature. There's no wasted movement, no hesitation, just pure, calculated violence. It's the technique of someone who's been fighting for centuries, who views combat as a science rather than an art. Pretty standard day for Omni-Man, William comments, closing the video. Anyway, you guys still coming over after school? I've got the game all set up. I've got my probation meeting first, I remind him. But I'll head over after. And I promise to help my dad with something, Mark adds. But I should be done by 6. William nods. Cool. My mom's ordering pizza. The conversation shifts to more mundane topics: complaints about teachers, discussions of upcoming assignments, debates about the latest movies. I participate minimally, offering occasional comments while observing the dynamic between Mark and William. There's an easy camaraderie there, built on shared interests and mutual respect. According to my memories, the three of us have been friends since freshman year, with Mark serving as the bridge between William's nerdy enthusiasm and Megumi's brooding intensity. As lunch winds down, Mark turns to me with a somewhat hesitant expression. "Hey, so, I was thinking, if you want, you could come to dinner at my house on Sunday. Mom specifically asked if you'd be joining us." The invitation catches me off guard. Sunday dinner? Isn't that usually just family? Mark shrugs, trying to appear casual. "Yeah, but you know how my mom is. She worries about you being alone with your uncle working so much. And she makes way too much food anyway. I consider the implications. Sunday dinner with the Graysons means spending time in Nolan's presence, the very being I know will soon reveal himself as Earth's greatest threat. It's risky, but also potentially valuable. A chance to observe him up close, to look for any signs that his plans are accelerating." "Sure," I say after a moment. "Tell your mom thanks for the invitation." Mark breaks into a grin. "Great. She'll be psyched. And my dad's actually going to be there this time. No emergency calls, he promised." Looking forward to it, I lie smoothly, while internally contemplating the surreal prospect of making small talk with Omni-Man over pot roast. The bell signals the end of lunch, and we part ways for afternoon classes. As I head to physics, I find myself reflecting on the complexity of my situation. Mark isn't just a plot point in my new reality, he's a person with his own life, his own relationships, his own future. A future that will be irrevocably altered when his father reveals his true nature. And somehow, in this twisted scenario, I've become his friend. Not just any friend, but apparently one close enough to be invited to family dinners, to be worried about by his mother, to be part of his inner circle. The weight of that realization sits heavily on me through the remainder of the school day. By the time the final bell rings, I've come to an uncomfortable conclusion. I care what happens to Mark Grayson. Not just because he's invincible, not just because he'll be crucial in the coming conflict, but because the memory fragments I've inherited show me a friendship that resonates with my empathy. It's with this unsettled mindset that I head to my probation meeting, the check-in form tucked securely in my backpack, wondering just how deep these constructed connections go and what it will mean when the world starts falling apart around us. Feeling the Juvenile Probation Services office occupies the third floor of a nondescript government building downtown. The waiting area is a study in institutional blandness: beige walls, uncomfortable plastic chairs, and outdated magazines scattered across a central table. A water cooler gurgles in the corner, providing the only sound besides the occasional click of the receptionist's keyboard. I arrive 10 minutes early for my appointment, as required by the terms of my probation. The receptionist, a middle-aged woman with horn-rimmed glasses who knows me by name, nods in acknowledgement as I sign in. "Ms. Chun will be with you shortly," she says, returning to her computer. I take a seat, pulling out the completed check-in form from my backpack. The form is straightforward, a record of my activities for the past week, confirmation of my attendance at school, and a section for any incidents or concerns. I've filled it out meticulously, knowing that even minor inconsistencies could trigger unwanted scrutiny. At precisely 4:30, the door to the inner offices opens, and Lin Chan emerges. She's in her early 30s, with a sleek bob haircut and the perpetually alert expression of someone who's heard every excuse in the book and believes none of them. According to my memories, she's been my probation officer since my release from juvenile detention 8 months ago, tough but fair, and genuinely invested in keeping me on the right path. "Megumi." She greets me with a professional nod. "Come on in." I follow her through the door and down a short hallway to her office. The space is small but efficiently organized, with a desk, 2 chairs, and filing cabinets along one wall. Unlike the waiting area, Ms. Chun has personalized her workspace with a few touches: a small plant on the windowsill, a framed diploma from the University of Michigan, and a calendar featuring national parks. "Have a seat," she says, gesturing to the chair across from her desk. "How was your week?" I hand her the check-in form as I sit down. "Fine. No issues." She scans the form quickly, her eyes moving methodically down the page. "School attendance is good. I see Mr. Washington signed off on your community service hours for last Saturday. And you're scheduled for another cleanup tomorrow. Yes, 8 to noon at the community center. She makes a note in my file. And how are things at home? Your uncle is working extra shifts this weekend. He is. Night shifts at the hospital. But I'm staying at a friend's tonight, and I've got the cleanup tomorrow morning. This friend would be? She asks, though I'm certain she already knows the answer. Miss Chun is nothing if not thorough. Mark Grayson, I reply. And then on Sunday, I'm having dinner with his family. Something like approval flickers across her face. The Graysons. Good. They're a stable influence. She closes my file and leans back slightly in her chair, studying me. You've been consistent these past few months, Megumi. That's commendable. I nod, accepting the praise without comment. How are you feeling about the upcoming transition? She asks, shifting to a more personal line of questioning. Your probation ends in 4 months. Have you given any thought to what comes next? The question catches me off guard. What comes next? If the timeline follows the comics, what comes next is global catastrophe. Omni-Man's betrayal, the Viltrumite invasion, the reshaping of Earth's power structures. My personal plans seem laughably irrelevant in that context. But of course, Miss Chun is expecting a normal teenager's response thoughts about college, perhaps, or career aspirations. I've been looking at pre-med programs, I say, drawing on Megumi's memories. My uncle thinks I could get into state with my grades, maybe with a partial scholarship. She nods approvingly. Medicine. Following in your uncle's footsteps. Something like that. It's a good path. Demanding, but with your academic abilities and... She pauses, choosing her words carefully. Your unique perspective on human behavior, you could be successful. I suppress a smile at her diplomatic phrasing. My unique perspective, being that of someone who once ran with a street crew and has seen the darker side of humanity firsthand. Have you discussed this with Dr. Levine? She asks, referring to the therapist I apparently see bi-weekly. Not in detail, I admit. It's still just an idea. Well, I think you should. She can help you develop a concrete plan. Ms. Chun makes another note in my file. Speaking of Dr. Levine, your next appointment with her is Tuesday, correct? Yes, after school. Good. She closes the file decisively. Unless you have any concerns you'd like to discuss, I think we're done for today. Same time next Friday. I'll be here. She stands, extending her hand. Keep up the good work, Megumi. You're proving that people can change when they commit to it. I shake her hand, feeling a twinge of guilt at the deception. The real Megumi Fushiguro might indeed have changed, might have been working toward a better future. But I'm not him, and the future I'm preparing for is far different from what Ms. Chan envisions. The meeting concludes, and I head out of the government building into the late afternoon sunshine. William's house is a 20-minute walk from downtown, in a middle-class neighborhood of modest single-family homes with well-kept lawns. According to my memories, his parents are both teachers, his father at the local community college, his mother at an elementary school. When I arrive, William is already setting up the game system in his basement rec room. A comfortable space with a worn couch, a large TV, and shelves crammed with books, games, and collectible figures. How'd the probation thing go? He asks without looking up from the tangle of cords he's sorting through. Fine. Just the usual check-in. Cool. Mark texted he'll be here in about half an hour. Something about helping his dad move furniture. William finally gets the system connected and turns to me with a grin. Want to practice before he gets here? I've already unlocked most of the characters. We spend the next hour immersed in the game. A fighting title featuring exaggerated versions of real-world heroes like the Immortal and War Woman. It's strange seeing digital representations of people who, in this reality, actually exist, people who, if the timeline holds true, will soon be dead at Omni-Man's hands. Mark arrives eventually, letting himself in with the casual familiarity of a frequent visitor. He looks slightly disheveled, his hair windswept and his t-shirt wrinkled. Sorry I'm late, he says, dropping onto the couch beside me. Dad had me helping rearrange his study. The man has more books than a library. No problem, William says, passing him a controller. We've just been warming up. Megumi's already figured out all the cheap moves with Darkwing. Mark snorts. Of course he has. He always goes for the tactical advantage. I shrug, not denying it. From what I can gather from the memories, Megumi's approach to games, as with most things, is methodical and strategic, focused on efficiency rather than flash. Something we share in common, I suppose. The next few hours pass in a blur of virtual combat, pizza delivery, and the kind of easy banter that comes from years of friendship. Despite the surreal circumstances, I find myself genuinely enjoying the experience. There's something comforting about the simplicity of it, all three teenagers playing video games on a Friday night, with no immediate concerns beyond who's hogging the pizza or using cheap combat moves. By the time we call it quits, it's past 9, and William's parents have poked their heads in twice to check on us. Mark and I gather our things, thanking William for hosting and making vague plans to meet up again over the weekend. Remember, dinner on Sunday. Mark reminds me as we walk back to his house in the cool evening air. Mom said to be there by 5. I'll remember, I assure him, adjusting my backpack on my shoulder. Mark's home is in a nicer neighborhood than William's larger houses, more manicured lawns, the kind of suburban prosperity that comes with having a successful science novelist for a mother and a superhero for a father, though of course, the neighbors don't know about that last part. The Grayson house is a 2-story colonial with a well-kept garden and a basketball hoop over the garage. As we approach, I can see lights on in the kitchen, and through the window, the silhouette of Debbie Grayson moving about, likely preparing a late snack for her son and his friend. Mom's still up, Mark notes unnecessarily. She always waits for me to get home, even when I tell her not to. There's a fondness in his voice that makes my chest tighten unexpectedly. Mark loves his mother deeply, and that relationship will be tested to its limits when the truth about Nolan emerges. In the comics, Debbie Grayson's world was shattered by her husband's betrayal. Will the same happen here? And if so, is there anything I can do to mitigate that pain? No, stop thinking about these things. These thoughts are a luxury. What's important now is to survive, to prosper, to set things up to eventually enjoy life, experience all its pleasures. These thoughts occupy me as we enter the house, greeted by the warm smell of baking and Debbie's cheerful welcome. There you are. I was beginning to think you'd decided sleep at Williams after all. She comes forward to give Mark a quick hug, then turns to me with a warm smile. Megumi, it's good to see you. Are you hungry? I just took some cookies out of the oven. Always room for cookies, Mom. Mark answers for both of us, already moving toward the kitchen. I follow, offering a polite thank you, Mrs. Grayson, as she ushers us to the kitchen table and sets out a plate of chocolate chip cookies still warm from the oven, along with 2 glasses of milk. Your father's still in his study, she tells Mark as we dig in. He's been working on that article for the Science Journal all evening. Mark nods, mouth full of cookie. We rearranged the whole room so he could have a better view while he writes. Well, he appreciates your help, even if he doesn't always say it. She turns to me. Mark says you'll be joining us for dinner on Sunday, Megumi. I'm making pot roast. Looking forward to it, I say, and am surprised to find that I mean it, at least partially. The prospect of sitting across from Nolan Grayson is both terrifying and fascinating. Debbie stays with us for a few minutes, asking about our evening and the video game tournament, before excusing herself to finish some work before bed. Once she's gone, Mark leads me upstairs to the guest room, a comfortable space with a twin bed, a desk, and a bookshelf filled with an eclectic mix of titles. Bathrooms down the hall, he reminds me, though according to my memories, I've stayed over enough times to know the layout of the house well. Mom usually makes breakfast around 8 on Saturdays, but we can grab something earlier if you need to get to the community center. 8 works, I tell him. The cleanup doesn't start until 8:30. Cool. He hovers in the doorway for a moment, as if wanting to say something else, then simply nods. Night, Megumi. Good night, Mark. After he leaves, I sit on the edge of the bed, taking in the quiet normalcy of the Grayson household. Somewhere in this house, Omni-Man Nolan Grayson is working on a scientific article, playing the role of accomplished author and devoted family man. The perfect cover for a Viltrumite agent sent to weaken Earth for conquest. And here I am, playing my own role as reformed delinquent Megumi Fushiguro, while harboring the memories of a cursed spirit king and knowledge of a future apocalypse. What a pair we make. The weekend passes in a blur of activity. Saturday morning is consumed by the community cleanup, where I work alongside Amber and other volunteers to remove trash from a local park, all under the watchful eye of Officer Rodriguez and Mr. Washington. The purple dragons make no appearance, much to my relief. I'm not ready to deal with gang complications on top of everything else. Saturday afternoon and evening are spent with Mark and William, playing more video games and watching a sci-fi movie that feels now after everything laughably inaccurate given what I know about actual alien civilizations like the Viltrumites. I returned to my uncle's apartment that night, checking in as promised and finding him asleep after another long hospital shift. Sunday morning is quiet. I use the time to practice my cursed energy techniques in the privacy of my room, making incremental progress in controlling the flow of power. By mid-afternoon, I'm preparing for dinner at the Graysons, showering and changing into what Megumi's memories suggest is appropriate attire for a family dinner, since I've never been to one since I was a kid. In my original life, dark jeans and a button-up shirt, casual but neat. I arrive at the Grayson house at 4:55 p.m., precisely 5 minutes before the invited time. Mark answers the door, looking unusually well-groomed in a collared shirt and khakis. Mom's gone full formal dinner mode, he explains in a low voice as he lets me in. Dad's actually wearing a tie. The significance isn't lost on me. This isn't just a casual meal. It's something of an occasion. I follow Mark to the living room, where Nolan Grayson stands by the fireplace, drink in hand, engaged in conversation with Debbie. He turns as we enter, and I get my first close look, my own, not Megumi's memories at Omni-Man in his civilian guise. He's tall and powerfully built, with the perfect physique of a Viltrumite warrior barely concealed by his business casual attire. His mustache is immaculately groomed, his smile practiced and charming. Only his eyes betray a hint of something else, a coldness, an alienness that I doubt most humans would notice. One that I do simply from having seen it so much in my own Sukuna's water reflection. Megumi, Nolan says, rising from his seat with a practiced smile. Good to see you again. It's been some time. I take his extended hand, acutely aware that I'm touching someone who could crush my bones to dust without effort. Thank you for having me over, Mr. Grayson. His handshake is perfectly calibrated, firm but not overpowering, the grip of someone who has spent centuries learning to mimic human social cues. Please call me Nolan. I understand you've been quite the positive influence on Mark lately. There's something in his tone, a subtle assessment that makes me wonder if he's genuinely pleased or merely evaluating potential threats in his son's life. Dad barely remembers Megumi, Mark says with a hint of exasperation. He's met you, what, twice in 3 years? 3 times, actually, Nolan corrects smoothly, though our interactions have been regrettably brief. My work schedule has been particularly demanding these past few years. Science waits for no man, I say, echoing a phrase I've apparently heard him use before, according to Megumi's memories. Nolan's eyebrow raises slightly, seemingly pleased by the recognition. Precisely. You have a good memory. Dinner's almost ready, Debbie announces from the doorway. Megumi, would you mind helping Mark set the table? I follow Mark to the dining room, where he begins laying out plates and silverware with the practiced efficiency of someone who's performed this task countless times. Sorry about my dad, he says quietly as we work. He's always like this, acts like he barely knows my friends even when he's met them before. It's fine, I assure him, placing napkins beside each plate. He seems preoccupied. I don't know if Mark's told his dad that I know about him being Omni-Man. Better not test it. Mark snorts softly. That's one way to put it. Usually, he doesn't even make this much effort. We finish setting the table just as Debbie brings in the pot roast, a magnificent centerpiece surrounded by roasted vegetables. Nolan follows with a bottle of wine for the adults and a pitcher of water for Mark and me. As we take our seats, Nolan at the head of the table, Debbie to his right, Mark to his left, And me beside Mark, I can't help but marvel at the surreal normalcy of it all. Here I am, having Sunday dinner with the family of Earth's greatest hero, who is secretly its greatest threat. So, Megumi, Nolan says as Debbie serves the food, Mark tells me you're quite the scholar these days. Interested in medicine, I understand. I nod, accepting a plate loaded with pot roast and vegetables. I'm considering it. My uncle's a nurse, so I've grown up around the medical field. A noble profession, Nolan comments. The human body is a fascinating machine, though remarkably fragile. There's something in his tone, a clinical detachment that sends a chill down my spine. To him, humans are indeed just fragile machines, inferior specimens to be studied and ultimately subjugated. Megumi's at the top of our biology class, Mark adds proudly. Mr. Donovan says he's got the best grasp of anatomy he's seen in years. Is that so? Nolan's gaze sharpened slightly, his interest seemingly piqued. A natural aptitude? Or the result of dedicated study? Both, I guess. I reply, careful to maintain the persona of a bright but troubled student. I find it interesting how systems work together, how everything connects. Indeed. Nolan takes a sip of his wine. The interconnectedness of biological systems is a principle that extends far beyond Earth. In my research, I found similar patterns across various species. Nolan, Debbie interjects with a gentle smile. Let's not turn dinner into a science lecture. I'm sure the boys would rather discuss something else. Of course, dear. Nolan shifts gears smoothly. I believe the last time we spoke at any length, Megumi, you were having some difficulties at school. Mark mentioned you're involved in some sort of community service program now. The question is innocuous enough, but I sense a subtle probing. Is he genuinely curious? Or is he truly, as I suspected earlier, assessing potential threats to his plans for Mark? Cataloging the humans in his son's life? It's part of my probation requirements, I answer honestly, seeing no reason to hide what he could easily discover. I help with neighborhood cleanups, community center events, that sort of thing. Probation. Nolan's eyebrow rises slightly. I wasn't aware it had gone that far. Dad, Mark says, a warning note in his voice. It's okay. I tell Mark before addressing Nolan directly. I made some bad choices a while back. Got involved with the wrong crowd. I'm working to move past it. Nolan studies me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nods. Rehabilitation rather than punishment. A sensible approach for young offenders. On Viltrum, he catches himself, clearing his throat. In some of the Scandinavian countries I've studied, they've found similar approaches to be quite effective. The slip catches me completely off guard. Did Nolan Grayson, the most calculating being on the planet, just make a careless error? Or was it deliberate, a test to gauge my reaction? I keep my expression neutral, taking a bite of pot roast to cover any momentary surprise. No, this simply confirms it. Mark must have already told him about me knowing. No way he, a man of his experience, would make such a blunder. Scandinavian countries are ahead of us in many ways. I say smoothly, maintaining the flow of conversation. Their rehabilitation rates are impressive. Nolan's eyes linger on me for a fraction too long before he nods. Indeed, their social systems are built on different foundations than ours. More cohesive. The way he says cohesive carries an undertone I can't quite place. Admiration, perhaps, or a hint of the Viltrumite ideology that values unity through strength and obedience. Speaking of different systems, Debbie interjects, clearly sensing the strange tension. Mark tells me you've been helping him with biology. His grades have improved significantly this quarter. Mom. Mark groans, embarrassed. I'm not failing anymore. That's hardly significant improvement. Not failing is better than the alternative. Nolan comments dryly, his attention shifting to his son. Though I'd prefer to see you excelling, not merely scraping by. I watch the family dynamic unfold, fascinated by the layers of meaning. To an outside observer, this is just a father pushing his son to achieve more. But knowing what I do about Nolan's true nature, every expectation he places on Mark carries the weight of a 1,000-year-old eugenic program designed to produce the perfect Viltrumite warriors. Or, the theories from my previous life are true that Nolan didn't wish for Mark to develop his abilities, wanting to wait for them to die of old age before he committed his conquest. I should keep both in my mind and prepare for both cases. Mark's doing fine, I say, feeling a strange protectiveness toward my friend. The material gets more complex this semester. Everyone's struggling a bit. Nolan turns his gaze back to me, and for a moment, I feel like I'm being assessed on a molecular level. You seem to manage well enough. Different strengths, I reply with a shrug. Mark helps me with English Lit. I can analyze biological systems, but ask me to interpret Steinbeck and I'm lost. This earns a genuine laugh from Debbie. That's what friendship should be, complementary skills. When Nolan and I first met, he couldn't cook to save his life. I was hopeless with technology. Still are, dear, Nolan says with surprising warmth, reaching over to squeeze her hand. The gesture is so natural, so human, that it momentarily throws me. Despite wishing to take option 2 into consideration, everything I know about what's coming, everything I know he will do, seeing him like this, that there's genuine affection there, it makes the inevitable betrayal all the more tragic. The conversation shifts to safer topics after that: school events, local news, a charity fundraiser Debbie is helping organize. Throughout it all, I remain hyper-aware of Nolan's presence, cataloging every gesture, every inflection, searching for clues about his timeline, all while not making it obvious. Despite my desire for separation of it, in some ways I am still Sukuna. I know when to hide my observation. It is after all how I learned jujutsu so well. Since I never had a teacher, I had to observe sorcerers I killed at a young age. After the main course, Debbie brings out an apple pie for dessert, served with vanilla ice cream. As we eat, Mark regales his parents with stories from our video game tournament at Williams, complete with dramatic reenactments of particularly impressive victories. You should have seen Megumi, he says enthusiastically. He figured out this combo move with Dark Wing that nobody could counter. Even William was impressed, and he's been playing that game since the beta. Strategy and timing, I say modestly. It's just pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is a valuable skill, Nolan comments. In combat especially, the ability to anticipate an opponent's next move can mean the difference between victory and defeat. There it is again, that subtle shift from civilian conversation to warrior perspective. I wonder if Mark notices these slips, these glimpses of his father's true nature, or if they're so woven into the fabric of their relationship that they seem normal to him. Is that how you approach your science writing, Mr. Grayson? I ask, deliberately steering the conversation back to his cover identity. Looking for patterns across different fields? He seems pleased by the question. Precisely. The universe operates on fundamental principles that repeat at various scales. My current article examines how certain biological adaptations mirror astronomical phenomena, a kind of cosmic symmetry. Sounds fascinating, I say, and mean it. Despite everything, Nolan Grayson is genuinely brilliant. His scientific insights, even those filtered through the lens of human understanding, represent knowledge accumulated across centuries of interstellar experience. Perhaps you'd like to read it when it's published, he offers. I could have Mark bring you a copy. I'd like that, I reply, surprised by the offer. The meal concludes with coffee for the adults and more casual conversation. Throughout it all, I maintain the persona of Megumi, respectful, intelligent, with occasional flashes of the street-smart edge that would be expected from someone with my background. But beneath that facade, my mind is still racing, analyzing every interaction, every nuance of Nolan's behavior. When it's time for me to leave, Debbie insists on packing leftovers for my uncle, and Nolan surprises me by walking me to the door alongside Mark. It was good to have a proper conversation with you, Megumi, he says as we reach the entryway. I'm pleased to see the positive direction you've taken. Mark benefits from having focused friends. There's a weight to his words that goes beyond simple approval. Is he genuinely impressed by my rehabilitation? Or is he merely categorizing me as a non-threat to whatever plans he has for Mark? Thank you for having me, sir, I reply, defaulting to formality. Dinner was excellent. You're welcome here anytime, he says, and though the invitation is standard politeness, there's something assessing in his gaze that makes me wonder if he's detected something unusual about me, some hint that I'm not quite what I appear to be. Mark walks me the rest of the way to the door, both of us carrying containers of leftovers that Debbie has packed. "So," he says as we step onto the porch, "that wasn't too painful, right? Dad was actually being social for once." "It was nice," I assure him. "Your parents are great." Mark smiles, though there's a hint of something wistful in his expression. "Yeah, they are. Even if Dad can be intense sometimes. If only he knew just how intense his father truly is." "See you at school tomorrow?" he asks. I nod. Bright and early. As I walk home through the quiet suburban streets, container of leftover pot roast in hand, I replay the dinner conversation in my mind. Nolan's slip about Viltrum was concerning if indeed he does not know I know. I at first categorized it as him knowing because of his experience making such a blunder unsuitable for him. But what if there was more to it? What if he's becoming less careful about maintaining his cover? It might indicate that he's preparing to move forward with whatever timeline the Viltrumites have established for Earth. Or perhaps I'm looking too much into it and it was simply a momentary lapse. I have to acknowledge that he isn't perfect. Even a being as disciplined as Nolan Grayson might occasionally let his guard down in the comfort of his home, among family and a guest he's met several times before. Either way, I need to accelerate my own preparations. The cursed energy techniques I've been practicing are coming more easily now, but they're still far from what I'd need to face a Viltrumite. Not that I plan to confront Nolan directly, that would be suicide at my current expected level. But when the chaos begins, I'll need every advantage I can muster just to survive. I reach my uncle's apartment building and make my way up to our unit. The lights are off, he's working another night shift, but there's a note on the kitchen counter. "Hope dinner went well. Leftovers in the fridge if you're still hungry. Don't forget your therapy appointment Tuesday. Uncle K." I add Debbie's containers to the refrigerator and settle at the kitchen table, suddenly feeling the weight of the day. Playing my role as Megumi, navigating the complexities of his life while carrying the knowledge of what's to come, it's exhausting in ways I hadn't anticipated. And now there's this new complication. I genuinely like the Graysons. Debbie's warmth, Mark's friendship, even Nolan's brilliant mind, all of it makes what's coming feel more personal, more tragic. I rest my head in my hands, allowing myself a moment of vulnerability in the empty apartment. The memories are exhausting. Sukuna's memories remain vivid but separate, a dark archive I can access without being consumed by it. The ones from my own original life before this bizarre transmigration feel still personal, but Megumi's memories, his experiences, his relationships, his daily life, those are becoming more integrated with my own consciousness. I'm not becoming him exactly, but the boundaries are blurring. His memories with Mark and the others are influencing my own perceptions, rising my empathy, complicating what should be simple strategic calculations. I push away from the table and head to my room, determined to regain my focus. Tomorrow is Monday, another day of school, of maintaining my cover, of gathering information and building my strength. I can't afford to be distracted by emotional entanglements, no matter how genuine they might feel. As I prepare for bed, I catch sight of myself in the mirror, Megumi's face, with its sharp features and serious expression, looking back at me. For a moment, I wonder what the real Megumi Fushiguro would make of all this, his body inhabited by a stranger, his life repurposed for survival in a coming apocalypse. Would he understand? Would he approve of how I'm using his connections, his reputation, his second chance at a decent life? It doesn't matter, I tell myself firmly. He's gone, and I'm here, and all that matters now is surviving what's coming. But as I drift off to sleep, I can't quite shake the feeling that I'm becoming invested in this borrowed life in ways I never intended, and that those attachments might ultimately prove either my salvation or my downfall. Situation: the field trip to Upstate Science Museum wasn't my idea. In fact, when Mr. Donovan announced it in biology class on Wednesday, I initially considered skipping it altogether. A day spent shepherding teenagers through exhibits on space exploration and natural history seemed like a waste of valuable preparation time. But Mark and William were excited, especially William, who wouldn't stop talking about the new quantum physics exhibit, and Ms. Chan had made it clear that school attendance was non-negotiable under my probation terms. So here I am, Friday morning, standing in the museum's cavernous main hall with 30 other students from Reginald Vell Johnson High. This is going to be awesome, William says, practically vibrating with enthusiasm as he adjusts his glasses. They've got a working model of the Large Hadron Collider that actually visualizes particle collisions. Fascinating, I mutter, scanning the room out of habit. 2 exits visible from our position, security guards stationed near the entrance, cameras in the corners. Old instincts die hard. Mark nudges me. Try to contain your excitement, Megumi. You might pull a muscle. I roll my eyes but can't help a small smile. Sorry, museums aren't really my thing. That's because you haven't seen the medical history exhibit, Mark says. They've got this whole section on ancient surgical tools that looks like a medieval torture chamber. Right up your alley. Before I can respond, Mr. Donovan claps his hands for attention. All right, people, listen up. You have your assignment sheets. Groups of 3 or 4, stay together, and meet back here at 1 o'clock for lunch. Remember, this isn't just a day off. I expect detailed observations for Monday's discussion. The students break into prearranged groups, and I find myself with Mark, William, and Samantha Eve Wilkins, known to everyone as Eve. She's one of the top students in our grade, with a focused intensity that rivals my own. According to Megumi's memories, she's been Mark's lab partner in chemistry since sophomore year. But I know as well from my previous life memories that she is Adam Eve, the girl who I believe is supposed to end up with Mark. The latter parts of the series were sadly extremely so, given my situation. Parts 1 don't have quite the many details of. Where should we start? Eve asks, consulting the museum map with methodical precision. Quantum physics, William says immediately. Medical history, Mark counters, glancing at me. I shrug. Let's just work our way through systematically. Start on the ground floor and move up. We begin with the Earth Sciences exhibit, making our way through displays on geology, meteorology, and oceanography. William dutifully takes notes for our assignment, while Mark and Eve discuss the interactive volcano simulation. I follow along, contributing occasionally but mostly observing both the exhibits and my companions. It's strange how comfortable this feels, just being a normal teenager on a school trip. For brief moments, I almost forget about Viltrumites and apocalypses, about cursed energy and probation officers. Almost. I can't let myself get too comfortable as my inclinations want me to. It would be foolish. By mid-morning, we've made our way to the second floor and the medical history exhibit. As Mark predicted, I find myself genuinely interested in the evolution of surgical techniques and anatomical understanding. There's something fascinating about how humans have gradually unlocked the secrets of their own bodies, despite their inherent fragility. Check this out, Mark calls, pointing to a display of early surgical instruments. They used to perform amputations with basically a handsaw and no anesthesia. Brutal but efficient, I comment, studying the implements. Though the survival rate must have been abysmal. That's your takeaway? Eve asks, raising an eyebrow. Not thank goodness for modern medicine? I catch myself, remembering to respond as Megumi would. Well, that too, obviously. The medical exhibit transitions into the biology section, with its impressive collection of preserved specimens and anatomical models. As we examine a detailed cross-section of the human brain, I notice William has wandered ahead to the adjacent physics hall, drawn inexorably to his beloved quantum mechanics. We should probably follow him before he gets lost in theoretical dimensions, Mark jokes. We find William already deep in conversation with a museum docent, a middle-aged man with a neat beard and an enthusiastic manner about the particle acceleration display. And that's why the visualization uses color to represent different energy states. The docent is explaining as we approach. It's a simplification, of course, but it helps convey the basic principles. William nods eagerly. What about quantum entanglement? Does the exhibit address that? The docent smiles. It does, actually. Follow me, it's just around the corner. We trail after them into a room dominated by a large, complex apparatus at its center, presumably the model of the Large Hadron Collider that William had mentioned. Around the perimeter are various interactive displays, currently being operated by students from another school group. As the docent leads William to the quantum entanglement exhibit, Mark, Eve, and I spread out to explore the room. I find myself drawn to a display on cosmic radiation, reading about the particles that constantly bombard Earth from space. According to the information panel, most are deflected by our magnetic field, while others pass harmlessly through our bodies every second. Except they wouldn't pass harmlessly through a Viltrumite, I think. They'd be vulnerable to certain types of radiation, if I remember the comics correctly. Or was it a specific type or radiation? Either way, useful information to file away. I'm so absorbed in my thoughts that I almost miss the subtle change in the atmosphere, a shift in the ambient noise, a tension in the air. My instincts, honed by Sukuna's decades of battle awareness, snap to attention before my conscious mind even registers why. Looking up, I scan the room and immediately spot the source of my unease. 3 men have entered from a side door maintenance access, based on the signage. They're dressed in what appear to be museum staff uniforms, but their body language is all wrong, too tense, too deliberate. One remains by the door, while the other 2 move deeper into the exhibit area. My eyes narrow as I take in additional details. Slight bulges under their jackets, the careful way they're surveying the room, the communication devices in their ears. These aren't museum staff. I catch Mark's eye across the room and make a subtle gesture, a warning signal we've developed during our years at school together. According to Megumi's memories, something's wrong. He frowns, not immediately understanding, but his posture straightens as he picks up on my tension. Before I can move toward him, one of the men reaches into his jacket and pulls out a gun, pointing it at the ceiling. "Everyone stay calm and nobody gets hurt," he shouts, firing a single shot into the air. The sound echoes through the exhibit hall, followed immediately by screams and cries of alarm. Students drop to the floor or freeze in place, while the docent moves protectively in front of William. "This is a robbery," the man continues, his voice steady and controlled. "We're only interested in one thing, and it's not in this room. Stay down, stay quiet, and you'll all be going home today." The second armed man begins herding students and staff toward one corner of the room, while the third remains at the door, gun now visible in his hand as well. I assess the situation rapidly. 3 armed men, at least a dozen students plus staff in the room. More students in adjacent exhibit areas who might wander in unknowingly. Security will respond to the gunshot, but how quickly? Mark has dropped to the floor near a display case, pulling a younger student down with him protectively. William and the docent are against the far wall, partially obscured by the collider model. Eve is across the room, her posture tense but controlled. I need to make a decision quickly. These men are too well organized for this to be an ordinary robbery. Their positioning, the way they're controlling the room, they're professionals, possibly mercenaries. And whatever they're after in the museum, it can't be good. The leader gestures to the third man. "Secure the hallway. We have 4 minutes until security override kicks in." As the third man moves to check the corridor, I catch a glimpse of something on his wrist, a tattoo peeking out from under his sleeve. Some kind of military or mercenary insignia, nothing I recognize. These indeed aren't random criminals, they're, as my suspicions already suggest, now confirmed professionals, well-trained and well-equipped. I make eye contact with Mark across the room. He's tense, but unlike me, completely powerless in this situation. In the timeline I remember, his abilities wouldn't manifest for weeks. I shift my attention to Eve, who's positioned near the emergency exit. If anyone besides me has a chance of handling this, it's her with her molecular manipulation powers. I catch her eye briefly, giving her the slightest nod. Since she's Adam Eve with me handling the how, I know later, if she suspects that is, she'll understand what needs to be done. I'll create a distraction. She'll neutralize the threat. Simple, efficient, with minimal risk to the hostages. The leader moves toward the quantum entanglement display, where a small, cylindrical device sits on a pedestal. "This is it," he says to his partner. "Get it and let's go." The second man approaches the display, pulling out what looks like a specialized tool to bypass the security system. I need to give Eve an opening, but I need to be careful. Direct confrontation would endanger everyone in the room. I need a distraction that will create enough chaos for her to act without drawing attention to herself. Slowly, I start to edge along the wall using the other students as cover. If I can trigger the fire alarm near the exit, it might provide enough confusion for Eve to use her powers discreetly. But before I can move much further, the situation escalates. William, ever the science enthusiast, speaks up from his position near the docent. That's experimental quantum technology. You can't just take it, it's unstable. The leader turns sharply. Shut up, kid. Nobody asked you. But it's true. William persists, his voice tight with fear but determined. That device contains experimental quantum particles. If it's removed from the containment field without proper protocols, I said shut up. The leader strides toward William, gun raised threateningly. I glance at Eve, expecting her to make her move now that attention is focused away from the device. But she remains frozen, her eyes wide with fear. This isn't the confident superhero I expected. She looks like any other terrified teenager. A cold realization washes over me. Her powers may or may not have manifested yet either. The timeline may be too different here. I'm on my own. In that split second, I make my decision. I grab a heavy fire extinguisher from a nearby wall mount and hurl it with precise force at the overhead sprinkler system. The impact triggers the sprinklers, sending water cascading down throughout the exhibit hall. Screams erupt as cold water drenches everyone. In the confusion, I move quickly toward William and the leader, who's momentarily distracted by the sudden downpour. The second gunman has already removed the quantum device from its housing, triggering alarms that add to the chaos. The third man rushes back in from the hallway. Security's coming. We need to move now. The leader grabs William by the collar. This one comes with us. Insurance. That's when something shifts inside me. The careful calculation of Megumi Fushiguro falls away, replaced by something older, colder, and infinitely more arrogant. A presence that views these armed men not as threats, but as insects who've wandered into the wrong garden. Let him go. My voice cuts through the chaos with unnatural clarity, carrying a weight that doesn't belong to a high school student. The leader turns, gun swinging toward me. Stay back. I don't stay back. I advance with deliberate steps, water streaming down my face, my eyes locked on his. There's no fear in my movement, only the inexorable confidence of a predator approaching cornered prey. You dare point a weapon at me? The words emerge in a tone I barely recognize as my own, imperious, dismissive, amused. Know your place. There's something in my voice, in my posture, that makes the man hesitate. Even through the water and chaos, he senses something wrong, something dangerous radiating from the teenager before him. Shoot him, yells the man with the device. The leader fires, but I'm already moving. With inhuman speed, I sidestep the bullet's path and close the distance between us. My hand strikes out, fingers curled in a precise formation that channels cursed energy in a way that feels both foreign and intimately familiar. Dismantle. I whisper, the word coming unbidden to my lips. A thin, invisible line of cursed energy extends from my fingertips, slicing through the gun with surgical precision. The weapon falls apart in the man's hands, cut so cleanly it seems to disintegrate. The leader stares in shock at his ruined weapon, then at me. I grab William and shove him toward the docent, never taking my eyes off the armed men. You stand before a king, I say, my voice resonating with a power and authority that isn't mine, or rather, isn't entirely Megumi's. It's Sukuna's essence, his absolute conviction in his own superiority. And yet you fail to kneel. The three men exchange glances, clearly reassessing the situation. They hadn't counted on encountering something beyond their understanding. This isn't worth it, the third man says, backing toward the door. We need to go. Now. The leader hesitates, looking between me and the exit, calculating his options. I can see the moment he decides to cut his losses. Fall back, he orders. Plan B. As they retreat toward the maintenance door, The man carrying the quantum device suddenly hurls it toward the center of the room, directly at a group of huddled students. Without thinking, I extend my hand again. Dismantle. The device splits in half midair, its internal components separating harmlessly before clattering to the floor in pieces. No explosion, no quantum catastrophe, just broken technology. The gunmen used the distraction to escape through the maintenance door. I could pursue them, but my priority is ensuring everyone in the room is safe. The sprinklers shut off as suddenly as they started, leaving everyone soaked and confused. Security guards burst into the room moments later, followed by museum staff. Mark is at my side instantly. "What did you do?" he whispers, eyes wide. I blink, the cold, regal presence receding as quickly as it had come. I don't know. Instinct, I guess. That wasn't instinct, Megumi. That was... He trails off, unable to find the words. I shake my head slightly. Not now. Later. The next hour is a blur of police statements, paramedic checks, and concerned teachers counting heads. I stick to a simple story. I threw the fire extinguisher to trigger the sprinklers, creating confusion that allowed William to escape. The gun must have malfunctioned when the water hit it. The police seem skeptical but have no reason to doubt me, especially when the museum security footage from that room turns out to be corrupted by what they assume was an electrical surge from the sprinkler system. In reality, a subtle application of cursed energy had ensured those particular cameras would capture nothing useful. By the time we're cleared to leave, the field trip is officially canceled, and students are being sent home early. Mr. Donovan looks exhausted as he arranges transportation. Mark, William, Eve, and I end up in the same group heading back to school. William hasn't stopped thanking me since we left the exhibit hall. I still don't understand what happened to his gun, he says for the third time. It just fell apart. Water damage, probably, I say dismissively. Cheap hardware. Mark gives me a look that says we'll be discussing this later, but says nothing. Eve, however, has been watching me with a calculating expression that makes me uneasy. She's too perceptive, too analytical. If anyone in our group might piece together what really happened, it's her. Quick thinking with the sprinklers, she says finally. Not many people would stay that calm with guns pointed at them. I shrug. Not my first rodeo, right? Your troubled past. There's no judgment in her tone, just careful assessment. Still, it was impressive. As we arrive back at school, students are already being picked up by worried parents who've heard about the incident on the news. Mark's mother is waiting, her face tight with concern. I should go, Mark says. My mom's freaking out, but we need to talk. Tonight. I nod. Your place. After dinner. As he walks away, William gives me one more grateful look before heading to his own mother's car. Eve lingers for a moment. Whatever you did in there, she says quietly. Thank you. Before I can respond, she's walking away, leaving me to wonder just how much she noticed. I check my phone to find several missed calls from Uncle Kenji and a text from Ms. Chun asking if I'm alright. The news travels fast. As I wait for my uncle to arrive, I reflect on what happened in the museum. For a moment, I had let slipped back into what it is like to be Sukuna, allowed the rise of his arrogance, his casual disregard for human threats, his absolute certainty that he stands above all others. It had felt natural, empowering, and that's what worries me. The line between who I am and who Sukuna was is blurring in ways I hadn't anticipated. I had used his technique dismantle with an ease that suggests it's becoming more integrated with my abilities. But I hadn't lost control. I had protected William, neutralized the threat without killing anyone, and maintained my cover. No one except possibly Mark suspects anything beyond quick thinking and good luck. No police involvement beyond routine statements. No reason for Ms. Chun to revoke my probation. I had walked the line perfectly. As Uncle Kenji's car pulls up, I take a deep breath and prepare to play the role of the shaken but brave teenager who helped save his classmates. Another performance in this increasingly complex life I found myself living. But beneath the performance, a question lingers. How much of Sukuna am I willing to let surface when necessary? And will I always be able to push those impulses back down when the moment passes? Only time will tell, I suppose. Explanation: the Grayson household is quiet when I arrive at 8 o'clock. Debbie answers the door with a warm smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, the residual worry of a mother whose son was in danger earlier that day. Megumi, come in. Mark's upstairs. He said you two have a project to work on. I nod, accepting the convenient excuse Mark must have provided. Biology assignment. Thanks for having me over, Mrs. Grayson. You're always welcome here, she says, ushering me inside, especially after what happened today. Mark told us you helped keep everyone safe. I shift uncomfortably under her grateful gaze. I just reacted. Anyone would have done the same. Not everyone would have thought to trigger the sprinklers, she counters. You have good instincts, Megumi. If only she knew what kind of instincts had actually surfaced in that moment. Is Mr. Grayson home? I ask, glancing around the living room. No, he's in Malaysia again. Some kind of follow-up to that incident last week. Her expression clouds briefly. He should be back tomorrow. I nod, relieved. Facing Mark's questions will be challenging enough without Omni-Man's perceptive gaze to contend with as well. Mark's in his room, Debbie continues. I've made some snacks if you boys get hungry. Just help yourselves. I thank her and head upstairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. I've spent the afternoon rehearsing explanations, crafting a narrative that will satisfy Mark's curiosity without revealing too much of the truth. I knock on Mark's door, hearing a muffled "come in" from the other side. Mark is sitting at his desk, a textbook open in front of him, though I doubt he's been reading it. He looks up as I enter, his expression a mixture of concern, curiosity, and something else, a wariness that wasn't there before. Hey, I say, closing the door behind me. Hey, he gestures to the chair by his bed. So, I sit down, maintaining a casual posture despite the tension in the room. So, you want to tell me what happened at the museum? He keeps his voice low, mindful of his mother downstairs. Because I know what I saw, Megumi, and it wasn't normal. I take a deep breath. This is it, the moment of truth, or at least a carefully curated version of it. I have abilities. I begin, watching his reaction carefully. I haven't had them for a while. Like superpowers? He leans forward, his eyes widening. Not exactly like the heroes on TV. I say, choosing my words carefully. It's more like energy manipulation. I can focus my energy to affect things around me. Like cutting a gun in half? His tone is incredulous but not disbelieving. I nod. That was an extreme case. I don't usually have that kind of precision. And what was that thing you said? Dismantle? I tense slightly. He'd heard that. It's just a word I use to focus. Like a mental trigger. Where did these powers come from? How long have you had them? This is where I need to be careful. I discovered them very recently. I say, deciding on honesty rather than a fabricated timeline. It happened suddenly, almost like they were waiting to emerge. How recently are we talking? Just a few weeks ago. I admit, I was alone in my room when it first happened. I got frustrated with a homework problem and the textbook just split in two. Clean cut, like it had been sliced with a razor. This much aligns with what he knows about me, the occasional flashes of temper, the intensity one sometimes display. It's a plausible origin story while staying close to the truth. Is that why you've been acting different lately? More, I don't know, controlled. I nod, surprised by his perceptiveness. I've been trying to understand what's happening to me, trying to keep it contained. And you never told anyone? Not even me. There's hurt in his voice, and I feel a genuine pang of regret. In the short time I've known him, truly known him, not just through Megumi's memories, I've come to value Mark's friendship. I couldn't risk it, Mark. My probation, my uncle's situation. If anyone found out I was different, who knows what would happen. I'd probably end up in some government lab. He winces, and I wonder if he's thinking about his own secret, the heritage he shares with his father, the powers that haven't yet manifested. I get keeping secrets, he says finally. But what you did today, You saved William. You could have been shot. I reacted on instinct, I say, which is at least partially true. When I saw him grab William, something just clicked. And that voice, Mark presses. The way you spoke to them, that wasn't you, Megumi. It was like someone else was talking. I tense. This is dangerous territory. What do you mean? You said something about them standing before a king and failing to kneel. It was intense. I force a self-deprecating smile. Did I? It's kind of a blur. Sometimes when I use a lot of energy at once, it affects my mind. Makes me say weird things. Mark studies me for a long moment, and I can see him weighing my explanation against what he witnessed. So these powers, he says finally, what exactly can you do? This is safer ground. I can give him a simplified version of my abilities without revealing their true nature. I can manipulate energy, focus it into different forms. What you saw today was the most precise I've ever managed. Usually it's just pushing things, breaking things. Like telekinesis? Not exactly. It's more direct. I have to be close to what I'm affecting, and it takes concentration. Can you show me? I hesitate. It's not a party trick, Mark. I know that, he says quickly. But I want to understand. You trusted me enough to tell me this much. After a moment's consideration, I nod. All right, but something small. I look around his room, spotting a pencil on his desk. I extend my hand toward it, channeling a minimal amount of cursed energy, just enough to be visible as a faint shimmer around my fingers. Dismantle, I whisper, focusing on precision. The pencil splits cleanly in half, both pieces rolling slightly on the desktop. Mark's eyes widen. Holy shit. Like I said, small scale. That's incredible, Megumi. He picks up the pencil halves, examining the perfectly smooth cut. And no one else knows about this? No one, I confirm. And it needs to stay that way. Of course, he agrees quickly. I wouldn't tell anyone. I believe him. Whatever else has changed in this world, Mark Grayson's loyalty to his friends seems constant. So what now? He asks. Are you going to use these powers to help people? Like, become a superhero or something? I shake my head firmly. Absolutely not. The last thing I need is attention. I'm on probation, remember? My goal is to keep my head down, finish school, and figure out what these abilities mean for my future. But you could do so much good. Mark. I cut him off gently. I'm not like the Guardians of the Globe. I don't have their super strength or invulnerability. If I get shot, I die. What happened today was a fluke. I acted without thinking. All true. I don't have their strength and invulnerability. I have potential for greater. I did act without truly thinking it all through. Currently, if I do get shot in the right spot, I die. He looks disappointed but nods in understanding. I guess that makes sense. It's just, not many people get the chance to make a difference like that. The irony of Mark Grayson, future Invincible, saying this to me isn't lost on me. Maybe someday, I concede. But right now, I need to focus on staying out of trouble. Ms. Chun would have a field day if she knew I was involved in anything unusual. Yeah, I get it. He sighs, then gives me a small smile. Thanks for trusting me with this. You're my friend, I say simply. And you saw what happened. I owed you an explanation. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of shared secrets creating a new layer to our friendship. So, Mark says finally, you want to actually work on that biology assignment? We might as well make use of the excuse. I smile, relieved at the change of subject. Sure. As we spread our textbooks across his bed and begin discussing cell structures, I can't help but reflect on what just transpired. I've given Mark a heavily edited version of the truth, enough to satisfy his curiosity without revealing the full extent of my situation. He doesn't know about Sukuna's memories, or my knowledge of his father's true nature, or the coming catastrophe that will reshape both our lives. But he knows I have powers, and he's accepted that reality with remarkable ease. Perhaps it's because, deep down, he's always suspected he might be different too. I know he hopes for it, the son of Omni-Man, carrying Viltrumite DNA that will soon manifest in ways that will change him forever. For now, though, we're just two teenagers doing homework on a Friday night, pretending that the strangest thing in our lives is high school biology. And for a few hours at least, I can almost believe it. The weekend passes quietly. Saturday is once again consumed by the community cleanup, where I work alongside Amber and other volunteers, all while fielding concerned questions about the museum incident. Sunday brings a quiet day at home with Uncle Kenji, who's unusually attentive following the scare at the museum. By Monday morning, I've almost convinced myself that things might return to normal, at least as normal as they can be given my circumstances. That illusion shatters the moment I step into the school hallway and spot Eve waiting by my locker. She straightens when she sees me, her expression unreadable. "We need to talk." "About?" I keep my tone casual as I open my locker. "Not here." She glances around at the crowded hallway. "Lunch period. Meet me behind the gym." Before I can respond, she walks away, leaving me with a knot of apprehension in my stomach. Eve noticed something at the museum, something she's had the weekend to think about. The morning classes drag by, each minute bringing me closer to a confrontation I'm not sure how to handle. Mark catches my eye during history, raising an eyebrow in silent question. I give him a subtle nod, indicating everything's fine. When the lunch bell finally rings, I make my way to the designated meeting spot, finding Eve already waiting, arms crossed. "Thanks for coming," she says as I approach. "You didn't give me much choice," I reply. "What's this about?" She studies me for a moment, her analytical gaze uncomfortably perceptive. "What happened at the museum? What you did?" I maintain a neutral expression. "I threw a fire extinguisher at the sprinklers, created a distraction." "No," she says firmly. "What you really did. I saw you, Megumi. That gun didn't just fall apart, you did something to it." I consider my options. Denial seems pointless. Eve is too observant, too intelligent to be easily fooled. But I can't reveal everything either. "You're right," I admit finally. "I did something, but I'm not sure you'd believe me if I told you what." "Try me." Her posture relaxes slightly, encouraged by my honesty. "I've seen some pretty unbelievable things." "Have you?" I wonder. "You are already Adam Eve in this timeline." I looked that up, but you didn't react as I expected. "What is there different about you compared to the original?" "I have certain abilities," I say, echoing the explanation I gave Mark. "Energy manipulation. I can focus it to affect objects around me. Like cutting a gun in half with invisible energy?" I nod. "Among other things." "How long have you had these abilities?" "Very recently," I say, maintaining consistency with what I told Mark. "It's all still new to me." Eve uncrosses her arms, her expression softening slightly. "And what you did at the museum, that was control?" I hesitate. "Not entirely. It was more instinct than precision. I saw William in danger and just reacted." "That's not what I meant," she says, her voice dropping lower. "I heard what you said to them, about being a king, about them kneeling." I tense. "I don't remember saying that." "You did. And it wasn't just what you said. It was how you said it. Like you were someone else entirely." "Damn it. Why did they both notice that? Do they have that good of a hearing?" "Sometimes. When I use a lot of energy at once, it affects my mind." I repeat the explanation I gave Mark. "Makes me say things I don't remember later." She doesn't look convinced. "That's convenient." "It's the truth," I insist, then soften my tone. "Look, Eve, I don't fully understand these powers myself. All I know is that I used them to help our friends, and I'd prefer to keep them secret." "Why tell me, then? Why not just deny everything?" "Because you're too smart for that," I say honestly. "And because I respect you enough not to lie to your face." This seems to resonate with her. After a moment, she nods. "Fair enough. Does anyone else know?" "Mark. That's it." "And you want to keep it that way?" "I have to. I'm on probation, Eve. If word gets out that I'm different, who knows what happens next." Best case scenario, I'm back in juvie for violating some obscure term of my release. Worst case, I disappear into some government facility. She winces slightly at this. Exactly what I want. This could be an opportunity. I know Eve has had her own fair share of problems after revealing her powers to her friends. Becoming close allies with her as well as Mark will be very useful in the future. Besides that, I have already taken precautions for such a situation. It is why I am so calm despite everything. I am not a fool. I already made contingencies in case a situation arises where I am forced to use my abilities, and they become public. I understand discretion, she says finally. Your secret is safe with me. Thank you. She studies me for another moment. You know, there are others like you, people with abilities who use them to help others. I'm not looking to be a superhero, Eve, I say firmly. I just want to graduate high school without any more complications. A small smile touches her lips. Sometimes complications find us whether we want them or not. Don't I know it, I think grimly. If you ever need to talk about these abilities, she continues, or if you ever find yourself in over your head, let me know. I might be able to help. The offer is intriguing. Is this Eve reaching out as a fellow powered individual? Or simply as a concerned classmate? I appreciate that, I say carefully. Same goes for you. If you ever need help with anything unusual, something flickers in her eyes, recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of a suspicion. But she simply nods. We should get to the cafeteria before lunch ends, she says, glancing at her watch. People will wonder where we are. Who should be the female lead? Who do you guys suggest to be the love interest? I'm personally thinking Eve at the moment, but I'm open to suggestions since I don't really know much about the women in Invincible. Also, this isn't really necessary, it's more for my own ease. Could you, if you possible, also attach an image of the character so that I don't have to search them up? If not possible, then the name is still good enough. So yeah, I'm interested in hearing from you guys. See ya. Friends, the week following my conversations with Mark and Eve passes with a strange new normalcy. I maintain my routine classes, check-ins with Mr. Washington, community service hours, but the dynamics have shifted subtly. Mark watches me with a mix of fascination and concern, while Eve's analytical gaze follows me in the hallways, calculating and curious. By Friday, I've almost convinced myself that things might settle down. That illusion shatters when Ms. Jacobs, our chemistry teacher, announces a special project. For the next 3 weeks, she says, tapping a stack of papers on her desk, you'll be working in pairs on an advanced chemical analysis project. This will count for 30% of your final grade, so I suggest you take it seriously. I glance around the room, mentally cataloging potential partners. Mark isn't in this class, and William's already making eye contact with his usual lab partner. To save time, Ms. Jacobs continues, I've already assigned the pairs based on your academic strengths and areas for improvement. A collective groan rises from the class. Oh, come on, she chides. A little diversity in working styles will be good for you all. She begins reading names from her list. I tune out, staring at the periodic table on the wall and contemplating the irony of studying chemical elements when Eve can manipulate them at will. Fushiguro and Wilkins, Ms. Jacobs announces, bringing my attention sharply back to the present. Eve turns in her seat to look at me, one eyebrow raised. I give her a slight nod, acknowledging our new partnership. After class, Eve approaches my desk as I'm gathering my books. So, partners, she says, her tone carefully neutral. We should probably set up a schedule. I've got community service tomorrow morning, I reply, but I'm free in the afternoon. She nods. My place at 3? I have access to some equipment that might be useful. I hesitate, weighing the implications. Spending time alone with Eve means more opportunities for her to observe me, to ask questions I might not want to answer. But refusing would seem suspicious. Works for me, I agree finally. Text me your address. Already have your number from the class directory, she says, pulling out her phone. A moment later, my phone buzzes with a text. See you tomorrow. As she walks away, I can't help but notice the subtle confidence in her movements, the precision of her steps. Eve carries herself like someone who knows exactly who she is and what she's capable of, a stark contrast to the uncertain teenagers around us. I check my phone, finding her address and a brief message. Bring your notes on molecular binding. We'll need them for the first phase. Saturday arrives with clear skies and unseasonably warm weather. After completing my community service hours at the local park, picking up trash alongside other probationers under Mr. Washington's watchful eye, I head home to shower and change before meeting Eve. Uncle Kenji is working a day shift at the hospital, so the apartment is empty. I take the opportunity to practice my cursed energy techniques, focusing on precision and control rather than raw power. The dismantle technique comes more easily now, allowing me to slice through objects with increasing accuracy. By the time I leave for Eve's house, I feel more centered, more in control of both my abilities and my life. Eve's home is in a quiet neighborhood of well-maintained single-family houses, not quite as upscale as the Graysons area, but comfortable and respectable. Her house is a two-story colonial with a neatly trimmed lawn and flower beds showing the first signs of spring growth. She answers the door before I can knock, as if she sensed my approach. "Right on time," she says, stepping aside to let me in. "My parents are at a faculty retreat for the weekend. Dad's department at the university hosts it every year." The house is tastefully decorated in a style that speaks of academic sensibilities, bookshelves lined with scientific texts and literature classics, walls adorned with framed botanical prints and geological maps. It feels like a place where knowledge is valued above all else. "We can work in the basement," Eve says, leading me through the living room. I've converted part of it into a lab. I follow her down a carpeted staircase to a finished basement that's been divided into two sections. One half contains the standard fare, a couch, television, and game console. The other half, however, is anything but standard. A long workbench runs along one wall, equipped with what looks like professional-grade scientific equipment, microscopes, a small centrifuge, various testing apparatus, and a computer setup with dual monitors. Glass cabinets hold neatly labeled chemicals and supplies. "Impressive," I say, genuinely surprised. "School budget couldn't afford half of this." Eve shrugs, but I catch a hint of pride in her expression. "Science scholarships have their perks. Plus, my parents believe in fostering educational interests." She gestures to a stool at the workbench. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll get us some drinks before we start." As she heads back upstairs, I take the opportunity to examine the lab more closely. Everything is meticulously organized, with labeled containers and color-coded notebooks. One shelf holds a collection of academic journals, many featuring articles on molecular biology and quantum physics, reading material far beyond high school level. A corkboard above the desk displays various notes and diagrams, including what appears to be a complex molecular structure drawn with precise attention to detail. Near it, partially hidden behind other papers, I glimpse what looks like a costume design sketch, pink and white with a distinctive atom symbol. I quickly look away, not wanting to be caught examining it too closely. Eve returns with 2 glasses of iced tea, setting one beside me. "Find anything interesting?" "Just admiring your setup," I say, turning away from the corkboard. "You're serious about science." "It comes naturally to me," she replies with a small smile. "Now, about this project." She pulls out a folder containing the assignment details and spreads them on the workbench. For the next hour, we discuss approach and methodology, dividing tasks based on our strengths. The conversation flows easily, focused on the work at hand. As we begin setting up the initial experiments, Eve breaks the academic rhythm. "So," she says casually, measuring a chemical into a beaker, "your energy manipulation. Is it limited to cutting things? Or can you do more?" I pause, considering my response. "I'm still exploring the limits." She adjusts the flame under the beaker with practiced precision. "And what have you discovered so far?" "That precision is harder than raw output," I admit, deciding that limited honesty is the best approach. "And that it's tied to my emotional state. Like when you went all kneel before your king at the museum?" There's no judgment in her tone, just curiosity. I winced slightly. That was an anomaly. Was it? She looks up from her work, meeting my eyes directly. Or was it something else emerging? Something that's part of these new abilities. Her perception is uncomfortably accurate. I busy myself with adjusting the microscope to avoid her gaze. It's complicated. I understand complicated, she says softly. More than you might think. There's something in her voice, a vulnerability beneath the confident exterior, that makes me look up. Is she trying to slowly reveal her powers to me? If so, then this is going far faster and better than I expected. Without these barriers, she can become a formidable ally in the future. These powers, I say carefully, they make me feel different. When I use them, especially under pressure, it's like accessing a part of myself I didn't know existed. A more confident, more commanding part. Eve watches me with interest. And that part of you spoke at the museum? I nod, keeping my explanation vague but plausible. I think it has to do with control. Before my probation, I had a certain position in my old crew. People listened when I spoke. I was used to authority. This much is true from Megumi's memories. He had been a leader among his delinquent peers, respected and feared for his tactical mind and unflinching resolve. And when these powers emerged, that aspect of your personality came with them. Eve suggests, following my reasoning. Something like that. I agree, relieved she's accepting this explanation. The powers make me feel in control again. Maybe too much so. Eve considers this, absently twirling a pencil between her fingers. That makes sense. Power dynamics can be deeply ingrained in our psychological responses. But it could be dangerous if that part of you takes over in stressful situations. Hence the practice, I say, gesturing to the notebook where I've been recording my progress with cursed energy techniques. I need to understand what I can do and how to control it. Maybe I could help, she offers, setting down the pencil. With the scientific aspects, at least. Energy manipulation has to follow some kind of physical laws, even if they're not conventional ones. I raise an eyebrow. And why would you want to help me? Professional curiosity, she says with a slight smile. And maybe because I know what it's like to have questions about yourself that science might help answer. An interesting choice of words, vague enough to maintain her cover, but specific enough to suggest personal experience. I wonder how much she's willing to reveal about herself. I'd appreciate the perspective, I say. You clearly know your science. I do, she agrees without false modesty. And unusual phenomena are particularly interesting to me. For a moment, I'm tempted to let her know that I'm aware of her secret identity, to create a foundation of mutual understanding. But revealing that knowledge would raise too many questions about how I obtained it. Saying she looks the same isn't sufficient after all many others haven't connected the dots. She's smart enough to know there would be a different cause. Better to let her maintain her privacy while we build trust naturally. So what kind of experiments did you have in mind? I ask instead. Controlled conditions, she says, her eyes lighting up with scientific enthusiasm. Documenting your abilities under different parameters, analyzing energy patterns, testing limits and applications. That sounds remarkably thorough. Science usually is, she replies with a smile. But we can start simple. Show me something basic, something you have good control over. I hesitate, then extend my hand toward a pencil on the desk. Focusing my cursed energy, I whisper, dismantle. The pencil splits cleanly in half, both pieces rolling slightly on the desktop. Eve leans forward, fascinated. No visible energy discharge, but definite molecular separation along a precise plane. She picks up the pencil halves, examining the perfectly smooth cut. Did you feel resistance? Energy expenditure. Minimal, I admit. A pencil is easy. Denser materials require more focus, more energy. And living tissue? I tense at the question. I haven't tried, and don't plan to. Not yet. She nods, seemingly relieved. Good. That's a boundary worth maintaining. She sets down the pencil halves and retrieves a notebook from a drawer. Let's document what we know so far, then design some basic tests. For the next 2 hours, we alternate between working on our chemistry project and exploring my abilities. Eve approaches both with the same methodical precision, taking notes, asking insightful questions, suggesting refinements to my techniques. Her scientific perspective is illuminating. She helps me understand the relationship between visualization and energy flow, suggesting that my mental focus acts as a channel for the cursed energy. It's like the word dismantle creates a conceptual framework. She theorizes, sketching a diagram in her notebook. Your mind defines the outcome, and the energy conforms to that definition. That actually makes sense, I state, acting surprised. Well, I am indeed surprised by her insight, for it is something I of course already knew, but that she realized it from so little information is remarkable. I've been thinking of it as a technique to be mastered, but it's more about intent and visualization. I continue. Exactly. The technique is just the vehicle for your intent. Her eyes are bright with intellectual excitement. Try this instead of focusing on cutting. Visualize separating the molecular bonds. I pick up a small glass beaker, concentrating on the molecular structure as Eve described. Dismantle, I whisper. The beaker separates along a perfect horizontal line. The two have settling gently onto the table without a single jagged edge. That was cleaner than before. I observe, intentional. It would help to show some improvement. I at first wished not to show her the extent of the cutting ability since she should be able to sense how it cleaves through the bonds, but this much should be all right. It is not the full capacity of what I have mastered. Because you were working with the material structure rather than against it, Eve explains. Energy follows the path of least resistance when properly directed. As the afternoon progresses, our conversation drifts from abilities to more personal topics. Eve tells me about her childhood as a science prodigy, carefully avoiding any mention of her superhero activities, but sharing her struggle to fit in with peers who couldn't understand her interests. In return, I share modified versions of Megumi's memories, the loss of his parents, the spiral into delinquency, the intervention that set him on a better path. It's strange, Eve says as we clean up the lab. When you first transferred to our school, I thought you were just another tough guy with an attitude. Now I realize there's a lot more beneath the surface. Most people don't look beneath the surface, I reply, packing my notes into my backpack. Their loss, she says simply. There's something refreshing about Eve's directness, her intellectual curiosity that extends beyond textbooks to the world around her. In another life, I might have shared my knowledge of her secret identity, formed an alliance based on mutual understanding of what it means to harbor extraordinary abilities. But in this life, with its complex web of secrets and survival imperatives, I need to maintain certain boundaries, even as others begin to blur. As I prepare to leave, Eve walks me to the door. The setting sun casts long shadows across her front yard, painting the world in amber and gold. Same time next weekend? She asks. For the project and the other research. I nod. I'd like that. She hesitates, then adds, there's a physics lecture at the university next Friday evening on quantum entanglement. Might be relevant to understanding energy transfer principles. Sounds interesting, I say. We could grab dinner before if you want. A smile touches her lips. I'd like that. Acceleration. The week following my initial study session with Eve passes with surprising speed. Our chemistry project progresses steadily, her scientific approach complementing my analytical mindset in ways that make the work both efficient and, unexpectedly, enjoyable. By the time Friday arrives, I find myself looking forward to our planned evening, the physics lecture, and dinner beforehand. It's a strange feeling, this anticipation for something so normal, so disconnected from my larger concerns about Viltrumites and survival. I spend the afternoon at my mandatory therapy session with Dr. Levine, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a penetrating gaze that always makes me original Megumi feel she can see through the carefully constructed persona he presented. Today's topic is future planning, ironically appropriate given how uncertain the future actually is. Have you given more thought to college applications? She asks, pen poised over her notepad. Your uncle mentioned you were considering pre-med. I'm exploring options, I reply noncommittally. Science has always interested me. That's good, she says, making a note. Focusing on long-term goals is an important part of your rehabilitation process. It gives you something positive to work toward. I've also been spending time with some new friends, I offer, knowing she values social connections as signs of progress. Working on a chemistry project with Eve Wilkins. Dr. Levine's eyebrows rise slightly. Eve Wilkins? The science prodigy? That's an interesting partnership. Ms. Jacobs assigned us as partners, I explain. But it's been educational. In what way? I choose my words carefully. Eve approaches problems differently than I do, more methodically. It's helping me see other perspectives. Dr. Levine smiles, clearly pleased. That's excellent, Megumi. Broadening your social circle beyond Mark and William, especially with someone who challenges you intellectually, is a positive step. The rest of the session continues in this vein, discussing school, my community service, my relationship with Uncle Kenji. I provide enough genuine details to satisfy her professional curiosity while keeping my true circumstances carefully hidden. By the time I leave her office, I have just enough time to return home, change, and meet Eve for dinner before the lecture. We've agreed to meet at a small Thai restaurant near the university campus. When I arrive, Eve is already waiting outside, dressed more formally than I'm used to seeing her at school. Dark jeans, a fitted blazer over a simple top, her hair pulled back in a way that accentuates her features. You clean up nice, Fushiguro, she says with a slight smile as I approach. You too, I reply, suddenly aware that this evening has taken on layers beyond mere academic collaboration. Is this a date? No, that's impossible. We don't know each other well enough to even think of such a thing. Besides that, the reputation I have is that of a former gangster. I don't think a hero would see that as prospective relationship material. I'm just looking too much into it. The restaurant is cozy and dimly lit, popular with university students but not overcrowded. We're seated at a corner table that offers both privacy and a view of the entire space, a tactical advantage I appreciate automatically. After ordering, Eve leans forward slightly. So, how's your control coming along? Any practice since our session? I nod, keeping my voice low. Some. I've been working on precision with smaller objects. Your visualization technique helped. Good, she says, looking genuinely pleased. The lecture tonight might give us some new ideas. Professor Zhang is a leading researcher in quantum mechanics. His work on particle entanglement has implications for energy transfer that could be relevant to your abilities. You seem to know a lot about his research, I observe. Eve shrugs, but there's a hint of pride in her expression. I've read all his published papers. He's brilliant, approaches quantum physics from angles most researchers don't consider. Our food arrives, momentarily pausing the conversation. As we eat, the discussion shifts to more mundane topics: school, the chemistry project, mutual complaints about Mr. Birch's history exams. Mark mentioned you're having dinner with his family again this Sunday. Eve says, twirling noodles around her fork. His mother invited me. I confirm, wondering how much Mark has told her about me. She worries about me being alone when my uncle works weekends. The Graysons seem nice, Eve comments. I've only met Mrs. Grayson at school functions, but she always makes a point to talk to all the students. She is. I agree, thinking of Debbie's genuine warmth. Mr. Grayson is more reserved. Eve's expression shifts subtly. I imagine he would be. Being Omni-Man probably keeps him busy. I freeze, my fork halfway to my mouth. Did she just? Eve continues eating calmly, as if she hadn't just dropped a bombshell. After a moment, she looks up, meeting my startled gaze with a steady one of her own. What? She asks innocently. Did you think I wouldn't know you had figured it out? Or that I wouldn't figure it out myself? I set my fork down carefully. Most people haven't. Did she know this in canon so soon? Damn it, why wasn't I one of those obsessed people who made a story their entire lives? If I knew I would end up in this world, I would have watched the show and read the comics 100 times over. I'm not most people, she says simply. Mark and you are far too close for that secret to be, especially since you have your own abilities. Besides that, the physical resemblance between Mr. Nolan and Omni-Man is obvious once you're looking for it. Plus, the two are never seen in the same place, and Mark's always making excuses for his father's absences that coincide with Omni-Man's appearances. Her deductive reasoning is impressive, if concerning. If she's pieced this together, what else might she have deduced? Does Mark know that you know? Ask. She shakes her head. We've never discussed it directly. I think he assumes I don't know. She takes a sip of her water. I respect his privacy. It's not my place to bring it up unless he does. I nod, appreciating her discretion even as I recalibrate my understanding of her awareness. That's considerate. It's basic decency, she counters. Everyone's entitled to their secrets. The irony of her statement hangs between us. I study her for a moment, weighing my next words carefully. Including you? I ask quietly. Her eyes meet mine, unflinching but guarded. What do you mean? I could press the issue, acknowledge that I know she's Adam Eve, create a foundation of mutual disclosure. But something holds me back, perhaps the same respect for boundaries she's just expressed, or perhaps the strategic value of maintaining some asymmetry in our knowledge of each other. Nothing specific, I say instead. Just that everyone has things they keep to themselves. She seems to relax slightly, though her gaze remains assessing. True enough. Though I think you have more than most, Megumi Fushiguro. My life's an open book, I reply with a slight smile. Juvenile record and all. Right? She says, not buying it for a second. The reformed delinquent who can cut objects in half with invisible energy and speaks like royalty when threatened. When you put it that way, it does sound unusual. She laughs, a genuine sound that lightens the tension between us. Just a bit. We finish our meal with the conversation returning to safer topics. As we walk to the university for the lecture, Eve brings up the subject again, her tone casual but her words deliberate. You know, I've been thinking about your abilities, she says. The way you manipulate energy, it's not unlike what some of the heroes can do. I suppose, I reply non-committally. Have you ever thought about using them that way? I glance at her, trying to read her intent. Is she recruiting? Testing me? The question warrants careful consideration. My initial instinct is to dismiss the idea. My primary focus has always been survival and preparation for the Viltrumite threat. But as I think about it more deeply, I realize there might be strategic value in establishing connections within the hero community. From my knowledge of the comics, many of these heroes possess remarkable abilities that could be invaluable against the coming threats. Rex Splode, for instance, despite his abrasive personality, his power to charge objects with explosive energy had proven capable of harming even Viltrumites in certain timelines. His kamikaze attack killed an alternate version of Mark, if I remember correctly. The original Monster Girl's transformation abilities, Robot's genius, all potentially useful allies. If controlled, of course. I would need to establish my authority just like I did 1,000 years ago in the Heian era when I made the Fujiwara clan head prostrate before me in a pool of his own son, daughter and wife's blood. Not that dramatic, of course, but the point still stands. Besides them, there's the Global Defense Agency, with its resources and intelligence networks. Cecil Stedman might be a manipulative bureaucrat, but his organization has access to technology and information that could prove crucial. I've considered it, I admit finally, though not for the usual reasons. Eve raises an eyebrow. What reasons would those be? Again, lying is foolish. I need Eve and Mark to eventually see me as their best friend, one they seek guidance from and respect the authority of. Such a bond can only be developed on perfect honesty, though that doesn't mean I need to reveal much. Honesty doesn't mean being an open book. Strategic alliances, I say. The world is full of threats, some we know about, others we don't. Having connections to people with different abilities and resources seems prudent. That's an unusually pragmatic view of heroism, she observes. I shrug. I'm a pragmatic person. My past experiences taught me the value of having the right allies. So you see it as building a network? Not about helping people. The two aren't mutually exclusive, I counter. Building connections with capable individuals means more effective responses to threats. That helps people by extension. She studies me for a moment, her expression thoughtful. You have an interesting perspective, Megumi. Most people who consider hero work are driven by more idealistic motives. Idealism without strategy leads to wasted potential. I say, look at the team talented individuals who could accomplish so much more with better use of their abilities, coordination and resource sharing. Eve's eyes widen slightly at my mention of the superhero group. You know about the team? They're hardly a secret. They've been in the news, and Mark talks about superheroes all the time. I explain. This is a good way to make her begin to question, to perhaps by herself reveal her identity and seek my perspective that way. She seems to accept this explanation. Fair enough. And you're not wrong about the coordination issues. Heroes tend to operate independently, which isn't always the most effective approach. We reach the physics building before the conversation can continue further. The lecture hall is already filling with students and faculty, creating a welcome diversion from the increasingly complex territory we've been navigating. Professor Zhang's presentation is as enlightening as Eve promised. His theories on quantum entanglement and energy transfer across spacetime offer intriguing possibilities for understanding and potentially enhancing my cursed energy techniques. Throughout the lecture, I'm acutely aware of Eve beside me, her focus intense as she takes detailed notes, occasionally glancing my way when a particularly relevant point is made. There's something almost intimate about sharing this intellectual experience, both of us finding different applications in the same information. When the lecture concludes, we join the crowd filing out of the hall, discussing the implications of Zhang's research for my abilities. The way he described quantum coupling could explain how your energy maintains coherence during the cutting process. Eve suggests as we step into the cool evening air. It's not just force being applied, it's a precise manipulation of molecular bonds. That would explain why different materials require different levels of concentration. I agree. I'm not just pushing harder, I'm adapting to more complex molecular structures. Exactly. Her eyes light up with scientific enthusiasm. We should test this with various compounds. See if the difficulty correlates with molecular complexity rather than density. Her excitement is contagious, and I find myself genuinely engaged in the theoretical exploration. It's been a long time, perhaps ever since I've allowed myself to simply enjoy the process of discovery without calculating its immediate strategic value. Our discussion is interrupted by a distant explosion that shatters the evening calm. Both our heads snap toward the sound, coming from downtown. A plume of smoke rises against the darkening sky. Eve tenses beside me, her posture shifting subtly. I recognize the change immediately. It's the transition from civilian to combatant, a physical readiness I know intimately. That doesn't look good, she says, her voice carefully neutral despite the alert focus in her eyes. No, I agree, already mapping the quickest route downtown in my mind. She glances at her phone, then back at me with a too casual expression. I just remembered I promised my mom I'd help with something tonight. I should probably get going. Of course, I reply, accepting the transparent excuse. I should head back too. Curfew and all. We stand there for a moment, both aware of the pretense, neither willing to be the first to drop it. Thanks for coming tonight, she says finally. I had a good time. Me too, I reply and find that I mean it. We should do this again. Definitely. She hesitates, then surprises me by stepping forward for a quick hug. Get home safe, okay? The brief contact is unexpected, and I find myself momentarily caught off guard by the casual intimacy. By the time I recover, she's already stepping back. You too, I manage. Text me when you get home. She nods and turns to leave, walking quickly toward the campus parking lot. I watch her go, noting how she chooses a route with plenty of concealment opportunities once she's out of my sight. I wait until she's disappeared from view before moving myself, but instead of heading home, I make my way toward downtown. Whatever's happening there warrants investigation, both for strategic information and to ensure it's not the beginning of something larger. As I navigate through side streets and alleyways, I reflect on the evening's revelations. Eve is more aware than I'd given her credit for. She knows about Nolan, and her questions about heroics suggest she might be probing to see if I've deduced her own secret identity. The smoke plume grows larger as I approach downtown. Emergency vehicles wail past, their sirens echoing off the buildings. I stick to the shadows, moving with practiced stealth toward the center of the disturbance. The source becomes clear as I draw closer. A mid-sized research facility with quantum dynamics, emblazoned on its facade, is partially collapsed, flames licking from shattered windows on the upper floors. Police have established a perimeter, keeping onlookers at bay while firefighters battle the blaze. And there, hovering above the chaos, is a familiar pink-tinged figure, Eve, using her powers to contain debris and support structural elements that threaten to collapse further. I observe from the shelter of an alleyway across the street, assessing the situation. This doesn't appear to be villain-related, more likely an accident or possibly industrial sabotage. But it's an opportunity to see Eve in action, to understand her capabilities in a crisis. She works with impressive efficiency, coordinating seamlessly with emergency responders while using her molecular manipulation to prevent further collapse and contain hazardous materials. This isn't a novice hero. This is someone with experience and training, which makes one still wonder what was different that day in the museum. As I watch, I consider the potential of my plan of forming an alliance with her and potentially other heroes. With my foreknowledge of coming threats and their individual capabilities, I could help coordinate a more effective defense than what occurred in the original timeline. I think back once more to how Rexplode had managed to significantly damage an alternate universe version of Mark, a feat that required his sacrifice in that timeline. It is an incredible feat no matter how many times one thinks about it, since Mark has the potential of becoming the strongest of them. Hell, he became the emperor of the Viltrum Empire in the comics. With proper preparation and strategy, such desperate measures might be avoided. The right combination of powers, deployed with tactical precision, could be far more effective than the disjointed resistance of the original timeline. Cecil Stedman and his Global Defense Agency would inevitably be a complication. His paranoia and controlling nature would make him view my sudden emergence with suspicion. But even that could be managed with careful positioning and selective disclosure of information. I watch for nearly 20 minutes, gathering what intelligence I can. From overheard police communications, it seems the explosion originated in a high-security lab on the 3rd floor. No fatalities reported, but several researchers have been hospitalized with injuries. When I'm satisfied there's nothing more to learn, I slip away, taking a circuitous route back toward my neighborhood. As I walk, my phone buzzes with a text from Eve. Home safe. Saw the news about the explosion downtown. Hope you got back okay. Maintaining our shared fiction, even through text. I can appreciate the commitment to her cover. Just got in, I reply. Heard about the explosion. Looks serious. Yeah, she responds a moment later. Saw on the news that Eve was helping. Good thing we have heroes in this city. I smile slightly at her third-person reference to herself. Good timing on her part. There's a pause before her next message appears. The lecture gave me some ideas for your energy control. Let's talk tomorrow. Sounds good. I text back. Good night, Eve. Good night, Megumi. I pocket my phone and continue home, my mind processing the evening's events. The lecture had indeed been illuminating, both scientifically and in terms of my understanding of Eve Wilkins. She's more perceptive, more capable than I initially gave her credit for, and perhaps more valuable as a potential ally than I'd anticipated. Sunday arrives with clear skies and mild temperatures, perfect spring weather for the dinner at the Graysons. I spend the morning practicing with my cursed energy techniques. I arrive at the Grayson house at precisely 5 o'clock, a bottle of sparkling cider in hand, Uncle Kenji's suggestion for a proper dinner guest contribution. Debbie answers the door with her usual warm smile. Megumi, come in, come in. Mark's helping his father in the backyard, and I'm just finishing up in the kitchen. The house smells of roasting meat and herbs, making my stomach growl appreciatively. Even before being Sukuna, I always loved food. I follow Debbie to the kitchen, where she accepts the cider with genuine thanks. This is thoughtful of you, she says, placing it in the refrigerator. Dinner's almost ready. Would you mind telling the boys to come in and wash up? I nod and head through the house to the back door, stepping onto a well-maintained patio that overlooks a spacious yard. Mark and Nolan are at the far end, apparently engaged in some kind of physical training. I pause, observing. Mark is attempting to lift what appears to be an enormous weight, something that would be impossible for a normal human. Nolan stands nearby, arms crossed, watching with a critical eye. You're still not focusing your strength properly, he says as Mark struggles. It's not about the muscles, it's about channeling your power through your entire body. I'm trying. Mark grunts, his face red with exertion. I realize I'm witnessing something significant. Mark's powers have manifested, and Nolan is training him in their use. This aligns with the timeline I remember from the comics, but seeing it in person sends a chill down my spine. Events are progressing toward the inevitable confrontation. Nolan notices me first, his head turning with the alertness of a predator sensing movement. Ah, Megumi, didn't hear you come out. Mark drops the weight with a heavy thud, looking both embarrassed and relieved. Hey, is it dinner time already? Your mother sent me to get you both, I say, keeping my expression neutral despite the scene I've just witnessed. She says it's almost ready. Great, Mark says with forced casualness. We were just, doing some yard work. Of course, I reply, playing along with the obvious fiction. Heavy lifting. Nolan studies me with that penetrating gaze that always makes me feel he can see more than he should. Mark's been helping me with some landscaping projects, building his strength. Dad thinks I should try out for the football team next year. Mark adds, the lie coming easily to him. I wonder how long he's planning to keep this secret, how many excuses he's mentally invented. He should know I will find out. I already found out about his dad after all. You'd be good at it, I say, which is true enough. With Viltrumite's strength, he'd dominate any human sport. The three of us head inside, Mark and Nolan washing up while I help Debbie set the table. Dinner is served family style, a perfectly roasted beef tenderloin, garlic mashed potatoes, fresh vegetables, and warm rolls. It's the kind of wholesome, abundant meal that speaks of American domestic comfort, a stark contrast to the cosmic drama unfolding beneath the surface. So, Megumi, Nolan says as we begin eating, Mark tells me you've been spending time with Eve Wilkins recently. I glance at Mark, who shrugs apologetically. We're partners on a chemistry project, I explain, and we attended a physics lecture together on Friday. Eve's the science prodigy, right? Debbie asks. I've met her parents at school functions. Lovely people. Really? Is it different here, or are they just that good at public appearances? She's really smart, Mark adds. Like scary smart. She helps me with biology sometimes. A physics lecture? Nolan raises an eyebrow. That sounds rather advanced for high school students. It was at the university, I say. Professor Zhang on quantum entanglement. Eve follows his research. Ambitious, Nolan comments, his tone suggesting approval. It's good to see young people taking initiative with their education. The conversation flows from there to more general topic: school events, local news, Debbie's work with a community garden project. Throughout it all, I as always observe the family dynamics with careful attention. Mark seems more confident than in previous interactions, perhaps empowered by his newly manifested abilities. Debbie is as warm and engaging as ever, clearly delighting in having her family together for a meal. And Nolan is harder to read. He plays the role of devoted husband and father with convincing skill, but I catch moments a distant look, a slight pause before responding to domestic matters that hint at his true nature. His attention to Mark has intensified, though subtly. He's preparing his son, grooming him perhaps to join his conquest. After dinner, while Debbie serves dessert, a homemade apple pie that smells magnificent, Nolan steers the conversation in an unexpected direction. I heard about that explosion at Quantum Dynamics the other night, he says, his tone casual but his eyes alert. Nasty business. I was out of town, but the news coverage showed significant damage. Yeah, it looked bad, Mark agrees. Eve was there helping, though. Indeed, Nolan says thoughtfully. These powered individuals are becoming more prevalent. Some with impressive abilities. His gaze shifts to me. What do you think about that, Megumi? This rise of superhumans in our society. The question feels like a test, though of what I'm not certain. Does he know about my abilities somehow? I consider my response carefully. I think power always exists, I say finally. Throughout history, there have been individuals with advantages, whether that's strength, intelligence, wealth, or political influence. What matters is how they use those advantages. Nolan's expression remains neutral, but something in his eyes sharpens. And how should they use them, in your view? Responsibly, I reply, meeting his gaze steadily, with an understanding that greater power brings greater impact, for better or worse. A diplomatic answer, he says with a slight smile. But surely you must have an opinion on whether these powered individuals should be operating independently, outside traditional authority structures? Now I see where he's going, probing my views on superhero autonomy versus government control. It's a political question with personal implications for everyone at this table. Is he trying to subtly use me as someone Mark trusts as eventual support of his own views? I think systems exist for a reason, I say carefully. But systems can be flawed, corrupt, or simply inadequate for new challenges. Sometimes individuals need to act according to their own judgment, even if that judgment conflicts with established laws. Nolan presses. Laws aren't always just, I counter. They're made by people with limited perspectives and often serve those already in power. Dad, are we really having a political debate over dessert? Mark interjects, looking uncomfortable. Debbie laughs lightly. Your father can't help himself. Once a topic interests him, he's like a dog with a bone. Nolan smiles, the intensity in his expression receding. Just engaging in philosophical discussion. Megumi has interesting perspectives. The conversation shifts to lighter topics after that, but I'm left with the distinct impression that I've revealed more to Nolan than I intended, or perhaps exactly what I needed to. The exchange feels significant, though I'm still not yet exactly sure how. As the evening winds down, Mark suggests showing me a new video game in his room, an obvious ploy to speak privately. Once upstairs with the door closed, he turns to me with an anxious expression. Sorry about my dad's interrogation, he says in a low voice. He gets like that sometimes. It's fine, I assure him. He's just curious. Mark hesitates, then says, There's something I need to tell you. Something big. I may have overestimated Mark's desire to hide his new situation from me. I have powers now, he says finally, his voice a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Like my dad. They started manifesting a couple weeks ago. I feign surprise, though not shock. That explains the yard work I saw earlier. He nods eagerly. Dad's been training me. It's intense but amazing. I can fly, Megumi. And I'm super strong and nearly invulnerable. Viltrumite heritage, I say, nodding in understanding. Yeah, Mark confirms, a hint of pride in his voice. Dad's always been talking about how it will be like being a Viltrumite, but it's different actually having the powers myself. It's interesting how the world accepts Nolan's narrative so completely. Everyone knows Omni-Man is a Viltrumite from the planet Viltrum, sent to Earth as a protector and guardian. The public image is one of noble aliens with a mission to help less developed worlds, a story Nolan has carefully cultivated over decades. No one suspects the truth, that Viltrumites are conquerors, not saviors, and that Earth is just another target for their empire. An important target at that, a breeding ground, since their race has dwindled to less than 100 marks. Compatibility with their DNA is proof that Earth is the best planet for their species to repopulate. What's it like? I ask, genuinely curious about Mark's experience. Having that kind of power suddenly manifest? It's wild, he admits. One day I'm normal, the next I'm lifting cars and flying. Dad says I'll get used to it, that it'll become second nature. What are you going to do with them? I ask, genuinely curious about his intentions at this stage. His face lights up. I want to be a hero like my dad. Help people, save lives. He's going to help me design a costume and everything. The innocence in his enthusiasm is both touching and tragic. He has no idea what's coming, no concept of his father's true mission or the conflict that awaits them. That's big, I say, unsure how else to respond. I know. He sits on the edge of his bed, suddenly serious. I haven't told anyone else, not even William, but since you already know about my dad, and you have your own abilities, I wanted you to know. I'm touched by his trust, even as I recognize the strategic value of being in his confidence during this critical period. I appreciate that, I tell him sincerely, and I'm here if you need to talk about it. Just don't rush anything. New abilities will take time to get familiar with, believe me. That's basically what Dad says, though he's pushing pretty hard with the training. Mark glances at the door, lowering his voice further. Between you and me, I think he's got big plans. He keeps talking about legacy and responsibility to the greater good. That sounds ominous, though not unexpected. I wonder if the immortal didn't get in the way. Cecil didn't find out what exactly was the narrative Nolan would have constructed for his son, how much truth mixed with how many lies. Just make sure whatever you do with these powers is your choice, I say carefully. Not anyone else's. Mark looks at me curiously. That's an odd thing to say. I shrug, trying to appear casual. Power attracts people who want to direct it for their own purposes. Even people who care about you might have their own agendas. You mean my dad? He sounds defensive now. I mean anyone. I clarify, backpedaling slightly. Parents, teachers, governments. Everyone has their own idea of how power should be used. He considers this, then nods slowly. I guess that makes sense. But my dad's Omni-Man. He knows what he's doing. Of course, I agree, letting the subject drop. Pushing further would only raise suspicions. So when do you make your debut as, what's your hero name going to be? The conversation shifts to lighter territory, costume designs, potential names, the logistics of balancing superheroics with high school. Mark is full of excitement and plans, and I listen with a mixture of genuine interest and strategic assessment. The more I know about his development, the better prepared I'll be when everything falls apart. As we talk, a new idea begins to form in my mind. Perhaps I should consider a more active approach to building alliances, not just with Eve, but potentially with other heroes as well. If Mark is going to enter the hero community, having a presence there myself could provide valuable insights and connections. The thought of dealing with Cecil Stedman and his bureaucratic machinations is once again not appealing, but the potential strategic advantages might outweigh the annoyances. With my foreknowledge and abilities, I could truly potentially guide events in a more favorable direction than they took in the original timeline. Eventually, Debbie calls up that it's getting late, and I should probably head home before curfew. I say my goodbyes, thanking the Graysons for their hospitality. Nolan shakes my hand at the door, his grip like always firm but carefully modulated, the control of someone who could crush bones to powder with minimal effort. Always good to have you, Megumi, he says. Our discussions are stimulating. Thank you for having me, sir. I reply, maintaining the respectful demeanor expected from a teenager addressing an adult. Perhaps next time we can continue our conversation about power and responsibility, he suggests with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. I find your perspective refreshing. The comment feels loaded with unspoken meaning, but I simply nod. I'd like that. As I walk home through the quiet suburban streets, I process the evening's revelations. Mark's powers have manifested, and Nolan is actively training him, which means the timeline is accelerating. The confrontation between father and son, the revelation of the Viltrumite agenda, the violence that will tear this family apart, all of it is approaching faster than I'd anticipated. I need to accelerate my own preparations. The cursed energy techniques are developing well, but I need more power, more strategic advantages before the crisis breaks. And I need allies, people who might stand with me when the world starts falling apart. The hero community, with all its flawed and complex individuals, represents a potential resource that I simply can't afford to ignore anymore. Rexplode, Monster Girl, Black Samson, Robot, Duplicate, Shrinking Ray, each with unique abilities that could be leveraged more effectively with proper coordination and strategy. In the original timeline, many of these heroes died needlessly, their potential wasted due to lack of preparation and coordination. I truly might be able to change that outcome to harness their abilities in ways that maximize their effectiveness against the Viltrumite threat. My thoughts turned to Eve. With her molecular manipulation abilities and her obvious intelligence, she could be a valuable first connection to this community. But that would require trust, disclosure, a level of vulnerability I'm not sure I'm prepared to risk. As I reach my apartment building, my phone buzzes with a text. It's from Eve. Hope dinner with the Graysons went well. Still on for our study session tomorrow. I smile slightly at the timing. Dinner was interesting. And yes, still on for tomorrow. I have some new insights from the lecture to discuss. Her reply comes quickly. Looking forward to it. Good night, Megumi. Good night, Eve. I text back. I enter the quiet apartment, finding a note from Uncle Kenji saying he's been called in for an emergency shift at the hospital. The solitude is welcome. I have much to consider, plans to adjust, strategies to develop. As I prepare for bed, I can't shake the feeling that I'm balancing on the edge of a precipice. Events are accelerating, pieces moving into position for a confrontation that will reshape this world. And somehow, I've become a player in this cosmic drama rather than merely an observer. I suppose I need to accept my title once more. The people will whisper it once more. The honored one ally. 2 months have passed since the dinner at the Graysons and the realization that Mark's powers had manifested. Spring has given way to early summer, bringing longer days and the promise of freedom as the school year approaches its end. In that time, much has changed. My control over cursed energy has improved significantly, now able to once more do the reversed curse technique. This is thanks in no small part to the scientific approach Eve and I developed during our regular study sessions, plus of course my life as Sukuna. It helped though understanding my power more in the scientific perspective rather than only through the lens of jujitsu. Though my RCT is only known to me, I have no desire to reveal its existence unless necessary. Also, what began as a chemistry project partnership has evolved into something deeper, a friendship built on shared intelligence and mutual respect. Mark, meanwhile, has been living a double life. By day, he's still the perpetually late, somewhat awkward teenager I've come to genuinely care about. By night, he's training with his father and, according to news reports, making his first appearances as a superhero under the name Invincible. The costume is almost exactly as I remember from the show and comics, blue and yellow, a small contrast to his father's white and red, designed to evoke his father's image while establishing his own identity. I've maintained my cover as Megumi Fushiguro, reformed delinquent. The probation check-ins with Ms. Chun continue, as do the community service hours under Mr. Washington's supervision. For 2 more months, luckily, and then I'm finally free from the nonsense. Uncle Kenji remains oblivious to my abilities, his long hospital shifts keeping him largely absent from my daily life. But beneath this normalcy, I've been preparing. The abandoned construction site has become my regular training ground, a place to push the limits of my abilities without witnesses. The 10 Shadows technique is becoming more accessible, allowing me to summon several Shikigami besides the divine dogs having tamed Nu and the frog. A quick dismantle was enough for both. About something important today, however, might mark a turning point in my carefully constructed existence. Eve texted me this morning, asking to meet at her house after school. We need to talk, the message read. Just you and me. The tone was different from our usual exchanges, more serious, more deliberate. I've spent the day considering the possibilities. Is she finally doing what I think she's doing? As I approach her house in the late afternoon sunshine, I find myself unusually tense. I've grown accustomed to Eve's company, to our intellectual exchanges and scientific explorations. The prospect of something unexpected disrupting that equilibrium is unsettling. She answers the door before I can knock, just as she did that first time. But today, her expression is different, determined, but with an underlying nervousness that's uncharacteristic of her usual confidence. Thanks for coming, she says, leading me inside. My parents are at a conference in Boston until Sunday. I thought we could use the privacy. I follow her to the living room rather than the basement lab, another departure from our routine. She gestures for me to sit on the couch while she takes the armchair opposite, her posture rigid with tension. Is everything okay? I ask, keeping my tone neutral despite my growing concern. Eve takes a deep breath, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. I've been thinking a lot about our conversations, about abilities and responsibility, about trust. I nod, waiting for her to continue. You've been honest with me about your powers, she says carefully. At least as honest as you felt you could be, and I appreciate that. But I haven't been completely honest with you. Here it comes, I think, maintaining a composed expression. She begins, then stops, visibly steeling herself. There's something I need to show you. She stands, moving to the center of the room where there's open space. I watch, fascinated, as she closes her eyes in concentration. A soft pink glow emanates from her hands, spreading to encompass her entire body. Her casual clothes shimmer and transform, molecules rearranging themselves into the familiar pink and white costume with its distinctive atom symbol. In seconds, Atom Eve stands before me, her expression a mixture of defiance and vulnerability. This is who I am, she says, her voice steady despite the tension evident in her body. I'm Atom Eve. I take a moment to absorb the sight, to appreciate the courage this revelation requires. I can see the subtle signs of her anxiety, the slight rigidity in her posture, the carefully controlled breathing, the way her eyes constantly assess my reaction. She's forcing herself to appear calm, but beneath that facade, she's preparing for rejection. I suspected as much, I say finally, keeping my tone gentle. The physics knowledge, your interest in my abilities, your disappearance during the explosion downtown. It made sense. Her eyes widened slightly. You knew. I had a strong suspicion, I clarify, but I respected your privacy. We all have our reasons for keeping secrets. She transforms back to her civilian clothes, the pink glow fading as she sits down again, closer to me this time. I haven't told anyone in a long time, she admits quietly. Not voluntarily, at least. I catch the implication in her words. Someone found out? A shadow crosses her face. Several times, actually. Didn't go well. I wait, giving her space to elaborate if she chooses. The first time was in middle school, she continues after a moment. I thought I could trust my best friend. I showed her what I could do, thinking she'd think it was cool. Eve's voice hardens slightly. The next day, everyone knew. Kids avoided me, called me a freak. She told her parents, who called the school, who called some government agency. It was a mess. I'm sorry, I say, genuinely empathetic. That must have been difficult. We had to move, she says matter-of-factly. Change schools, start over. My parents were furious. They've always been protective about my abilities, worried about what might happen if the wrong people found out. I nod, understanding dawning. So, at the museum, I froze. She admits, shame coloring her voice. It wasn't the danger I've faced worse with the teen team. It was the situation. So unexpected, so public, with everyone I know watching. I kept thinking about what happened before, about exposing myself, about the consequences. She looks down at her hands. I've never had to deal with something like that without warning, without backup, while also trying to protect my identity. I recall her expression that day, not just fear of the gunman, but fear of something deeper, more personal. It's hard to explain, she continues, but there's this panic that sets in. What if I use my powers and everyone sees? What if I have to leave school again, leave my friends, start over somewhere new? What if this time they take me away for studies, or worse? She looks up, meeting my eyes directly. I know it sounds selfish, but in that moment, I just couldn't move. It's not selfish, I tell her. It's human. We all have our traumas, our triggers. But you acted, she points out. You risked exposure to save William. I consider this. Different circumstances, different past. My exposure risks probation violation, not government experimentation. Still, she insists, it was brave. I smile slightly. Or just impulsive? A small laugh escapes her, breaking some of the tension. Maybe both. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment before she speaks again. I'm telling you this because I understand your situation better than most. Having abilities that you need to hide, living with the constant fear of discovery. She hesitates, then adds, and because I want to offer you something. What's that? I ask, genuinely curious. An introduction to the teen team. She watches my reaction carefully. You've expressed interest in the strategic advantages of hero connections. This would be a start. The offer catches me by surprise, though I maintain a neutral expression. That's generous. But why would they be interested in meeting me? Because I vouched for you, she says simply. And because new-powered individuals with unique abilities are always of interest. I consider the implications. This is moving faster than I anticipated, but it aligns with my evolving strategy. Direct contact with the hero community could provide valuable intelligence and potential allies for the coming conflict. When would this meeting take place? Ask. Tomorrow evening, she replies. At our headquarters. It would be informal, just a chance to meet, discuss abilities, maybe demonstrate what you can do in a controlled environment. Who would be there? The core team explode, duplicate, shrinking Ray. She pauses. And possibly a new recruit they're considering. Something in her tone catches my attention. Anyone I know? She hesitates. Mark. Apparently, Omni-Man is introducing him to various hero groups, getting him oriented to the community. This is an unexpected development. Mark hasn't mentioned meeting other heroes, though we've had limited private conversations lately due to his and my training schedules. Does Mark know you're Adam Eve? Ask. She shakes her head. No, and he doesn't know you'll be there either. This is complicated territory. I can imagine, I say dryly. Mark knows about my abilities to some extent, but not the full picture. And certainly not in a hero context. That's right, Eve nods. He mentioned to the team that he has a friend with some kind of energy powers, but he was pretty vague about the details. I don't think he realizes just how significant your abilities actually are, since they're in some ways similar to mine but in the more destructive sense. More than she knows with me now having reversed curse technique, I can reverse my cutting ability to bind things together, a limited form of matter manipulation if one will. You don't have to decide right now, she assures me. Think about it. Let me know by morning. I nod, appreciating the consideration. Thank you for trusting me with this. I say, gesturing to indicate her revelation. I understand what that took. Her expression softens. I've been wanting to tell you for weeks. Every time we discussed your abilities, explored the science behind them, it felt wrong to hold back my own experience. Why now? I ask, genuinely curious. She seems to consider her answer carefully. Because I think you're at a crossroads, like I was once, figuring out what these powers mean for your future, who you want to be. She meets my gaze directly, and because I think you might need allies for whatever's coming. Her perceptiveness is unsettling. Has she sensed something about the impending crisis? Or is this simply intuition based on our conversations? What makes you think something's coming? I ask, keeping my tone casual. Just a feeling, she says, but her eyes tell a different story. Our world is pretty big and full of dangers. What if one day there is something beyond even the Guardian's capability? The way you as well talk about power and responsibility, about strategic alliances. It's like you're preparing for something, like you have the same feeling. She has good instincts. This is not bizarre case, since because of my capability of seeing the soul thanks to my ceiling in Yuji, having given me such a perspective has allowed me to sense the spiritual conflict and bloodlust clouding over the entire planet. All sourcing from Omni-Man. I offer a non-committal shrug. I like to be prepared. Old habits from my street days. She doesn't look entirely convinced but doesn't press the issue. Well, whatever your reasons, the offer stands. The teen team could use someone with your tactical mind and unique abilities. The conversation shifts to lighter topics after that: our chemistry project, which received an A, upcoming final exams, summer plans. But beneath the casual exchange, a new understanding has formed between us. Eve has trusted me with her most guarded secret, and in doing so, opened a door to a world that could prove crucial to my survival strategy. As I prepare to leave, Eve walks me to the door as usual. "Thank you," she says simply, "for not reacting the way others have. I understand keeping secrets," I tell her, "and I respect your trust." She smiles, relief evident in her expression. "Text me your decision about tomorrow? No pressure either way." "I will," I promise. Walking home through the gathering twilight, I weigh my options carefully. Meeting the teen team presents both opportunities and risks. On one hand, it would provide valuable connections to powered individuals who could become allies in the coming conflict. On the other, it exposes me to greater scrutiny, especially from Cecil. But in the end, this contemplation is not really fruitful since I had already decided to join them until I could turn them into my own group outside of Cecil's hands. By the time I reach my apartment, my decision is made. I pull out my phone and send a simple text. "I'm in for tomorrow. Just tell me when and where." Her response comes almost immediately. "Great. Meet me at my place at 7. And Megumi?" "Thank you." I smile slightly as I pocket my phone. The pieces are moving into position, the board taking shape for the game to come. And now, it seems, I have my first true ally in this strange new world. Strange. In my normal first life, I never had allies. I had my parents, and that was it. In this life, as Megumi, finally having realized after looking at my soul carefully that we were one and the same again, I in the beginning had no true allies. Surprisingly, the only time I had allies was in my life as Sukuna. Kenjaku, for all her revolting schemes, knew to never cross me and was even a valuable advisor. And Yuram, the memories I have of her useful presence make me almost miss her. Almost. In the I suppose the king of curses has to build his court once more. My might is mine. None can withhold it from me. The morning after Eve's revelation dawns bright and clear. I wake before my alarm, my mind already racing with plans for the day ahead. Tonight will be my introduction to the team, a significant step in building the network of allies I'll need for what's coming. But before that can happen, there's something more urgent I need to address. After a quick breakfast, I leave a note for Uncle Kenji explaining that I'll be at the library all day studying for finals, a plausible excuse that will cover my absence until evening. Then I make my way to the abandoned construction site that has become my training ground. The place is eerily silent this early in the morning, the skeletal framework of unfinished buildings casting long shadows across the dusty ground. I find my usual secluded spot, a half-completed basement level, sheltered from view on all sides by concrete walls. I sit cross-legged on the ground, taking deep, measured breaths to center myself. What I'm about to attempt is dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous thing I've tried since arriving in this world. For months now, I've been frustrated by the limitations of my power. Despite my growing control over cursed energy, despite my ability to use techniques that should be devastating, my output remains a fraction of what I once commanded as Sukuna. The 10 Shadows technique has become more accessible, yes, but even that feels muted, restrained. I've been pondering the cause, and after long months of careful examination of my own soul, I've identified the problem. My soul and this body are not fully aligned. I thought it would be something temporary in the beginning, but it has not fixed itself, at least not at the speed I would prefer. It's ironic, really. The very technique that the brat planned to use against me in Shinjuku after I killed Gojo, separating my soul from its vessel, is essentially what's happening naturally. My soul, with all its power and memories, is not fully integrated with this physical form. But now I have a solution. With the mastery of reversed curse technique that I've recently regained, I have the means to address this disconnect. RCT is typically used for healing, for restoring what's damaged. But at its core, it's about reversing cursed energy's natural destructive tendency, making it constructive instead. And what is Shrine? My most devastating technique, but the ultimate expression of cursed energy's destructive nature. Conceptual cutting that can slice through anything, even the limitless. If I can reverse Shrine, turn cutting into binding, I should be able to forge a stronger connection between my soul and this body, integrating them more completely. In theory, this would allow me to access more of my true power. In theory, the risk is considerable. If I lose control of the process, I could damage my soul irreparably, or tear it from this body entirely. I would cease to exist in any meaningful way. But as I've always believed, as Sukuna has always known, to achieve one's goal, one must be willing to burn everything else away. Doubt, fear, hesitation, all must be consumed in the flame of ambition. And my goal is clear. I need power. Real power. Not just to survive in this world of superhumans and aliens, but to shape events to my advantage. To ensure that when Nolan Grayson makes his move against the Guardians of the Globe, I'm positioned to influence what follows. The thought of the Viltrumites' plans solidifies my resolve. According to the timeline I remember, the slaughter of the Guardians should occur soon, perhaps within weeks. Without intervention, Earth will lose its greatest defenders in a single night, leaving it vulnerable to whatever comes next. I need to present Nolan with a deterrent, a reason to reconsider his timing, if not his ultimate goal. And for that, I need to be more than just a teenager with unusual abilities. I need to be what I truly am. Sukuna, the king of curses, the honored one. I close my eyes and begin to gather cursed energy, feeling it flow through every cell of my body. The familiar sensation of power building within me is both comforting and exhilarating. I direct the energy inward, focusing it on the boundary between soul and flesh. Reversed curse technique. I murmur, feeling the energy transform, becoming pure and constructive rather than malevolent. Positive. Now comes the difficult part. I must adapt Shrine, a technique designed purely for destruction, into something that binds rather than severs. I visualize the conceptual cutting edge of Shrine turning inward, becoming a suture that joins rather than divides. Curse technique reversal. Unite. I whisper, the words feeling strange on my tongue. For a moment, nothing happens. Then pain, white-hot and all-consuming, erupts throughout my body. It feels as though I'm being torn apart and compressed simultaneously, my very essence stretched to its breaking point. I grit my teeth, fighting the instinct to terminate the technique. This is the critical moment. The binding is occurring, forcibly aligning my soul with this physical form in ways that nature never intended. Blood begins to trickle from my nose, my ears, the corners of my eyes. The ground beneath me cracks as cursed energy radiates outward in uncontrolled pulses. I taste copper in my mouth and realize I've bitten through my tongue. Still, I persist. I can feel it working, the boundaries between soul and flesh blurring, merging, becoming one integrated whole. My consciousness expands. Memories from all three of my lives, my original existence, my time as Sukuna, and my current life as Megumi, flowing together more seamlessly than ever before. And with that integration comes power. Real power. Cursed energy surges through me in quantities I haven't felt since my height as the king of curses. The sensation is intoxicating, a rush of pure capability that makes my previous state seem like a half-sleep. Just as I feel I might lose control, that the power might overwhelm me entirely, the process completes itself. The pain recedes, leaving behind a humming energy that permeates every fiber of my being. I open my eyes and see the world anew. Colors are sharper, details more defined. I can sense the cursed energy within and around me with unprecedented clarity. When I extend my hand, cursed energy flows from my fingertips effortlessly, forming a red aurora before dissipating. Experimentally, I whisper, "Dismantle." A wave of cutting force erupts from my hand, slicing through a concrete pillar 20 feet away as if it were paper. The top half slides off at a perfect angle, crashing to the ground with a sound that echoes through the abandoned site. I smile. This is more like it. Rising to my feet, I test my enhanced abilities further. The divine dogs materialize at my command without the slightest strain, larger and more substantial than before. I summon new next, the massive bird-like Shikigami appearing in a swirl of shadows, its form more detailed and powerful than in previous manifestations. I consider calling forth Maharaga but decide against it. Even with my increased power, that particular Shikigami would require a ritual and preparation I'm not ready for today. Besides, it would require a more open area, one far from civilization. Instead, I focus on my core techniques. Dismantle and cleave respond to my will with precision and power that approaches what I remember from my days as Sukuna. The sacred flame forms in my palm with ease, ready to be shaped and launched. For nearly an hour, I test the limits of my restored abilities, careful to contain the more destructive aspects within the confines of the construction site. By the time I finish, I'm sweating but exhilarated. I haven't regained all of my former power, perhaps 70% of what I once commanded as Sukuna, but it's a vast improvement over my previous state. Most importantly, I now have access to the full range of my techniques, not just the limited subset I could manage before. And with continued practice, I should be able to approach my former levels of power. As I prepare to leave, I pause to consider the implications of what I've done. With this level of power, I could potentially challenge even a Viltrumite, not in direct physical combat, perhaps, but through strategic application of techniques. The thought is satisfying, but I remind myself to remain cautious. Power is meaningless without the wisdom to apply it properly. Nolan Grayson has centuries of combat experience that even dwarf my own and the raw physical might to crush planets. I must not underestimate him. The best time for confrontation is on that alien planet, the one called Flaxens, if I remember well. There I can defeat him, subdue him with force, and attempt to convince him from his mission. I have plausible enough excuse for my knowledge of his intentions of conquest with my ability to see the soul, the fact that his conflicted, bloodlust spiritual energy is rousing above the planet like a death cloud. Enough of that for now. Tonight's meeting with the teen team will be the first step in the direction of my plans. With Eve's support and my newly enhanced abilities, I can begin to establish myself within the hero community, building connections that will prove valuable when the crisis breaks. I clean away the blood from my face using a water bottle from my backpack, checking my reflection in a shard of broken glass. Despite the internal changes, I look much the same externally, perhaps a slightly harder set to my jaw, a more confident posture. As I make my way back toward the city, I feel a sense of satisfaction I haven't experienced since arriving in this world. For the first time, I feel truly prepared for what's coming, not just reacting to events, but positioned to shape them. The King of Curses has returned, and just in time. I spend the remainder of the day recovering from the morning's exertion and preparing for the evening's meeting. The integration process, while successful, has left me physically drained. I rest in a quiet corner of the public library, ostensibly studying for finals while actually allowing my body to adjust to the enhanced flow of cursed energy. By late afternoon, I feel sufficiently recovered to head home and change before meeting Eve. I choose my clothing carefully: dark jeans, a fitted black t-shirt, and a lightweight jacket. Casual enough not to seem like I'm trying too hard, but well-fitted enough to allow freedom of movement if a demonstration of my abilities is requested. At precisely 6:45 p.m., I arrive at Eve's house. She answers the door immediately, as if she's been waiting by it. "You came," she says, relief evident in her voice. "I said I would," I reply simply. She's dressed in casual clothes, but I notice she's wearing her costume beneath them, the pink collar just visible at her neckline. "Nervous?" I ask as she leads me inside. "A little," she admits. "This is new territory for me, bringing someone from my civilian life into my hero world. I appreciate the trust," I tell her, and mean it. Despite all my calculations and strategic thinking, I've come to genuinely value Eve's friendship. Something as Sukuna I never would've. Friendship as Sukuna was impossible. None was my equal, which makes me wonder, if Satoru Gojo and I were to have been born in the same era, could we have become friends? An interesting thought, though in the end completely pointless. "The headquarters isn't far," she says, checking her watch. "We can walk there in about 20 minutes. It's in an abandoned subway station beneath the old Parkview Mall." Sounds appropriately clandestine, I observe with a slight smile. She returns the smile, some of her tension easing. Rex's idea. He has a flair for the dramatic. As we walk through the quiet residential streets toward the more commercial district where the mall is located, Eve briefs me on what to expect. "Rex can be abrasive," she warns. "He's talented but has an ego to match." Duplicate is more level-headed, though she tends to defer to Rex on most matters. Shrinking Ray is the tech expert, brilliant but socially awkward. And Mark? I ask, curious about how she perceives him in his hero persona. Invincible, she shrugs. Still finding his footing. Powerful, obviously, being Omni-Man's son. But inexperienced. Eager to prove himself. Her assessment aligns with my own observations of Mark's development. Despite his Viltrumite heritage, he's still very much a teenager learning to navigate his newfound abilities. What have you told them about me? I ask as we approach the abandoned mall. Just the basics, she replies. That you can manipulate energy in unique ways, primarily for cutting and destruction. That you're highly intelligent with good tactical instincts. And that you're trustworthy. The last part catches me slightly off guard. You vouched for my character? She nods without hesitation. I did. I believe in you, Megumi. The simple statement carries more weight than she likely realizes. In all my lives, original, Sukuna, and current, few people have expressed such uncomplicated faith in me. We enter the mall through a service entrance, Eve using a key card to bypass the security lock. The interior is dark and dusty. Retail spaces long since emptied of merchandise, leaving only the skeletal remains of display fixtures and signage. Eve leads me to what was once a maintenance corridor, then to a service elevator that surprisingly still functions. We descend 2 levels below the mall's main floor, emerging into a dimly lit tunnel that must have been part of the planned subway expansion that was abandoned years ago. After a short walk, we reach a heavy steel door with a sophisticated electronic lock. Eve places her palm on a scanner, and the door slides open to reveal a surprisingly well-appointed space beyond. The Teen Team headquarters is a converted subway station, its original architectural features preserved but enhanced with modern technology. The main platform has been transformed into a combination of training area, lounge, and command center, with computer stations, comfortable seating, and what appears to be state-of-the-art exercise equipment. 3 individuals are already present when we enter. Rex Splode, recognizable by his distinctive red and yellow costume, is lounging on a couch, feet propped up on a coffee table. Duplicate stands nearby, multiple copies of herself engaged in different activities, one reading a magazine, another checking something on a computer, a third practicing what looks like martial arts moves. Shrinking Ray sits at a workstation, tinkering with some device I can't identify. They all look up as we enter, their expressions ranging from curiosity to wariness. Hey, guys, Eve says, her voice taking on a confidence I haven't heard before, her hero persona emerging. This is Megumi, the friend I told you about. Rex stands, eyeing me with undisguised assessment. So you're the energy manipulator. Don't look like much. If only you knew. If you met me before this life, I would have fed you your own tongue and strangled you with your intestines for such insolence. Yet, currently, I don't have the drive for such effort. Rex, Kate admonishes, her duplicates merging back into a single form as she approaches. Ignore him. He's like this with everyone new. She extends a hand. I'm Kate. Nice to meet you. I shake her hand. Likewise. Ray approaches next, adjusting his glasses nervously. Your energy manipulation, Eve says, it operates on a molecular level? Fascinating. I'd love to run some tests if you're amenable. Maybe later. Eve interjects before I can respond. Let's not overwhelm him right away. Rex circles me slowly, his posture deliberately intimidating. So what can you actually do? Eve was pretty vague on the details. I meet his gaze steadily. I can manipulate an energy within me for various effects, primarily cutting, but other applications as well. What kind of energy? Rex scoffs. Sounds like mystical bullshit to me. I'm not sure what to call it, I explain calmly. It's a form of energy that seems to exist within living beings. Most humans have it in small amounts. I can generate and control it in much larger quantities. Prove it, Rex challenges. This insolent brat. If your challenge benefited not my own plans, maybe I should cut off his tongue later and heal it after a week. It would benefit him greatly to know how not to speak with his betters. No, that wouldn't beneficial for my future plans right now. I'll put him in his place and humble him eventually. I know he has valuable potential after all. With careful precision, I extend my hand toward an empty soda can on the coffee table. Dismantle, I say softly. The can splits perfectly in half, both pieces remaining exactly where they were, the cut so clean it looks like it was done with a laser. Rex's eyebrows rise slightly, the first sign of genuine interest. Okay, that's something. What else? Before I can respond, the door slides open again, and a familiar figure enters, Mark in his Invincible costume. The blue and yellow design bright against the subdued colors of the headquarters. He stops short when he sees me, his eyes widening behind his mask. Megumi? What are you doing here? He's Eve's guest, Rex explains before I can answer. Apparently, he's got some kind of energy-cutting power. Just demonstrated on a soda can. Mark looks between Eve and me, confusion evident in his expression. You two know each other? Like, know each other. Eve steps forward, her posture slightly defensive. We've been working together on understanding his abilities, similar to how I've been helping you adjust to yours. But Mark gestures between us, struggling to find words. How long has this been going on? A couple of months, I answer honestly. Eve has been incredibly helpful in providing a scientific perspective on my energy manipulation. Mark turns to Eve, his expression shifting from confusion to something closer to hurt. You knew about his powers all this time, and you never mentioned it. It wasn't my secret to share, Eve replies firmly. Just like I wouldn't tell him about your abilities without your permission. Mark processes this, then turns back to me. And you knew she was Adam Eve? Since when? Dad just told me like today. I suspected for some time. I admit. She confirmed it yesterday. The tension in the room is palpable. The other team members watching this exchange with varying degrees of interest and discomfort. Well, this is awkward, Rex comments, seeming to enjoy the drama. Sounds like everyone's been keeping secrets from everyone. Not helping Rex, Kate mutters. Mark takes a deep breath, visibly collecting himself. Okay, so you both know about each other's powers. And now you're here because I invited him, Eve says. His abilities are unique and potentially valuable. I thought he should meet the team. And what, join up? Mark asks, his tone skeptical. That would be up to all of us, Eve replies, including Megumi. This is just an introduction. I observe Mark carefully, noting the conflict playing across his features. He's struggling with multiple revelations that Eve and I have been working together, that we've both been keeping secrets from him, that his two separate worlds are suddenly colliding. I think a demonstration is in order, Rex announces, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Let's see what the new guy can really do. Training room, 5 minutes. Without waiting for a response, he strides toward a doorway at the far end of the platform. Kate follows, giving me an apologetic look as she passes. Is that really necessary? Eve asks, but Ray is already nodding enthusiastically. Actually, a controlled environment would be ideal for observing his energy manipulation capabilities, the scientist says, gathering a tablet and what looks like sensing equipment. I can take baseline readings during the demonstration. As Ray hurries after the others, Mark, Eve, and I are left alone in an awkward triangle of unspoken questions. I should probably explain, I say, breaking the tension. My abilities weren't fully manifested when we first discussed them, Mark. What you saw at the museum was just the beginning. Mark crosses his arms, his posture defensive. And you didn't think to mention that you were working with Eve? Or that your powers were developing? Just like you didn't mention you were meeting with the team, I counter calmly. We all have our reasons for discretion. Yeah, okay, that is hypocritical on my part, one, admit it, but man, I have a blueprint on my powers. What if yours were dangerous? You should have given me a heads up. Maybe I could have asked Dad to help and see if you wouldn't get hurt. You yourself said your powers are destructive, so them changing could have been destructive too, Mark retorted, concern evident in his voice. Eve steps between us before I can reply. This isn't the time for this. Megumi's here because I believe his abilities could be valuable to the team and because I trust him. She turns to me. Are you ready for this demonstration? Rex won't go easy on you. I smile slightly, thankful for the change of topic. I'm counting on it. We follow the others to the training room, a large, reinforced chamber with high ceilings and walls lined with what appears to be impact-resistant material. Various training equipment is arranged around the perimeter, with a clear space in the center for combat practice. Rex stands in the middle, arms crossed, with Kate and Ray positioned at observation points. Several monitoring devices have been set up around the room. Finally, Rex says as we enter, "Thought you might have chickened out." I ignore the taunt, taking in the room's dimensions and features with a tactical eye. Adequate for a controlled demonstration, though not for my full capabilities. Before we begin, a deep voice announces from the doorway, "I'd like to observe this demonstration as well." I turn to see Nolan Grayson Omni-Man entering the training room, his white and red costume immaculate, his presence immediately dominating the space. Mark's posture straightens instinctively at his father's arrival. "Dad," he says, surprise evident in his voice. "I thought you were handling that situation in the Netherlands." Resolved more quickly than anticipated. Nolan replies, his gaze fixed on me. "When I heard Mark was meeting a friend with unusual abilities, I thought it prudent to assess the situation personally." The room's dynamic shifts instantly. What was to be a simple demonstration for the team has suddenly become an evaluation by Earth's most powerful hero and secret threat. "Mr. Grayson," I say, keeping my tone respectful despite the sudden tension in my muscles. "I wasn't expecting you." "Clearly," he replies with a slight smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "I hope my presence doesn't unsettle you." "Not at all," I lie smoothly. "An experienced perspective is always valuable." Nolan moves to the side of the room, positioning himself where he can observe everything. The team members exchange glances, clearly not accustomed to having Omni-Man supervise their activities so directly. "Well," Rex says, recovering quickly, "let's see what you've got, new guy." Standard assessment display of abilities followed by light sparring. I step into the center of the room, centering myself. With Nolan present, I need to be particularly careful about what I reveal. Enough to impress, not enough to threaten. "I'll start with the basics," I announce, extending my hand toward a training dummy positioned against the far wall. "Dismantle." A thin line of cursed energy extends from my fingertips, manifesting as a slight distortion in the air. The dummy splits cleanly in half, the cut so precise that the two pieces remain standing for a moment before sliding apart. "Molecular separation," Ray murmurs, staring at his readings. "The energy signature is unlike anything I've recorded before." "That's the same thing you did to the soda can," Rex points out, unimpressed. "Just bigger." I smile slightly. That was a controlled application. The technique can be less precise. I turn toward a rack of weighted training equipment, focusing my cursed energy differently, extending it to touch it. Cleave. A broader wave of destructive force erupts from my hand, tearing through the equipment rack and leaving a jagged path of destruction. Metal bends and warps, weights split apart, the entire structure collapsing in a controlled demolition. The difference, I explain as the dust settles, is that dismantle cuts with fixed parameters. Cleave adapts to the target's durability and resistance. I notice Nolan's posture shift slightly, the first indication that he's genuinely interested in what he's seeing. "Good, it is going as expected for now." "And those are just words you say to focus?" Kate asks, having moved closer to examine the destruction. "Mental triggers," I confirm. "They help channel the energy appropriately." "What else can you do?" Mark asks, his earlier frustration giving way to curiosity. I consider how much more to reveal. With Nolan watching, I need to establish myself as valuable and also a little threatening. The 10 Shadows technique is my ace in the hole despite wishing to be seen as a threat. It is better to keep it hidden and focus on my physical enhancements. The energy also allows me to enhance my physical capabilities, I explain. Strength, speed, reflexes, durability all can be amplified significantly. Rex looks skeptical. How significantly? We talking Olympic athlete or superhuman? Why don't you find out? I suggest, maintaining a neutral expression despite the challenge in my voice. Rex grins, clearly eager for the opportunity. Now we're talking. Actually, Nolan interjects. I'd be more interested in seeing how these enhancements compare to Viltrumite abilities. He turns to his son. Mark, why don't you test Megumi's capabilities? Mark looks startled. Dad, I don't think that's a good idea. I could hurt him. I noticed the subtle shift in Nolan's expression, a flicker of assessment, perhaps even disappointment at Mark's hesitation. Your friend may surprise you, Nolan says. From what I've observed, his abilities are substantial. Mark glances at me uncertainly. Megumi, are you okay with this? I nod, understanding the opportunity this presents. I'm willing if you are. We can keep it controlled basic strength and speed assessment. I'll monitor the energy output, Ray offers eagerly, adjusting his equipment. This could provide valuable comparative data. Mark still looks hesitant, but steps forward into the center of the training area. Just tell me if I'm going too hard, okay? I will, I promise, though I have no intention of doing so. This is my chance to demonstrate capabilities that will make both Mark and Nolan reassess their assumptions about me. We face each other in the center of the room, the others backing away to give us space. I can sense Mark's discomfort. He's never had to control his newfound strength against a friend before. Start with basic strength assessment. Nolan instructs from the sidelines. Push against each other, gradually increasing force. Mark and I position ourselves, palms raised to meet in the middle. As our hands connect, I channel cursed energy throughout my body, focusing particularly on enhancing my physical strength. Ready? Mark asks. Ready? I confirm. We begin pushing against each other slowly at first. I can feel Mark deliberately holding back, afraid of hurting me. I maintain a neutral expression, allowing him to believe he has the advantage. More pressure, Mark. Nolan calls out. He can handle it. Mark increases the force slightly, still well below his capabilities. I match it easily, the cursed energy flowing through my muscles. More. Nolan instructs, his voice sharper now. Mark reluctantly applies more strength, enough that a normal human would be struggling. I remain steady, my feet planted firmly on the ground. My posture relaxed despite the increasing pressure. You can push harder, I tell him quietly. I won't break. Something in my tone, confidence without arrogance, seems to reassure him. He increases the pressure significantly, now using strength that would crush concrete. I channel more cursed energy, my muscles hardening with supernatural resilience. Our hands remain locked in position, neither giving ground. Full strength, Mark. Nolan commands, his voice carrying an edge of authority that brooks no argument. I want to see what he's truly capable of. Mark hesitates only briefly before complying. The pressure against my palms increases exponentially as he finally unleashes his Viltrumite strength force that could shatter moons. I pour more cursed energy into my body, drawing deeply from the well of power that my soul integration has unlocked. A faint red aura shimmers around me momentarily as I match Mark's full strength, our hands remaining perfectly stationary. The floor beneath our feet fractures, cracks spiderwebbing outward in a 6-foot radius. The air between us seems to vibrate with tension. Mark's eyes widen in disbelief. How are you? I maintain my position, not yielding an inch. The effort is tremendous, requiring more cursed energy than I've channeled since arriving in this world, but I refuse to show any strain. From the corner of my eye, I see Nolan's reaction. His composed expression barely changes, but I catch the slight narrowing of his eyes, the almost imperceptible straightening of his posture. It's the look of a predator reassessing potential prey or perhaps a potential rival. Enough, he says after several seconds, his tone perfectly controlled despite what must be considerable surprise. We break apart, both unharmed despite the tremendous forces we've just exerted. The others stare in stunned silence at the destroyed floor beneath us. Remarkable, Nolan says, his voice carrying a careful neutrality that contrasts with the intense calculation in his eyes. I've never seen a human match Viltrumite's strength before. There's something in the way he studies me now, a new quality of attention that goes beyond mere curiosity. It's the focused assessment of someone categorizing a potential asset or threat, all according to plan. The energy enhances my physical capabilities significantly, I explain modestly, though maintaining this level of output is taxing. Indeed, Nolan circles us slowly, his movements deliberately casual yet somehow still dangerous. Most enhanced humans show specialized abilities, super strength or speed or durability. Rarely all three, and never at levels comparable to Viltrumite physiology. He stops directly in front of me, meeting my gaze with an intensity that would intimidate most beings. You're quite the anomaly, Megumi. I'm still learning the extent of my abilities myself, I reply, maintaining a respectful tone while returning his gaze steadily. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. Let's test your speed and reflexes next. Mark looks at me with new respect. You're a lot stronger than you look. So are you, I reply with a slight smile. For the next test, we position ourselves at opposite ends of the training area. Mark will move at increasing speeds, Nolan explains. Megumi, your task is to track and react to his movements. We'll start at human baseline and escalate. I nod, centering myself and channeling cursed energy to enhance my reflexes and perception. Mark begins moving across the room at normal human running speed, easy to track. Then he accelerates to Olympic sprinter velocity, still well within my enhanced capabilities. Faster, Nolan instructs, his voice carrying an undertone of anticipation that wasn't there before. Mark blurs into superhuman speed, moving faster than any normal human could possibly track. To the others, he must appear as little more than a colored streak. But with my cursed energy enhancing my senses and reflexes, I can still perceive his movements, not with perfect clarity, but enough to react. As he passes by me, I reach out and lightly tap his shoulder, demonstrating that I can track him. Mark stops, looking genuinely shocked. How did you... Again, Nolan interrupts, and there's no mistaking the intensity in his voice now. Maximum speed this time. Mark hesitates only briefly before complying. This time he moves at true Viltrumite velocity, a speed that would be invisible to normal human perception. I channel cursed energy to not its limit per se, but still a significant amount compared to what I can currently do, pushing my reflexes and perception to near their absolute peak. The world seems to slow around me, though not enough to fully track Mark's movements. It seems Viltrumites exceed me in speed still. As he approaches, I can perceive only a faint distortion in the air. I react on instinct, enhanced by decades of battle experience as Sukuna, and manage to shift just enough to brush my fingers against his costume as he passes. Not a direct hit, but enough to demonstrate capabilities far beyond anything conventional. Mark skids to a stop, staring at me with undisguised astonishment. That's impossible. No one can track me at that speed except Dad. I allow myself a small, satisfied smile. The energy enhances perception as well as physical capabilities. Extraordinary, Ray mutters, frantically recording data. His neural response time is orders of magnitude beyond human baseline. Nolan has gone very still, his expression carefully neutral but his eyes calculating. When he finally speaks, his voice is measured, controlled. One final test, I think. Durability. Mark immediately shakes his head. No way. I'm not hitting him. A controlled impact, Nolan clarifies. Just enough to assess resilience. I meet Nolan's gaze, understanding the real purpose of this test. He wants to know if I could survive a Viltrumite attack, information that could be valuable to him for very different reasons than the others might assume. I'm willing, I say calmly, with appropriate limitations. Mark still looks uncomfortable. I don't like this. It's necessary to understand the full scope of his abilities. Nolan insists, his tone carrying that subtle note of authority that seems to compel obedience. For proper team integration and tactical planning. There's something more in his voice now, a clinical detachment that reminds me of a scientist preparing to test a hypothesis. Or perhaps a general evaluating a weapon's capabilities. Eve steps forward, concern evident in her expression. This has gone far enough. We've established that Megumi has enhanced physical capabilities. We don't need to risk injury. I agree with Eve, Kate adds. This is supposed to be an introduction, not a combat trial. Nolan's expression hardens slightly, but before he can respond, I speak up. A compromise, perhaps, I suggest. I'll demonstrate my durability against a non-living target. I turn to Rex. Charge something with moderate explosive force. I'll absorb the impact. Rex looks to Nolan, who nods after a moment's consideration. There's a hint of disappointment in the Viltrumite's eyes. He wanted to see me tested against Mark's strength directly, but he conceals it quickly. Fine, Rex says, picking up a small metal sphere from a training equipment rack. He charges it with glowing energy. This would normally dent reinforced steel. Ready? I position myself in the center of the room, channeling cursed energy throughout my body to create a protective layer just beneath my skin. Ready. Rex throws the sphere directly at my chest. I make no attempt to dodge or deflect it. The impact is decent. The sphere detonates on contact, creating a small explosion that momentarily engulfs me in smoke and flame. When the smoke clears, I'm still standing in the same position, my clothing not even singed, my body unharmed. The floor beneath my feet has cracked from the force I absorbed and redirected downward. Holy shit, Rex mutters, clearly impressed despite himself. I brush some debris from my shoulder, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the exertion required to withstand the blast. As I said, the energy provides significant defensive capabilities as well. Nolan studies me with an intensity that's no longer disguised. Most impressive young man, he says, his voice carrying a weight of consideration that wasn't there before. You've demonstrated capabilities far beyond what I expected to see today. There's something in his tone, not quite suspicion, but a deeper curiosity that borders on wariness. Good, he must be wary. I need to delay his killing of the Guardians. Nolan is no fool. He must realize that he can get substantially injured during his act of killing, but in canon never cared, since even in such a weakened state no one could hurt him. No one, but Mark, who is his son and would never believe anything bad about him till he sees it before his very eyes. Now it's different. I exist. If Cecil or anyone found out about his actions, and wanted him dead, and showed it to me then with proper motivation, I could easily kill him at his weakest. Mark approaches, concern evident in his expression. Are you really okay? Perfectly fine, I assure him, though I'll need to clean my shirt. This draws a small laugh from the group, breaking some of the tension. I believe we've seen enough for an initial assessment, Nolan announces, his authoritative tone bringing the demonstration to a close. Megumi's abilities are clearly substantial and versatile. Energy projection, physical enhancement, precise control, all valuable assets for a hero team. He turns to address the entire group. I believe he would make a valuable addition to your team, on a trial basis of course. His tactical mind and unique abilities would complement your existing capabilities. Rex looks like he wants to object but knows better than to contradict Omni-Man. Kate and Ray seem genuinely pleased, while Mark appears conflicted. Eve steps forward. That was our hope in bringing him here today, to introduce him to the team and assess potential compatibility. Then it seems we're in agreement, Nolan says with a finality that brooks no argument. He turns back to me, and for a brief moment, the mask of the benevolent hero slips just slightly. His eyes meet mine with a penetrating intensity that communicates volumes. I look forward to seeing how you develop, young man, he says, his voice carrying layers of meaning. Your potential is intriguing. The word hangs in the air between us, loaded with implication. This is the strategic assessment from a being who has conquered worlds. What does he see me as right now besides a threat? A potential asset? A potential breeding horse for Viltrumite women? A human male that evolved to the point of rivaling Viltrumites. With that though, he moves toward the door. Mark, I'll see you at home. We have training scheduled for tomorrow morning. After Nolan leaves, the room erupts in excited chatter. Ray rushes over with his monitoring equipment, babbling about energy readings and neural response times. Kate congratulates me on holding my own against both Rex and Mark, while Rex himself maintains a sullen distance. Mark approaches me, his expression serious. That was not what I expected. Which part? Ask. Any of it. My dad doesn't usually take such an interest in new heroes. And I've never seen anyone move that fast or hit that hard except for him. I shrug, downplaying my performance. The energy enhances my physical abilities significantly. I pushed myself harder than usual because, well, it was an important demonstration. He studies me for a moment, then nods. I guess that makes sense. Still, he seemed really impressed. Your father is difficult to read. I say truthfully. Tell me about it. Mark sighs. Anyway, welcome to the team, I guess? This is weird, my school friend and my superhero colleagues mixing. Life is full of unexpected intersections. I reply. We'll adjust. Eve joins us, her expression a mixture of relief and concern. That went differently than I anticipated. I didn't expect Nolan to show up, let alone take such an active role in testing you. It worked out, I say reassuringly, though I'll be feeling that workout tomorrow. You matched Mark's strength, she says, lowering her voice. Do you realize how significant that is? He has Viltrumite genetics. I channeled a lot of energy, I explain, more than I've ever attempted before. It's not something I could maintain indefinitely. Still, she insists, it was impressive, and a little concerning, honestly. I've never seen you display that level of enhancement during our practice sessions. I meet her gaze steadily. As I explained to Mark earlier, my abilities weren't fully manifested when we began working together. They've been awakening gradually. Awakening, she repeats, her scientific mind clearly processing the implications. We should run some comparative tests, establish new baselines. Always the scientist, I say with a small smile. The rest of the evening is spent discussing logistics, training schedules, communication protocols, equipment needs. Rex gradually warms up after his initial sullenness, even offering tactical suggestions for how my abilities might complement the team's existing capabilities. By the time Eve and I leave headquarters, it's well past 10 o'clock. The night air is cool and refreshing after the intensity of the training room. So, Eve says as we walk back toward her neighborhood, official team member, with Omni-Man's personal endorsement. Not bad for your first hero meeting. It wasn't what I expected, I admit. Nolan's presence changed the dynamic considerably. He seemed very interested in you, she observes. More than I've ever seen him show interest in a new hero. I consider this, perhaps because my abilities are unusual, different from most powered individuals. Maybe, she says, though she doesn't sound entirely convinced. Or maybe he sensed something in you that the rest of us haven't fully recognized yet. Her perception is uncomfortably accurate. I change the subject slightly. How do you think Mark feels about all this? His friend suddenly joining his superhero team. Confused, probably, but he'll adjust. Mark's good at rolling with unexpected developments. We walk in companionable silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, Eve speaks again. That was quite a demonstration today, she says. I don't think I've ever seen Rex so impressed, though he'd never admit it. I smile slightly. He does seem the type to guard his approval carefully. The team's dynamics take some getting used to, she admits. Rex likes to position himself as the leader, Kate mediates, and Ray gets so caught up in the scientific aspects that he sometimes misses the social cues. And where do you fit in this arrangement? I ask, genuinely curious about how she perceives her role. She considers this for a moment. I suppose I'm the pragmatist. I try to keep everyone focused on what actually matters, helping people. solving problems efficiently. A valuable perspective. I note, teams need that grounding influence. We continue walking, the conversation shifting to more practical matters, communication protocols, the logistics of balancing hero work with our academic responsibilities. Speaking of balance, Eve says as we near her neighborhood, "How are you planning to manage all this with your probation requirements? You still have community service hours, right?" "For 2 more months," I confirm. "But Mr. Washington's program is flexible enough. And my uncle works so many hospital shifts that my schedule is fairly open." She nods thoughtfully. "Just don't overextend yourself. Even with enhanced abilities, everyone has limits." The statement carries more weight than she likely realizes. I've spent decades pushing past what others considered limits, redefining the boundaries of power and possibility. But in this new context, with this body still acclimating to my soul, prudence has value. "I'll pace myself," I assure her, "and I shall, for there is much at stake here." Through the eyes of a conqueror, Nolan's POV, I stand at the window of my study, gazing out at the night sky, my thoughts far from the peaceful suburban landscape below. The stars above hold the truth of my existence, my origins, my purpose, my destiny. Tonight, they seem to mock me with their distant indifference to the conflict raging within. The boy, Megumi Fushiguro, has complicated matters considerably. I replay the demonstration in my mind, analyzing every detail with the precision honed through centuries of combat experience. The way he matched Mark's strength without visible strain. The impossible reflexes that allowed him to track movement at Viltrumite speed. The durability that shrugged off an explosion that would cripple most enhanced humans. This was no ordinary power set. No random mutation or scientific accident. What I witnessed today was something unprecedented in my centuries of life before Earth. A being with physical capabilities approaching those of a Viltrumite. I move to my desk, where a glass of bourbon sits untouched. The house is quiet, Debbie asleep upstairs. Mark in his room, likely still processing the events of the evening. My family, unaware of the true nature of my thoughts. The irony doesn't escape me. For years, I've searched Earth for signs that humans might be compatible with Viltrumite genetics. Mark's existence proved this compatibility beyond doubt, a half-human, half-Viltrumite hybrid with the full range of our abilities. But Megumi represents something different, something potentially more significant. If his abilities are natural, if they represent an evolutionary advancement in human potential, then the implications for Viltrum's plans are profound. Our numbers have dwindled catastrophically. Once a mighty race that dominated an entire galaxy, we now count fewer than a couple hundred pure-blooded Viltrumites in existence. The Scourge virus and our own brutal civil war saw to that. Our conquest of Earth isn't merely about expanding our empire, it's about survival. About finding compatible breeding stock to rebuild our population. Mark's existence confirmed Earth's suitability for this purpose. But Megumi suggests possibilities I hadn't considered. If humans are evolving toward Viltrumite-level capabilities naturally, they could produce offspring with our men and women that maintain or even enhance our strengths while potentially eliminating weaknesses. Selective breeding with the most advanced specimens could accelerate our recovery, perhaps even elevate our species beyond its former glory. Megumi would be invaluable in such a program. His genetic material, combined with that of our remaining females, could produce a generation of hybrids with extraordinary capabilities. The thought is coldly practical, befitting a Viltrumite officer tasked with ensuring his species' survival. Yet something in me recoils from it. I take a sip of bourbon, letting the burn distract me from the uncomfortable direction of my thoughts. When did I begin having these hesitations? These moments of doubt that would be considered treason on Viltrum? I know precisely when. It began with Debbie, with the unexpected depth of connection I formed with this fragile, temporary human woman. It grew with Mark's birth, watching my son develop slowly at first, then with the sudden emergence of his heritage. And now these doubts gnaw at me when I contemplate Megumi's fate in a conquered Earth. I've seen the boy at my dinner table, engaged him in philosophical discussions, observed his interaction with my son. There's a quiet intelligence there, a dignity that reminds me of myself, perhaps, before centuries of following orders hardened me into the perfect Viltrumite weapon. For a brief, treasonous moment, I allow myself to imagine an alternative. What if I had never received the order to prepare Earth? What if I had been allowed to live out my cover identity in peace, to watch Debbie age and die naturally, to guide Mark without the shadow of my true mission hanging over us? I could have waited. Viltrumites live for thousands of years. I could have delayed the conquest until after my human family was gone, sparing them the trauma of betrayal, sparing myself the necessity of destroying what I've come to value. The admission, even in the privacy of my own thoughts, feels dangerous. Viltrumites do not form attachments. We do not hesitate. We do not question orders. Yet here I stand, questioning. And now there's Megumi, another variable I hadn't anticipated. Another human who has demonstrated qualities worthy of respect, who might, under different circumstances, have been someone I could mentor rather than subjugate. I drain the bourbon and pour another, a human habit I've adopted that provides momentary distraction from uncomfortable thoughts. The alcohol doesn't affect me. Viltrumite physiology processes it too efficiently, but the ritual itself has become soothing. My orders are clear. Prepare Earth for conquest. Eliminate potential resistance. Assess human compatibility for breeding purposes. I've delayed the first phase, the elimination of this planet's primary defenders, the guardians of the globe, longer than I should have already. Every day of delay increases the risk of discovery, of intervention from the coalition of planets, of some unforeseen complication. Like Megumi Fushiguro, I need to move forward with the plan. The guardians must be eliminated, and soon. With Earth's primary defense force removed, the transition to Viltrumite control can begin. Mark will need to be brought fully into the fold, made to understand his heritage and his responsibility to our species. And Megumi, he will need to be carefully handled. His power makes him too valuable to eliminate, too dangerous to ignore. Whether he becomes an ally through persuasion or a resource through conquest will depend on his adaptability. I find myself hoping, against all Viltrumite training, that he chooses alliance, that he recognizes the inevitability of our victory and accepts a place of privilege in the new order. It would be preferable to the alternatives. The thought of forcing him into a breeding program, of reducing someone of his evident capability to a genetic resource, continues to sit uncomfortably with me. It's the most logical course of action from a purely Viltrumite perspective, but logic has become increasingly difficult to separate from these emotions I've absorbed during my time on Earth. I move away from the window, pacing the confines of my study. My reflection catches in the glass of a framed photograph Debbie, Mark, and myself at the beach last summer. The perfect image of a human family. My cover identity made flesh. Except it's no longer merely a cover. That's the problem. I pick up the photograph, studying the faces. Debbie's smile, so open and trusting. Mark's adolescent awkwardness, unaware of the heritage flowing through his veins. And my own face, wearing an expression of contentment that would be unrecognizable to my Viltrumite commanders. For a moment, looking at this image, I allow myself to imagine a different outcome. One where I reveal the truth to Debbie and Mark, but not as prelude to conquest. Instead, as a confession and unburdening, where I explain my mission but declare my intention to defy it, to protect this world rather than subjugate it. The fantasy is brief, extinguished by centuries of conditioning and the cold reality of Viltrumite power. They would simply send another, and another, until Earth fell. And my family, my human family, would be among the first casualties of my betrayal. No, there is only one path forward. I must complete my mission. Prepare Earth for Viltrumite occupation. Ensure that Mark embraces his heritage and takes his rightful place in our hierarchy. And Megumi, I must determine whether he represents an evolutionary advancement or a genetic anomaly. Whether his abilities can be replicated or are unique to him. Whether he can be persuaded to serve willingly or must be controlled through other means. The coldly practical part of my mind, the Viltrumite officer who has conquered worlds without hesitation, calculates the most efficient approach. Observe him further. Test the limits of his abilities. Determine his weaknesses. Assess his psychological profile for vulnerabilities that could be exploited. If he proves as valuable as I suspect, he would indeed become a primary breeding candidate. Our remaining Viltrumite women would ensure his genetic material is preserved and propagated. He would father a generation of hybrids that might represent the future of our species. The fact that such a fate would likely be against his will is regrettable, but necessary for the survival of my people. I replace the photograph on the shelf, my decision made. The Guardians will be eliminated within the coming months. Earth's defenses will crumble. The conquest will begin. Mark will be given the choice to join us willingly, though I have no illusions about his initial reaction. He's been raised with human values, human attachments. He will resist at first, but he is my son, a Viltrumite by blood. In time, he will understand his place in the natural order. And the boy, he will be carefully monitored in the coming days. His relationship with Mark and the team provides the perfect opportunity to assess his capabilities more thoroughly, to understand the source and limits of his power. When the time comes, he too will be given a choice. Serve willingly as an ally and genetic contributor to Viltrumite restoration, or serve unwillingly in a more restricted capacity. His power makes him too valuable to waste, but also too dangerous to allow complete freedom if he opposes us. I finish my bourbon and set the glass down with finality. My path is clear, despite these uncomfortable human emotions that have infected my thinking. I am Nolan Grayson to this world, but I am Omni-Man to the universe. A Viltrumite officer with a mission that supersedes all personal considerations. Earth will fall. The Viltrumite Empire will endure. And those humans worthy of preservation, Mark, Megumi, perhaps a few others, will serve the greater purpose of rebuilding our glorious civilization. As I prepare to join Debbie in bed, maintaining the charade of the devoted husband for a few months, I push aside the treasonous whisper that suggests I've made the wrong choice, that there might be another way. There is no other way. There is only the Viltrumite way. Yet as I climb the stairs, that whisper persists, carrying with it images of Sunday dinners, of Mark's first steps, of Debbie's laughter, of philosophical discussions with a reformed delinquent whose intelligence and power have earned my reluctant respect. I am a soldier. I have my orders. I will complete my mission. But for the first time in centuries, I find myself wishing those orders had never come. Debut: the city at night pulses with a different energy than during daylight hours. From my vantage point atop the Wilkins Financial Building, I observe the patterns of movement below the flow of traffic, the clusters of pedestrians, the occasional police cruiser making its rounds. All of it forming a living tapestry of urban existence, unaware of the figure watching from above. It's been 3 weeks since my demonstration for the team and my subsequent induction as a provisional member. 3 weeks of training sessions, patrol rotations, and strategic planning meetings. 3 weeks of careful observation and preparation for what I know is coming. My communicator, a sleek device provided by Ray, vibrates against my wrist. I tap it once to activate. "Sukuna here," I respond, using the codename I'd chosen for myself. Team had been curious about its meaning, and I'd explained that the last kanji in my name meant driving out evil spirits, a fitting moniker for a hero. What I didn't share was its deeper significance. The double-faced specter, the imaginary demon, a part of my true identity. The irony of adopting my own name as a hero alias amuses me still. Hidden in plain sight, a truth disguised as fiction. Armed robbery in progress at First National, corner of Madison and 8th. Rex's voice comes through, clipped and professional. Police responding, but hostage situation developing. Eve and I are en route from the west. Invincible's handling an incident uptown. Understood. I'm 2 blocks east. Will approach from the rear entrance. Remember protocol, Rex adds, unable to resist giving instructions even after weeks of successful operations. Assessment first, then coordinated entry. Copy that. I end the transmission, already moving across the rooftop. With a surge of cursed energy enhancing my muscles, I leap to the next building, covering the distance in a single bound. Another leap takes me to street level, landing in an alley with barely a sound despite the force of my descent. I move toward the bank, keeping to shadows. My costume is minimalist compared to the others' black tactical pants and a fitted long-sleeve shirt of the same color, with a stylized red symbol across the chest, reminiscent of ancient Japanese characters. A simple black mask that conceals my identity, though with my abilities, disguise feels almost redundant. Who would connect the reformed delinquent Megumi Fushiguro with the hero who can slice buildings in half? Especially in a world where they don't connect Eve and Nolan to Adam, Eve and Omni-Man. The bank comes into view, a neoclassical structure with wide stone steps leading to its main entrance. Police cruisers form a perimeter, their lights painting the scene in alternating red and blue. Officers crouch behind vehicle doors, weapons drawn. I circle to the rear of the building, noting security cameras and alarm systems with practiced ease. A service entrance provides the access point I need. The electronic lock is no obstacle, a precisely controlled application of dismantle separates the internal mechanism without triggering failsafes. Inside, I move through the darkened back offices, senses heightened by cursed energy. I can hear voices from the main floor, agitated, threatening. For distinct male voices, one female. The latter sounds like a bank employee, likely being forced to access the vault. I tap my communicator twice, sending a silent signal to Rex and Eve that I'm in position. A single vibration in response confirms they're ready at the front. Peering through a doorway, I assess the situation. For armed men wearing tactical gear and ski masks, 2 guarding hostages, approximately 12 civilians kneeling with hands behind their heads. 1 watching the front entrance. The 4th escorting the female employee toward the vault. The leader distinguishable by his more authoritative posture, and the way the others defer to his gestures, speaks into a radio. Perimeter secure. We have 5 minutes before SWAT mobilizes. Get the vault open. I note their weapons, semi-automatic rifles, military grade. Their movements suggest training, possibly ex-military or mercenaries. This is no ordinary bank robbery. The precision, the timing, the equipment all indicate a professional operation. My communicator vibrates 3 times the signal for synchronized action. I step from the shadows, channeling cursed energy through my body. I suggest you reconsider your timeline. I say, my voice carrying across the marble floor with unnatural clarity. The effect is immediate. All 4 men swing their weapons toward me, the leader barking orders. Take him down. The first burst of gunfire erupts, bullets streaking toward me with lethal intent. I don't move. Instead, I channel cursed energy into a barrier just inches from my skin, not enough to be visible, but sufficient to deflect the projectiles. I'd rather not have holes in my clothes. The bullets drop harmlessly to the floor around me, their momentum nullified by the energy field. The robbers' eyes widen behind their masks. Before they can adjust their strategy, I extend my hand. Dismantle. A wave of invisible force slices through their weapons, cutting each rifle neatly in half. The severed barrels clatter to the floor, rendering the firearms useless. In the same moment, the front doors burst open. Eve enters in a swirl of pink energy, immediately creating a barrier between the hostages and the now disarmed robbers. Rex follows, hands glowing with potential explosive energy. It's over, I state simply, walking forward with measured steps. Surrender now. 3 of the robbers raise their hands, recognizing the futility of resistance. But the leader reaches for a secondary weapon, a pistol holstered at his ankle. Before he can bring it to bear, I'm beside him, moving with cursed energy-enhanced speed. My hand closes around his wrist, applying precisely calculated pressure to the nerve cluster there. The gun falls from suddenly numb fingers. I said, "It's over." Something in my tone, perhaps an echo of my true authority, makes him freeze. He looks into my eyes, and I see the moment fear overcomes his training. "Okay," he says, raising his hands slowly. "Okay." Eve secures the hostages, creating a safe passage for them to exit the building. Rex handles the 3 subordinates, binding their hands with zip ties from his utility belt. I maintain my grip on the leader, studying him more closely. There's something familiar about his tactics, about the operation itself. This wasn't just about money, I say. Not a question but an observation. A flicker of surprise crosses what little I can see of his face. You were after something specific in the vault. Something worth risking a high-profile robbery with hostages. He says nothing, but his pulse quickens under my fingers. The quantum storage device stolen from the museum 2 months ago. I continue, connecting dots that have been nagging at me since I entered. That was your team as well, wasn't it? Different masks, same tactical approach. His eyes widen slightly, confirmation enough. Whatever you're collecting these components for, it ends tonight. I release his wrist, stepping back as police officers enter to take custody of the suspects. Rex approaches, eyeing the leader with interest. You got something out of him? Just confirmation of a theory, I reply. These aren't ordinary bank robbers. They're collecting specific technological components. The museum heist, now this. They're building something. Rex's expression sharpens. Building what? That's what we need to find out. Eve joins us as the last of the hostages are escorted outside. Everyone's safe. No injuries. She glances at the neatly severed weapons on the floor. Clean work as usual, Sukuna. I nod in acknowledgement. We should investigate what they were after in the vault. This bank handles secure storage for several research facilities in the area. Already on it, Rex says, moving toward the vault where police technicians are examining the door. I've got contacts at the police department who can get us inventory lists. As Rex coordinates with the authorities, Eve moves closer to me, speaking quietly. You handled that perfectly. No excessive force, no collateral damage. Just clean, efficient neutralization of the threat. That's the objective, isn't it? I respond, watching as the robbers are led away in handcuffs. For some, she says with a slight smile. Others get caught up in the theatrics, the spectacle of heroism. I understand her meaning. In the weeks I've worked with the teen team, I've observed the different approaches to heroics. Rex craves attention, making each intervention as flashy as possible. Mark Invincible is still finding his balance, sometimes using excessive force out of inexperience. Eve herself is practical but compassionate, always prioritizing civilian safety over apprehending criminals. My approach is different, clinical, precise, economical. I use exactly as much force as needed, no more, no less. It's earned me a reputation among the team and, increasingly, among the criminal elements we encounter. The spectacle serves no purpose, I say. Results are what matter. Spoken like a true strategist, she replies, but there's warmth in her voice rather than criticism. Our conversation is interrupted as Rex rejoins us, his expression serious. Just got word from the bank manager. They were trying to access a secure container belonging to Quantum Dynamics, the same research facility that had the explosion a few months back. What was in the container? I ask, already suspecting the answer. Technical specifications for something called a harmonic resonance amplifier. Apparently, it's the theoretical design that would make the quantum device from the museum actually functional. The pieces click into place. They're collecting components for a weapon. Or a power source, Eve suggests. Quantum harmonics could potentially generate enormous energy if properly channeled. Either way, we need to identify who's behind this. I say, my mind already mapping potential connections. These aren't random crimes. There's a pattern, a purpose. Rex nods, for once in complete agreement. I'll run the leader's biometrics through our database, see if we get any hits. Ray can analyze the tactical patterns, maybe find matches with known mercenary groups. We should also secure any remaining components, Eve adds. If they need multiple pieces to complete whatever they're building, we can predict their next target. As we exit the bank, the night air cool against my face, I find myself satisfied with the evening's work. Not just the prevention of a robbery, but the discovery of a larger pattern. A puzzle to solve, a threat to neutralize before it fully materializes. I've been bored after all. If it were the me from before, I would have been slaughtering a village or taken a beautiful woman to bed, or would have eaten some of Euron's cooked humans or all three. But now things are different. I don't exactly blame myself for my previous actions. I may feel some guilt and remorse, occasionally, but that part of my life that isn't the current me. I didn't have my current knowledge, my current understanding, and blaming myself is redundant. I still, after all, wish to experience as much pleasure as possible. I am not going to ruin that for myself by wallowing in misery. Besides this, I am still busy establishing myself within the hero community, building alliances, gathering intelligence. All preparation for the coming crisis. Because I know what the others don't. Nolan Grayson is planning to eliminate the Guardians of the Globe. And I need to prevent that. I just hope that those Flaxons invade soon to grant me the opportunity to fight him. Forgoing the necessity of subduing him, I am excited to fight a being of his power. I didn't get my chance to fight against Satoru Gojo before all this went down. Omni-Man will have to do. The media soon arrived. Cameras and microphones thrust toward us as we emerged. Rex immediately stepped forward, assuming his practiced hero pose. Eve stood slightly behind him, professional but less eager for the spotlight. I remain in the background, observing. Let Rex have his moment with the press. My goals don't require public adulation. Rex exploded. Can you tell us what happened inside? The situation is under control, Rex announces with practiced authority. The teen team responded to an armed robbery in progress and successfully neutralized the threat without casualties. All hostages are safe, and the perpetrators are in police custody. Was Invincible involved in this operation? Another reporter calls out. Invincible was handling another incident elsewhere in the city, Rex explains. The teen team operates as a coordinated unit, deploying members as needed to address multiple situations simultaneously. A woman pushes to the front, microphone extended. We've been hearing about a new member on your team. Is that him? She points toward me. Rex hesitates momentarily, unused to sharing the spotlight. Yes, that's Sukuna. He's been a valuable addition to our team. The reporters immediately redirect their attention, cameras swiveling toward me. I remain still, allowing the scrutiny but offering nothing in return. Sukuna, can you tell us about your powers? What does your name mean? Where did you come from? I step forward just enough to be clearly heard, but not enough to suggest eagerness for attention. I'm here to help maintain order and protect civilians, I state simply. That's all that matters. My brevity seems to intrigue them further, but Eve smoothly intervenes. We need to complete our official report. With the authorities. Thank you for your time. She creates a subtle energy barrier, not forceful but clear enough to indicate the interview is over. We move away from the press, toward a side street where we can depart discreetly. Not one for publicity, are you? Rex remarks as we walk. It serves no tactical purpose, I reply. He laughs. Maybe not, but it builds public trust. Makes the job easier when people are on your side. I'll leave that aspect to you, I say without sarcasm. You're better suited to it. The compliment, simple as it is, seems to please him. Over the weeks, I've learned that Rex responds well to acknowledgement of his strengths, making him more receptive to collaboration. We should meet at headquarters to debrief, Eve suggests. This connection between the museum heist and tonight's robbery could be significant. Agreed, Rex says. I'll contact Ray and Kate. Mark II once he's finished uptown. We separate to make our way to headquarters, individually standard protocol to avoid drawing attention to our base location. I take to the rooftops again, moving with enhanced speed across the urban landscape. As I travel, I reflect on my progress. The teen team has accepted me more readily than I anticipated. Even Rex, who initially viewed me with annoyance. My abilities have proven valuable in multiple operations, establishing my credibility without revealing my full capabilities. More importantly, I've gained access to intelligence networks and monitoring systems that track superhuman activities across the city. Through these, I've been able to keep closer tabs on the Guardians of the Globe and, by extension, on Nolan's movements. So far, he hasn't made his move against them. But the signs are their subtle patterns in his behavior, changes in his patrol schedule, increased interest in Guardian activities. He's preparing just as I am. The question is, Who will act first? I arrive at headquarters to find Ray already at the main computer terminal, analyzing data from the bank robbery. Kate is creating multiple copies of herself to simultaneously organize evidence, prepare refreshments, and set up the briefing area. Sukuna. Ray greets me without looking away from her screens. Fascinating work with those weapons. The molecular separation was even cleaner than your previous applications. Are you refining your technique? Constant improvement is necessary, I reply, moving to observe his analysis. Indeed, indeed, she mutters, adjusting her glasses. I've been comparing the tactical patterns from tonight with the museum incident. The similarities are statistically significant 95.7% correlation in movement patterns, communication protocols, and equipment specifications. Same team, different mission, I confirm. But working for whom? Kate, one of her copies, at least asks as she sets down a tray of energy drinks. Mercenaries this well-equipped don't come cheap. I have some theories, I say, just as Rex and Eve arrive together. Let's hear them, Rex says, grabbing an energy drink and dropping into his chair at the central table. I move to the digital display board, activating it with a touch. Based on the components they've targeted, we're looking at someone with advanced scientific knowledge, specifically in quantum physics and energy amplification. I pull up images of the stolen device and the technical specifications they attempted to take tonight. These aren't random high-value items. They're specific components that, when combined, could theoretically create a quantum energy source of unprecedented power. A power source for what? Kate asks. That's the question, I acknowledge. But the list of individuals with both the scientific knowledge to understand these components and the resources to hire military-grade mercenaries is relatively small. I bring up profiles of several potential suspects: corporate CEOs, rogue scientists, known technological arms dealers. My primary suspect is this man. I highlight one profile, Dr. Thaddeus Wexler, former quantum physicist for the Department of Defense, dismissed 5 years ago for ethical violations involving unauthorized experiments in energy weapons development. Ray leans forward, interest piqued. I've read his papers on harmonic resonance. Brilliant but deeply unethical in his methodologies. After his dismissal, he disappeared from public view. I continue. But financial records show he maintained connections with several private military contractors. And 3 months ago, he made a significant withdrawal from an offshore account, approximately the amount needed to hire a specialized tactical team. How did you access those financial records? Rex asks, suspicious. I have my methods, I reply simply, not elaborating on the fact that I'd utilized a combination of my own learning ability on hacking and some strategic persuasion of a banking official. The timing aligns with the museum heist, Eve notes, studying the timeline I've displayed. And Wexler would certainly have the knowledge to utilize these components. But what's his endgame? Rex asks. What's he building? Based on his previous research, I explain, I believe he's attempting to create a quantum destabilizer, a device capable of disrupting the molecular cohesion of matter at a fundamental level. The implications hang in the air, understood by all present. A weapon that could disintegrate buildings, Kate says quietly, or people. Precisely, I confirm. And if my analysis is correct, they still need one more component to complete it, a quantum synchronization module. Only 3 exist in the country, all under heavy security. Where? Rex demands. I bring up a map with 3 locations highlighted. LexCorp Research Division in Metropolis, Stark Industries Advanced Physics Lab in New York, and the Global Defense Agency Science Division right here in our city. Eve finishes, recognizing the implications immediately. The GDA facility is the most logical target, I confirm. Closer proximity means less risk during transport of the stolen component. And their security, while formidable, lacks the superhuman elements of the other locations. Rex stands, energy drink forgotten. We need to alert the GDA, set up surveillance on the facility. Already done, I say, earning surprised looks from the others. I sent an encrypted warning to their security division while en route to headquarters, highlighting the potential threat and suggesting enhanced protocols. Rex looks momentarily annoyed at being preempted, then nods grudgingly. Good call, but we should still establish our own monitoring. If Wexler's team makes a move, we need to be ready. Agreed, I say. I suggest rotating surveillance shifts, two-person teams to maintain coverage without depleting our response capability for other incidents. The planning continues for another hour, schedules arranged, contingencies discussed, intelligence shared. Throughout it all, I maintain my role as strategic advisor, offering insights while carefully avoiding revealing too much about my methods. As the meeting concludes, Mark finally arrives, still in his Invincible costume, looking tired but satisfied. Tanker truck accident uptown, he explains, dropping into a chair. Potential chemical spill. Got it contained, no civilians exposed. He looks around at our serious expressions. What did I miss? Eve brings him up to speed on the bank robbery and our subsequent investigation, while I observe his reactions. Mark has grown noticeably in the weeks since his powers manifested more. Confident in his abilities, more comfortable in his role as a hero. But there's still an innocence to him, an optimism that will be shattered when his father reveals his true nature. So we're talking about a quantum weapon that could potentially disintegrate matter? Mark summarizes. That sounds bad. Very bad, Rex confirms. Which is why we're setting up surveillance on the GDA facility. You're on the rotation with Kate tomorrow night. Mark nods, accepting the assignment without complaint. Should we inform the Guardians about this? It seems like something they might want to know about. The question creates a momentary pause. The team, while respected, operates largely independently from the more established Guardians of the globe. Coordination between the groups is limited, often hampered by Rex's competitive attitude toward the senior heroes. I've included the potential threat in my report to the GDA. I say before Rex can respond with his usual dismissal. They'll determine whether to brief the Guardians based on their threat assessment protocols. This diplomatic answer satisfies Mark while allowing Rex to maintain his perceived autonomy. It's a delicate balance, managing the team dynamics while advancing my own agenda. As the meeting breaks up, Eve approaches me. That was impressive work tonight, she says quietly. Both the bank intervention and the investigation afterward. You've got a mind for connecting dots that others miss. Pattern recognition, I say modestly. It's just a matter of seeing the relationships between seemingly unrelated events. She studies me for a moment. You know, when you first suggested Sukuna as your hero name, I was curious about the choice. Driving out evil spirits is fitting, but there's something more to it, isn't there? Something personal. Her perception is uncomfortably sharp. Names have power, I say carefully. They connect us to our nature, our purpose. And what's your purpose, Sukuna? She asks, her tone light but her eyes searching. I offer a small smile. For now, preventing quantum weapons from falling into the wrong hands. She accepts the deflection with grace. Well, whatever your deeper motivations, I'm glad you're with us. The team is stronger with you on it. Her words carry genuine warmth, and I find myself appreciating her support more than I might have expected. Eve has become not just an ally in my strategic planning, but something closer to a friend, a concept that would have been foreign to me in my days as the King of Curses. Especially as she is a woman. I may have respected some female sorcerers simply because of their capabilities with cursed energy, Kinjaku and Euron being primary ones, but the normal ones, I look down on them even more than men since they were simply biologically less meant for battle. Past me would have fought with Eve, forced her into her true savage potential, and then later either turned her into a plaything or ate her. The thought of me doing such things to her now makes my heart feel constricted. Thank you, I reply simply. The sentiment is mutual. We part ways, each heading home via different routes, another security protocol to maintain our civilian identities. As I traverse the city one final time, moving through shadows with cursed energy enhancing my speed and agility, I reflect on the evening's developments. The quantum weapon investigation provides a useful focus for the team, keeping them engaged and building their trust in my analytical abilities. Somewhere, after all in this city, a rogue scientist assembles a weapon of potentially devastating power. But it's merely a subplot in the larger drama unfolding. Nolan is watching, waiting for his moment to strike against the Guardians. I am watching him in turn, preparing for the aftermath of his betrayal. All pieces on a board, moving toward an inevitable collision. As I approach my apartment building, I detect a presence on the roof, a figure waiting in stillness that suggests superhuman patience. I change direction, ascending the fire escape with silent efficiency. Nolan Grayson stands at the edge of the roof, his white cape billowing slightly in the night breeze. He turns as I emerge onto the rooftop, his expression unreadable in the moonlight. Megumi. He greets me, using my civilian name despite my costumed appearance. Or should I say Sukuna? An interesting choice of alias. I remove my mask, recognizing the futility of maintaining pretenses. Mr. Grayson, this is unexpected. Is it? He asks, stepping closer. I've been following your activities with interest. Your name particularly caught my attention. The Japanese folklore figure the double-faced specter, if I'm not mistaken. An unusual choice for a hero. His knowledge surprises me slightly. Few in this country would recognize the deeper meaning behind the name. The last kanji in my name means to drive out evil spirits. I explain, offering the same partial truth I'd given the team. It seemed appropriate. And yet, in the original tales, Sukuna was himself a demon, Nolan observes. A being of great power who could be both destroyer and protector, depending on circumstance. The duality is intriguing. I meet his gaze steadily. Most powerful entities contain such dualities. Wouldn't you agree? A subtle smile touches his lips. Indeed, which is why I wanted to speak with you directly, without the complications of our respective teams. About the future, he says simply, and your place in it. The weight of his words hangs between us. Is this the moment? Is he about to reveal his true nature, to attempt to recruit me before making his move against the Guardians? I'm listening, I say, maintaining a calm exterior despite the tension coiling within me. Nolan studies me for a long moment, his eyes reflecting the city lights. You're not like the others, he says finally. Not just in power, but in perspective. You see beyond the immediate, calculate the long game. It's a rare quality. Experience teaches caution, I reply. Indeed. He turns slightly, looking out over the city again. The world is changing, Megumi. Forces are in motion that will reshape the existing order. When that happens, choices will need to be made. What kind of choices? His gaze returns to me, penetrating and assessing. About allegiance. About survival. About which side of history you wish to stand on. The implication is clear, though carefully veiled. He's testing the waters, gauging my potential receptiveness to his true agenda. I've always believed in backing the winning side. I say, deliberately ambiguous, provided it aligns with my interests. A smile touches his lips, approval, perhaps, or satisfaction at confirming a suspicion. A pragmatic approach, he notes, one that has served many well throughout history. He steps closer, his presence commanding the space between us. I see great potential in you, Megumi. Potential that could be fully realized with the right mentorship. Are you offering such mentorship? I ask directly. Perhaps, he says. In time. For now, I simply wanted to establish a direct line of communication. Events may unfold rapidly in the coming days. It would be beneficial for us to understand each other. I consider my response carefully. This conversation is a dangerous balancing act, revealing enough interest to keep Nolan engaged while not committing to anything that might compromise my position later. I appreciate directness, I tell him, and I'm always open to expanding my understanding of the larger picture. He nods, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Good. We'll speak again soon. He turns to leave, then pauses. One more thing. The quantum weapon your team is investigating is more dangerous than you realize. If successfully deployed, it could destabilize matter at an atomic level across a significant radius. This new information sharpens my attention. You have intelligence on Wexler's project? Let's just say I've encountered similar technology before. Nolan replies cryptically. It's not something that should exist on this planet. I trust you'll ensure it doesn't. With that, he launches into the air with the effortless power of a Viltrumite, disappearing into the night sky in seconds. I remain on the rooftop, processing the interaction. Nolan's visit serves multiple purposes: assessing my potential as an ally, establishing a connection independent of Mark or the team, and providing information about the quantum weapon that simultaneously aids me while demonstrating his superior knowledge. It's a calculated approach, designed to position him as a potential mentor figure while subtly testing my loyalty parameters. More importantly, it confirms my suspicion. He's preparing to make his move against the Guardians soon. This conversation is part of his preparation, identifying potential allies or threats in the aftermath. I enter my apartment through the window, moving silently to avoid waking Uncle Kenji. As I remove my costume and store it in its secure hiding place, I consider my next steps. The quantum weapon investigation must continue, both because the threat is real and because it provides cover for my preparations. But now I must accelerate my monitoring of the Guardians, perhaps find a way to warn them without revealing too much. And I need to prepare Mark for what's coming, though he won't believe the truth about his father until forced to confront it directly. As I lie in bed, sleep elusive despite the night's exertions, I reflect on the irony of my situation. In using the name Sukuna, I've placed my true identity in plain sight, hidden behind a veil of apparent heroism. The double-faced specter indeed playing the role of protector while harboring the soul of one of the greatest evils. Yet perhaps this duality serves a purpose beyond mere irony. Perhaps in this new life, I can embody both aspects of the myth made about me: the destroyer when necessary, the protector when possible. I was worshipped as a god once, for my presence banished curses from my territory, causing the people in it to prosper so long as they bestowed upon me food, women, sacrifices, and entertainment. It is one of the reasons I was bestowed the title Ryuman Sukuna, my own given name long since forgotten even by myself. If I was even bestowed a name, that is. My mother always hated me, an unwanted wretch I was, as she was the womb that begot a demon child. What is the point of these useless thoughts? I mutter to myself as I run my hand down upon my face. I should just sleep, I need my rest, there is much to still do. Obsession Eve's POV. The molecular structure of obsession isn't so different from that of water. Both appear transparent at first glance. Both can sustain life or destroy it, depending on their application. Both can change states from liquid calm to frozen stillness to vapor that permeates everything, invisible yet omnipresent. God, I'm even thinking in scientific metaphors now. That's what happens when you spend 16 hours a day in a basement lab with nothing but quantum equations for company. I've been studying obsession lately. Not academically, though I could totally frame it that way if anyone asked, but as personal research. Self-observation, you might say. A phenomenon I never expected to experience firsthand. My lab has become my sanctuary over the past weeks. The familiar equipment, the meticulously organized samples, the data charts covering the walls, they provide a comforting structure to my increasingly chaotic thoughts. Tonight, I sit before my primary workstation, supposedly analyzing energy readings from our latest encounter with Wexler's mercenaries. But my attention keeps drifting to the secondary monitor, where a different kind of data streams in real time. Megumi is on patrol tonight, alone. I designed the tracking system myself, a network of nanoscale transmitters incorporated into our team communicators. For safety purposes, I explained when I introduced the technology. So we can locate each other in emergencies. Everyone agreed it was sensible, practical. No one questioned why the trackers also monitor vital signs, or why the data feeds directly to my private terminal. Honestly, people will accept any invasion of privacy if you wrap it in enough technical jargon and a veneer of practicality. It's almost disappointing how easy it was. The glowing dot representing Megumi moves methodically across the city grid, his vital signs stable, his movements purposeful. Watching him like this brings a sense of security? No, that's not right. Satisfaction. Knowledge is control, after all. and I need to know he's safe. I minimize the tracking window as my phone buzzes with a text from Mark. Hey Eve, you coming to training tomorrow? Rex wants to run that new tactical formation. My fingers hover over the keyboard. Mark. Always Mark. It's not that I dislike him. He's earnest and good-hearted, if somewhat naive. But lately, I found myself cataloging the hours Megumi spends with him versus the hours he spends with me. The data is unsatisfactory. I'll be there, I reply, keeping it brief. Working on something important right now. I return to the energy analysis, trying to focus on the actual work at hand. The readings from Megumi's Sukuna's energy output during our last mission show patterns I still can't fully explain with conventional physics. The energy itself defies classification, not electromagnetic, not nuclear, not any known fundamental force. It's beautiful in its complexity. Like him. Ugh, listen to me. That's embarrassingly poetic for a scientist. Maybe I should get more sleep. Or less. I'm not sure which would help at this point. My mind drifts back to that day in the museum when I froze. When panic paralyzed me while civilians were in danger. When Megumi acted with decisive clarity. His movements precise and controlled while I stood helpless. I've replayed that moment countless times in my mind. The shame of my failure. The awe at his capability. The realization that he saw me at my weakest and didn't judge me for it. No one has ever seen me fail like that and still valued me afterward. Not my parents with their relentless academic expectations. Not my best friend in middle school who exposed my powers the moment I trusted her. Not even the team who only see Adam Eve, never the scared girl beneath the molecules. But he saw, and he stayed. The tracking dot changes direction suddenly, moving with increased speed toward the financial district. Something's happening. I switch screens, accessing the police band frequencies. Armed suspects at Quantum Dynamics corporate headquarters. Security breach in progress. Requesting immediate backup. Quantum Dynamics. The same company targeted in the previous incidents. This must be Wexler's team making their move for the final component. Protocol dictates I should alert the entire team. Instead, my finger hovers over the individual communication channel. Just to Megumi. He's already responding, already closest to the scene. We could handle this together. Just the two of us. Oh my God. Eve, get a grip. The mission is too important for your weird. Whatever this is. I hesitate, then reluctantly activate the team-wide alert. Quantum dynamics under attack. I transmit. Likely Wexler's team after the synchronization module. Sukuna already en route. Converge on location. I grab my jacket and head for the stairs. My molecules already rearranging beneath my clothing to form my costume. By the time I reach the back door, Adam Eve is ready to take flight. The night air rushes past as I soar toward the financial district, pink energy propelling me forward. The rational part of my brain focuses on tactical considerations, entry points, potential hostage situations, containment strategies. But beneath that professional analysis runs a different current of thought. I'll see him soon. I'll fight alongside him. He'll see my competence this time, not my failure. I sound like a teenager with a crush. Except normal crushes don't involve detailed surveillance systems and molecular-level analysis of the subject's biological responses. This is something else. Something I don't have a scientific classification for yet. I arrive at Quantum Dynamics to find chaos. The sleek corporate headquarters is partially damaged. A section of the eastern wall blown open. Police have established a perimeter but are maintaining distance smart, given the presumed capabilities of Wexler's technology. Megumi Sukuna in his hero persona is already there. A dark figure moving with lethal grace through the shadows near the breach. I descend to join him, creating a small platform of energy beneath my feet to hover just above the ground. Situation? I ask, keeping my voice professionally detached despite the acceleration of my pulse at his proximity. Thank God for molecular control that lets me modulate my voice perfectly, hiding the ridiculous flutter in my chest. 6 armed operatives, military precision, advanced tech. He replies without looking away from the building, his voice carrying that distinctive calm authority. They've neutralized the security systems and have control of the main laboratory on the 5th floor. No confirmed hostages, but the night shift would have at least 3 researchers on duty. His analysis is flawless, as always. No wasted words, no unnecessary emotion. Just pure tactical efficiency. It's like watching a perfect chemical reaction unfold every element in its place. Nothing extraneous. The others are 3 minutes out. I inform him. Do we wait? Now he turns to me, his expression unreadable behind his mask. The longer we wait, the more likely they secure the module and escape. A slight pause. Your call. My call. He's deferring to me despite having seniority in this situation. The trust implicit in that gesture sends a warm current through my chest. It shouldn't mean this much to me, but it does. We go in, I decide. I'll create diversionary pressure at the main breach while you infiltrate through the ventilation system on the north side. If you can locate the hostages, prioritize their safety. I'll focus on containing the technology. He nods once, approving my strategy. Efficient. Let's move. We separate, each heading to our designated entry points. As I prepare to create a flashy display at the breach site, something to draw attention, while Megumi slips in unnoticed, I find myself already calculating how to maximize our time alone before the rest of the team arrives. The thought brings me up short. This is a mission. Lives are at stake. The quantum technology in play could devastate the city if weaponized. My focus should be absolute. And yet, I create a brilliant surge of pink energy, directing it through the breach in a display that would make Rex proud in its theatricality. Shouts of alarm echo from inside as the mercenaries react to this new threat. Attention quantum dynamics intruders. I project my voice with energy manipulation, making it seem to come from multiple directions at once. You are surrounded by the team. Surrender the technology and release any hostages. The response is immediate. Gunfire erupts from the breach, bullets dissolving harmlessly against my molecular shield. I return fire with precise energy blasts, careful to disable rather than harm. Through our communicator link, I hear Megumi's steady breathing as he navigates the ventilation system. The sound is oddly intimate in my ear, and I find myself synchronizing my own breathing to his rhythm. In out, our molecules exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide in perfect tandem, separated by distance but connected by technology. In position, he murmurs after a minute. 3 hostages confirmed, bound but unharmed. 6 operatives, heavily armed. The module is being removed from its housing now. Can you secure the hostages without being detected? Ask. Yes. His voice carries absolute certainty. But I'll need a more significant distraction to extract them safely. Understood. On my mark, I gather energy, preparing for a more aggressive entry. My molecules sing with potential energy, eager to be unleashed. 3, 2, 1. Mark. I unleash a controlled explosion of energy that blows the damaged wall section inward, creating a storm of debris and pink light. Simultaneously, I hear Megumi moving through the comms, the soft sound of his technique, dismantle barely audible as he presumably cuts through the hostages' restraints. The next few minutes are a blur of coordinated action. I engage the mercenaries directly, using my powers to create barriers, deflect weapons, and generally command their complete attention. Meanwhile, Megumi extracts the hostages with silent efficiency, getting them to safety before rejoining the fight. When he reappears, it's like watching a shadow gain substance. One moment the mercenaries are focused on me, the next they're falling to precisely applied strikes as Megumi moves among them with supernatural speed. Such tedious opposition. I hear him mutter under his breath as he disables 2 mercenaries with what appears to be minimal effort. There's something almost dismissive in his tone, like a chess master annoyed by an amateur's predictable moves. The efficiency of our teamwork is exhilarating. We anticipate each other's movements without needing to communicate, creating openings for each other with practiced ease. It's like a dance where both partners instinctively know the next step. I've never experienced synchronicity like this with anyone else on the team. Not with Rex's ego always demanding center stage. Not with Kate's sometimes scattered focus. Certainly not with Mark's well-intentioned but often clumsy approach. This is different. This is perfect. 5 of the 6 mercenaries are subdued within minutes. The 6th, clearly the leader, makes a break for the laboratory's far exit, clutching what must be the synchronization module. "I've got him," I call, moving to intercept. "No." Megumi counters, already in motion. "Secure these 5. I'll retrieve the module." He disappears through the doorway in pursuit before I can respond. Something tight and uncomfortable coils in my chest at being left behind, at being assigned the cleanup while he handles the critical component alone. Did I do something wrong? Was my performance inadequate? The questions spiral through my mind, unwelcome and intrusive. I push the feeling aside, focusing on restraining the subdued mercenaries with energy constructs. By the time Rex and Kate arrive moments later, I've secured the area and am examining the laboratory equipment for additional clues about Wexler's plans. Situation. Rex demands, always needing to reassert authority when he's not first on scene. God, his ego is exhausting sometimes. Hostages secure. 5 suspects contained. I report professionally. Sukuna is in pursuit of the 6th, who has the synchronization module. Rex scowls slightly at having missed the main action. We'll secure the perimeter. Where's Mark? Handling another incident uptown. Kate reminds him, her duplicate's already moving to take custody of the mercenaries. My communicator activates. Module secured. Megumi's voice reports. Suspect subdued. East stairwell, 2nd floor. I'll go, I say immediately, moving toward the exit before Rex can volunteer. My molecules practically vibrate with eagerness to rejoin him. We've got this covered, Rex calls after me, but I'm already gone, flying down to the 2nd floor with perhaps more speed than strictly necessary. I find Megumi in the stairwell as reported, the unconscious mercenary leader at his feet and a small metallic device, the synchronization module, in his hand. He stands untouched, not a hair out of place, exuding that effortless control that fascinates me so deeply. The mercenary, by contrast, looks like he's been through a natural disaster unconscious, clothing torn, a perfect demonstration of the gap between ordinary humans and whatever Megumi truly is. You handled him easily, I observe, unable to keep the admiration from my voice as I approach. He was unprepared for my capabilities, Megumi replies with a slight curl of his lip. These mercenaries overestimate themselves. The module is intact. I move closer, drawn to him like a molecule seeking its most stable bond. May I ask, gesturing to the device. He hands it to me, our fingers brushing momentarily. Even that fleeting contact sends a rush of data to my senses, his body temperature slightly elevated from exertion, his energy signature pulsing with controlled power, his molecular structure unlike anything I've ever analyzed. I examine the module, focusing on its construction to distract myself from my inappropriate fascination with his biometrics. The quantum entanglement matrix appears undamaged. This would have been the final component Wexler needed. With this secured, his weapon can't be completed, Megumi notes, his tone carrying that distinctive blend of confidence and dismissal. Unless he has another way to acquire one, I point out. Always consider alternative hypotheses basic scientific method. Unlikely. There are only 3 in existence, and the other 2 are now under heightened security after our warning. He adjusts his stance slightly, a subtle shift that somehow commands more space. Wexler lacks the resources to overcome such obstacles. I nod, studying the device. We should get this to Ray for analysis. She might give us insight into exactly what Wexler was planning. Agreed. He takes back the module, his movements precise and efficient as he secures it in a specialized compartment of his utility belt. Shall we join the others? We return to the main laboratory, where Rex is coordinating with police for the transfer of prisoners while Kate secures evidence. The efficiency of the cleanup operation allows us to depart within the hour, the module safely in our possession and Wexler's operation effectively dismantled. Back at headquarters, Ray practically vibrates with excitement as she examines the synchronization module, muttering technical specifications and theoretical applications while the rest of us debrief. Her enthusiasm for technology is endearing, if sometimes overwhelming. At least she appreciates the beauty of quantum mechanics. So that's it? Mark asks, having joined us after completing his own mission uptown. Wexler's plan is stopped? The immediate threat is neutralized, Megumi confirms, leaning against the wall with casual grace. But Wexler himself remains at large. We should celebrate anyway, Rex declares. Stopping a quantum weapon from being assembled counts as a win in my book. The suggestion of a team celebration would normally appeal to me, but tonight I find myself calculating how to create a more exclusive interaction. Just Megumi and me, discussing the implications of the technology without Rex's bombastic interruptions or Mark's well-meaning but simplistic questions. Before any celebrating, we should analyze the module thoroughly, I suggest. I can help Rei with the technical aspects. I'll assist as well, Megumi offers. There may be tactical insights to be gained from its design. Mark looks between us, something like suspicion flickering across his features. Since when are you two so interested in the technical details? Usually you leave that to Rei. My heart rate accelerates slightly. Is he noticing the pattern? The way I've been orchestrating situations to work more closely with Megumi? I need to be more careful. Professional development, I reply smoothly, expanding my knowledge base. Mark doesn't look entirely convinced, but he shrugs. Well, while you three are geeking out over quantum tech, the rest of us will be at Krusty's Pizza celebrating like normal people. Join when you're done. We'll see, I say non-committally. The probability of me voluntarily cutting short time with Megumi to eat greasy pizza with Rex and Kate is approximately 0%, but no need to make that obvious. The team disperses, Rex, Kate, and Mark heading out for celebration while Rei, Megumi, and I remain with the module. It's exactly the arrangement I'd hoped for. Rei is so absorbed in the technology that she barely registers our presence, creating a functional privacy despite her physical presence. As Rei hunches over her workstation, muttering excitedly to herself, I move closer to Megumi. Your technique today was flawless, I observe quietly. The way you neutralized that mercenary leader without even exerting yourself, it was remarkable. He posed no significant challenge, he replies, something almost like boredom in his tone. Mercenaries rely too heavily on their weapons, neglecting to develop their own inherent capabilities. Still, I persist. The precision of your movements, the economy of force, it's fascinating from a scientific perspective. His eyes shift to me, a flicker of interest replacing the dismissal. And your barrier work has become more sophisticated. The way you contained the explosive force while still allowing visibility was impressive. The compliment sends a warm current through me, more satisfying than it should be. My cheeks heat slightly, and I'm grateful for the dim lighting of the lab. I've been experimenting with selective molecular permeability. Different vibrational frequencies allow for... I catch myself before launching into a full technical explanation. Sorry, I get carried away with the science sometimes. No need to apologize, he says, and I swear there's the faintest hint of amusement in his voice. Precision in understanding leads to precision in application. We fall into a comfortable silence, observing Rei's analysis while occasionally offering technical suggestions. After about an hour, she looks up as if suddenly remembering we're there. This will take all night, she announces, pushing her glasses up her nose. The quantum entanglement properties alone require extensive mapping. You two might as well join the others. I'm not particularly in a celebratory mood, Megumi says, his tone making it clear that pizza with the team ranks somewhere below dental surgery on his list of preferred activities. Neither am I add quickly. Too quickly. But I am hungry. We could grab something more substantial than pizza. Megumi considers this for a moment, then nods. That would be acceptable. My pulse quickens at his agreement. A perfect experimental condition, just the two of us, away from the team's watchful eyes. There's a good Thai place a few blocks from here, still open late. We leave Rei to her enthusiastic analysis, changing out of our costumes in the separate locker rooms before meeting at the exit in civilian clothes. The night air is cool as we walk, the streets relatively quiet at this late hour. You were thinking several moves ahead tonight, Megumi observes as we walk. The distraction, the hostage extraction plan, the containment strategy. All of it precisely calibrated. I've been studying your tactical approach, I admit. The efficiency of it appeals to me. That's an understatement. I've been analyzing his every move, creating spreadsheets of his tactical choices, looking for patterns I can incorporate into my own methodology. You've always been efficient, he counters. But lately there's been a different quality to your strategy. More comprehensive. Is he noticing the changes in me? The way my thinking has been evolving, becoming more focused on certain priorities? I'm not sure if this pleases or concerns me. I don't want to be transparent, but I do want him to see me. Really see me. I've been reconsidering my approach to problem solving, I say carefully, looking at longer-term patterns rather than immediate solutions. He nods, seeming to approve. A valuable perspective. Most humans, he pauses, correcting himself. Most people focus too narrowly on immediate outcomes. We reach the restaurant and are seated in a quiet corner booth. After ordering, I find myself studying him more openly than usual, cataloging the precise angle of his jawline. The way his eyes scan the room in a habitual security assessment, the controlled economy of his movements. I could watch him for hours, days. The data set never stops being interesting. You're observing me, he notes without looking directly at me. Caught. I don't look away. Yes. May I ask why? I consider several possible answers, weighing their potential impact. The truth feels too revealing too soon. Professional curiosity. Your physical capabilities exceed normal human parameters. Yet you move with more natural fluidity than Mark, despite his Viltrumite genetics. Different energy source, different application, he explains, a hint of pride entering his voice. Mark's strength comes from his cellular structure. Mine comes from channeling and directing energy through existing pathways. Brute force versus refined technique. Like my molecular manipulation, I suggest, leaning forward slightly. The parallel between our abilities is something I've been considering extensively. We're more alike than different, fundamentally. Similar in concept, different in execution. He studies me with those intense eyes. Your control is exceptional for one so young. The compliment catches me off guard, sending a flush of pleasure through my system that's embarrassingly strong. I've had my abilities since childhood. Lots of practice. Our food arrives, temporarily pausing the conversation. As we eat, I find myself noting his preferences, the order in which he samples different dishes, which flavors he seems to favor, how he holds his chopsticks with precise control. Each detail gets filed away in my mental database, adding to my understanding of him. The team dynamic has shifted since you joined, I observe after a while. More focused, less chaotic. Rex still enjoys his theatrics, Megumi points out with the barest hint of amusement, though there's something dismissive in the way he says Rex's name. Yes, but even he's become more strategic. Your influence has been significant, not just on the team but on me specifically. He's changed how I think, how I approach problems, how I view the world. Like a catalyst in a chemical reaction, accelerating transformations without being consumed himself. He studies me for a moment. You've been the most receptive to tactical refinement. The others follow your lead more than they realize. The observation pleases me more than it should. The idea that he's noticed my influence, that he sees me as distinct from the others, it feeds something hungry inside me. Something that's been starved for recognition, for connection, for someone who truly sees. We work well together. I say, the understatement deliberate. We do, he agrees. Our capabilities complement each other effectively. Unlike some partnerships where abilities merely exist in parallel, ours enhance each other. I want to pursue this line of conversation further, to explore the unique connection I feel forming between us, but his communicator buzzes. He checks it with a slight frown. Mark, he explains. and I swear there's a note of irritation in his voice, wondering if we're joining them at Krusty's. Something cold and sharp twists inside me. Mark. Always Mark, inserting himself between us. Always wanting Megumi's attention, his time, his friendship. As if he doesn't already have everything else: loving parents, innate powers, universal popularity. Are we? I ask, keeping my tone neutral despite the sudden tension in my body. Megumi considers for a moment. It would be the socially expected choice. But not your preference, I observe, reading his subtle expressions with increasing accuracy. I've been cataloging his micro-expressions, correlating them with context and outcomes. I'm getting better at predicting his responses. I find I prefer more substantive conversation, he admits, his eyes meeting mine with unexpected directness. The cold feeling dissolves, replaced by a warm satisfaction. As do I. He texts something brief in response to Mark, then puts his communicator away. I informed him we're otherwise engaged. Otherwise engaged. With me. Not with the team, not with Mark. The exclusivity of it sends a pleasant current through my system. It's a data point that supports my hypothesis he values our interactions, seeks them out, chooses them over alternatives. We should discuss the Wexler situation further, I suggest, providing a professional justification for extending our time together. Even with the module secured, he remains a threat. Agreed. His resources are substantial, and his determination has been demonstrated repeatedly. Megumi leans forward slightly. Such persistence is almost admirable in its way, misguided, but not without a certain resolve. We spend the next hour in deep conversation about potential next steps, contingency plans, and preventative measures. Throughout, I find myself noting how rarely I need to explain my reasoning to him, how quickly he grasps concepts that I would have to break down extensively for the others. It's exhilarating, this mental synchronicity, like finding a perfect resonance frequency after years of discordant interactions. Like discovering a molecule that bonds perfectly with your own atomic structure, forming something stronger than either could be alone. When we finally leave the restaurant, it's past midnight. The streets are nearly empty, the city quiet under a canopy of stars partially obscured by light pollution. I'll walk you home, he offers, surprising me slightly with the conventional courtesy. That's not necessary, I say automatically, then immediately regret it. Stupid. More data collection opportunities. But I wouldn't object to the company. We walk in comfortable silence for several blocks. I'm acutely aware of his presence beside me, the precise distance between us as we move, the way other late-night pedestrians give him a slightly wider berth without seeming to realize they're doing it. His energy signature affects others subconsciously, another fascinating variable to study. You never explained the full meaning of your hero name, I say as we near my neighborhood. Sukuna. You mention the last kanji of your name means driving out evil spirits, but there's more to it, isn't there? He glances at me, something like appreciation in his expression. You've researched it. I research everything that interests me. I admit, perhaps revealing too much, but the slight widening of his eyes suggests he's pleased by my interest, not alarmed by it. Good. In Japanese folklore, Sukuna is a complex figure, he explains after a moment, his voice taking on a different quality, deeper, more resonant, sometimes depicted as a two-faced specter, sometimes as a demon, sometimes as a protective deity. The duality appealed to me. The protector with the capacity for destruction, I observe. It suits you, does it? There's a genuine question in his tone, but also something else, a hint of amusement, as if at a private joke. You contain multitudes, I say simply. I've seen your precision in combat, the calculated application of force. But I've also seen the restraint, the protection of innocence. The duality is compelling. We reach my house, stopping at the front gate. The porch light casts soft shadows across his features, highlighting the angular perfection of his face. I could study those shadows for hours, the interplay of light and dark, the way they emphasize the complexity of his features. Thank you for the conversation, he says. It was Refreshing. We should do this again, I suggest, trying to keep the eagerness from my voice. There are other tactical matters we could discuss more efficiently without the full team present. He nods. A logical approach. Perhaps after the surveillance shift tomorrow. Perfect. The word comes out more intensely than I intended. I need to maintain better control. Can't let him see how much this means to me. Not yet. He studies me for a moment longer than necessary, something unreadable in his expression. Good night, Eve. Good night, Megumi. I watch him walk away, tracking his movement until he turns the corner and disappears from sight. Only then do I enter my house, moving silently through the darkened rooms to my basement laboratory. The tracking system shows me his progress home, the steady movement of the glowing dot across the city grid. His vital signs calm and regular. I watch until the dot stops at his apartment building, until his heart rate slows to the rhythm of sleep. Only then do I turn to my workbench, pulling out a special project I've been developing in private. A network of nanoscale sensors, more sophisticated than the trackers in our communicators. These can monitor not just location and vital signs, but proximity to others, conversation patterns, even rudimentary emotional indicators through biochemical analysis. For the team's safety, I'll tell them when I eventually implement this system. For tactical efficiency. For mission success rates. That's what I'll tell them, anyway. But as I calibrate the primary sensor, the one designed specifically to monitor Megumi, I acknowledge to myself that my motivations have become more complex than mere team safety. I need to know where he is at all times, who he's with, what he's doing. Not just for tactical reasons, but because the thought of not knowing creates an uncomfortable hollow sensation in my chest. Like a chemical imbalance I can't correct, a molecular structure missing a crucial element. The rational part of my mind recognizes this as problematic, as a potential vulnerability in my psychological architecture, as something that could compromise my effectiveness if not properly managed. But another part, growing stronger each day, whispers that this is simply the natural evolution of my understanding, that Megumi represents something unique and valuable that must be studied, protected, preserved, kept. For it's just good science after all. Invasion the Flaxens came on a Tuesday. Not that the day of the week mattered to interdimensional invaders, but there was something especially offensive about violating the mundane middle of the workweek with their green-skinned, goggle-wearing troops and scuttling war machines. Mark Grayson was in English class when the first portal tore open above downtown, a swirling vortex of sickly green energy that belched forth legions of alien soldiers. By the time the school's emergency alert system began blaring, 3 more portals had opened across the city. "This is not a drill," crackled the principal's voice over the intercom. "All students are to proceed to designated shelter areas immediately." This is not, the announcement cut off as the power failed, plunging the hallways into semi-darkness relieved only by emergency lighting. Mark was already moving, ducking into an empty classroom to change into his costume. His heart hammered in his chest not from fear, but from a strange mix of excitement and dread. His first major crisis as Invincible. His chance to prove himself alongside the Guardians of the Globe. Across the school, in AP Chemistry, Eve was having similar thoughts. The moment the lights flickered, she'd excused herself with a hurried explanation about a bathroom emergency. Now, in a maintenance closet, she transformed her clothes into her Adam Eve costume, her mind already calculating the fastest route downtown. Neither of them noticed the third student making an equally hasty exit from the building, Megumi Fushiguro, slipping away with practiced stealth while chaos consumed the hallways. Unlike his superhero classmates, Megumi didn't bother with a costume change. There wasn't time. The moment he reached the school's rear exit, he leaped upward, cursed energy enhancing his muscles as he bounded from rooftop to rooftop toward the nearest portal. From his elevated vantage point, he could see the invasion unfolding across the city. The Flaxen strategy was immediately apparent: multiple entry points, each one disgorging both troops and heavy artillery, creating widespread chaos that would divide Earth's defenders. A classic tactic, effective but unimaginative. Megumi's communicator buzzed against his wrist. Rex's voice came through, tense but controlled. "All team members, converge on the downtown portal. Guardians are handling the western and northern breaches. Invincible, respond if you're en route. On my way, Mark's voice replied, slightly breathless. Adam Eve here, Eve added. 3 minutes out. Megumi, now Sukuna in all but costume, considered his options. The downtown portal would be well covered with the team responding. The eastern portal, however, had no assigned defenders yet. Sukuna here, he transmitted. I'm redirecting to the eastern breach. No response teams visible from my position. Negative, Rex countered immediately. We stick together as a team. That's an order. Megumi didn't bother responding. He had already changed direction, bounding eastward across the city skyline. Rex's authority was a fiction he tolerated when convenient, nothing more. The eastern portal hovered above a commercial district, its sickly green light casting an alien pall over office buildings and shopping centers. Below it, chaos reigned as civilians fled screaming from advancing Flaxen troops. The aliens moved with eerie synchronization, their green skin contrasting with the metallic sheen of their armor and weapons. Megumi landed atop a parking garage overlooking the scene, quickly assessing the situation. Approximately 50 Flaxen soldiers, 3 larger mechanized units that resembled armored centipedes, and what appeared to be a command officer directing operations from a hovering platform. Pathetic. In my prime, I would have slaughtered them all with a single technique. But even now, this will hardly qualify as exercise. He extended his hand toward the nearest mechanized unit, which was cornering a group of civilians against a storefront. Dismantle. The invisible line of cursed energy sliced through the machine with surgical precision. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the alien construct split perfectly in half, both sections sliding apart before crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks and viscous fluid. The Flaxen troops froze, their goggled faces turning upward in unison to locate the source of the attack. Megumi stepped to the edge of the rooftop, allowing himself to be seen. No point in stealth now. These creatures needed to understand the nature of their mistake in coming here. You chose the wrong planet to invade, he stated calmly, his voice carrying an authority that made several of the alien soldiers take involuntary steps backward. The command officer barked something in their chittering language, and the troops raised their weapons, elongated rifles that glowed with the same sickly green energy as the portal. Energy beams erupted toward Megumi's position. He didn't bother dodging. Instead, he channeled cursed energy throughout his body, creating a barrier just millimeters from his skin. The alien weapon's fire dissipated harmlessly against it. Is that all? He asked, his tone almost disappointed. Then he leaped from the rooftop, descending into the midst of the Flaxen forces with devastating precision. No wasted movement, no unnecessary flourish. Just the perfect application of force exactly where needed. Dismantle. A wide arc of cursed energy swept outward, adapting to the varying densities of Flaxen armor and flesh. 10 soldiers fell in that single motion, their bodies bisected with surgical precision. The others opened fire at point-blank range, a desperate fusillade that might have troubled a lesser opponent. Megumi moved through them like a shadow between raindrops, each step placing him exactly where no fire would land. When he reached the second mechanized unit, he didn't bother with dismantle or cleave. Instead, he simply drove his fist through its central control node, cursed energy enhancing his strength to the point where alien metal crumpled like tissue paper. The command officer was shouting now, its voice rising to a panicked pitch as it directed all remaining forces to focus fire on this single, terrifying human. Megumi allowed himself a small smile. The expression would have chilled the blood of anyone who knew the being whose soul resided within him. It was the smile of a predator who had been denied proper hunting for far too long. Divine dogs. Shadow pooled at his feet, then erupted upward, forming into 2 massive canine shapes that lunged toward the Flaxen troops. The Shikigami tore through the alien ranks with savage efficiency, their shadowy forms immune to the energy weapons. As Megumi continued his methodical destruction of the invasion force, a familiar red and white blur streaked across the sky above Omni-Man, arriving to assess the situation. Nolan Grayson hovered briefly, observing the carnage below, His expression was unreadable as he watched Megumi dispatch the alien forces with effortless brutality. Then, without a word, he accelerated toward the portal itself, disappearing into its swirling depths. Interesting, Megumi thought, dismissing the divine dogs as the last of the ground forces fell. Nolan's response was atypical. Across the city, similar scenes were unfolding. The Guardians of the Globe had contained the western and northern breaches, while the team minus their wayward member battled the downtown invasion force. Mark, in his blue and yellow Invincible costume, was proving his worth, his Viltrumite strength allowing him to tear through flaxen war machines with his bare hands. Eve provided tactical support, using her molecular manipulation to create barriers protecting civilians and trapping alien soldiers. But it was at the southern portal where the most significant development occurred. There, the Immortal and War Woman found themselves overwhelmed by a particularly large contingent of flaxen elite guards until a dark figure descended from above, unleashing waves of cursed energy that cleaved through the alien ranks like a scythe through wheat. "Sukuna?" the Immortal acknowledged, his tone a mixture of relief and wariness. "I thought you were with the team. I go where I'm needed," Megumi replied simply, flicking alien blood from his fingertips with a casual gesture. War Woman studied him with professional assessment. "Rex mentioned you. Said you were powerful but undisciplined." "Rex?" Megumi said. "Overestimates his own importance." Before the conversation could continue, their communicators crackled with an emergency broadcast from Cecil Stedman, head of the Global Defense Agency. "All heroes, be advised. Omni-Man has entered the Eastern Portal. Repeat, Omni-Man has entered the Flaxen Dimension. We have no communication capabilities across dimensions. Guardians, continue containment operations. Team, assist with civilian evacuation." The Immortal frowned. "That's not protocol. We're supposed to repel the invasion, not pursue them home. Perhaps Omni-Man sees an opportunity to end this permanently," War Woman suggested. Megumi said nothing, but his mind was racing. Nolan's decision aligned with something he'd been sensing for weeks: a growing impatience, a barely restrained violence in the Viltrumite's demeanor. The spiritual miasma surrounding him had been thickening, visible to Megumi's soul perception as a dark cloud that clung to Nolan like a second skin. Bloodlust, anticipation, the spiritual signature of a predator preparing to strike. "I'm going in after him," Megumi announced abruptly. The Immortal's head snapped toward him. "That's not your call to make." Cecil's orders were clear. "I don't answer to Cecil." Megumi cut him off. "And Omni-Man shouldn't be in there alone." He didn't wait for a response, already moving toward the eastern sector of the city, where Nolan had disappeared. As he traveled, he activated his private channel to Eve. "The Eastern Portal. Meet me there if you can break away." Her response came quickly, her voice tight with tension. "Why? What's happening?" Omni-Man went through. "I'm following." A pause. "That's not like him. He usually stays to protect the city." "Exactly." Another pause, longer this time. "Be careful, Megumi. Something feels wrong about all this. You have no idea, but that's the plan." "I know. That's why I'm going." By the time Megumi reached the Eastern Portal, the area was largely secure. The Flaxen forces he'd decimated earlier lay scattered across the commercial district, their bodies and machines being cordoned off by GDA agents in hazmat suits. The portal itself still hung in the air, a swirling vortex of green energy that pulsed with otherworldly power. Beneath it, GDA technicians were setting up monitoring equipment, likely trying to determine how to close the breach. Megumi didn't hesitate. With a single, powerful leap, he propelled himself upward toward the portal. He heard shouts from below, GDA agents ordering him to stop, but they were meaningless noise. The sensation of passing through the dimensional barrier was peculiar. A moment of disorientation, a feeling of being stretched and compressed simultaneously, then a sudden shift as gravity reasserted itself from a different direction. He landed in a crouch on what appeared to be a vast plaza of purple stone. Around him rose bizarre structures, buildings that defied Euclidean geometry, twisting spires that seemed to bend in impossible directions, all constructed from the same purple material. And everywhere, destruction. Bodies of Flaxens littered the plaza. Not dozens, but hundreds. Buildings had been sheared in half, streets cratered by impacts of tremendous force. In the distance, something massive burned, sending columns of oily black smoke into an amber sky. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter, efficient though tasteless. I would have savored it more, Sukuna thought to himself. Megumi tracked the path of destruction with his eyes, following it to a distant point where flashes of light and the sounds of continuing devastation indicated Omni-Man's current position. He bounded across the alien cityscape, covering ground with inhuman speed. As he traveled, he noted the strange temporal difference. His movements felt slightly different, as if the dimension itself had a different relationship with time. Interesting. This is just like he expected. It explained how the Flaxens could mount repeated invasions despite being repeatedly defeated. Time moved faster here. What might be years for them could be days on Earth. The trail of devastation led to what appeared to be a government complex, a massive structure surrounded by defensive fortifications, all now in ruins. At its center, a figure in white and red moved with blinding speed, tearing through ranks of increasingly desperate Flaxen defenders. Nolan Grayson, Omni-Man, Earth's greatest hero, was systematically dismantling an entire civilization. And he was enjoying it. Even from a distance, Megumi could see the smile on Nolan's face as he pulverized alien soldiers, the casual cruelty in the way he deliberately prolonged certain kills. This wasn't justice or even tactical necessity. This was a predator reveling in the hunt. I stand corrected. He is savoring it in his own way. The spiritual miasma surrounding Nolan had intensified, now visible to Megumi's enhanced perception as a churning aura of malevolence. Whatever restraint the Viltrumite maintained on Earth had been abandoned here in this alien dimension. Megumi approached steadily, dispatching the few Flaxen soldiers who attempted to intercept him with dismissive efficiency. He reached the central courtyard of the complex just as Nolan finished dealing with what appeared to be the Flaxen High Command, a group of larger aliens with more elaborate armor and insignia, or what remained of them, now scattered in pieces across the ornate purple stones. Megumi, Nolan acknowledged without turning, his hearing acute enough to detect Megumi's approach despite the chaos. I didn't expect company on this little excursion. Clearly, Megumi replied, his tone neutral as he surveyed the carnage. You've been thorough. Now Nolan did turn, and the expression on his face would have sent a chill through anyone else's soul. There was something primal in the Viltrumite's eyes, something ancient and terrible barely contained behind the veneer of civilization. Something that reminded Megumi of himself. They needed to learn, Nolan said, casually crushing the skull of a still-moving Flaxen underfoot. This is the 7th time they've invaded Earth in the past 10 years. Each time we repel them, each time they regroup and try again. The definition of insanity, wouldn't you say? And your solution is genocide? Megumi asked, still keeping his tone conversational, no judgment in it. Nolan laughed, the sound devoid of humor. Hardly genocide. I'm just making an impression. Time moves differently here. What's a few hours of violence to teach a lesson that will last them centuries? He gestured around at the devastation. Look at what one Viltrumite can do to their civilization in an afternoon. Do you think they'll be eager to invade Earth again after this? For a moment, neither spoke. The ruins of the Flaxen government complex smoldered around them. Purple stone cracked and blackened. Alien bodies scattered like discarded toys across what had once been a grand plaza. In the distance, the wailing of survivors provided a macabre soundtrack to the devastation. Megumi studied Nolan with calculating eyes. The Viltrumite stood amid the carnage, his white costume spattered with alien blood, his cape billowing in the hot wind that carried the scent of burning flesh and melted metal. Despite hours of slaughter, he showed no signs of fatigue, only a terrible satisfaction. Effective, Megumi acknowledged, stepping over a fallen Flaxen soldier without sparing it a glance. But unnecessary. They were already retreating. Retreating to regroup, Nolan corrected, his eyes narrowing slightly. To plan their next invasion. I'm simply being efficient. That word. Efficient. The same quality Nolan had praised in Megumi's own approach to combat. The parallel was not lost on either of them. "You're enjoying this," Megumi observed, taking a step closer. "The destruction. The killing." Nolan's smile returned, colder now. "And you don't? I've seen you fight, Sukuna. The precision, the control, yes, but also the satisfaction. You understand the pleasure of exercising power." "I understand the necessity of power," Megumi countered. "Not indulgence in it against the weak." Ironic coming from him, who seconds ago contemplated a more enjoyable way to commit this genocide. A flicker of something annoyance? Respect? Crossed Nolan's face. "You sound like the Guardians. All that power, all that potential, constrained by arbitrary moral codes." He turned away, launching himself into the air to smash through another flaxen structure, one that appeared to be some kind of communications array. The entire complex collapsed in a shower of purple debris and screaming aliens. When Nolan returned, landing with enough force to crack the stone beneath his feet, Megumi was waiting. "Why now?" he asked directly. "Why what?" Nolan replied, though his eyes suggested he understood the question perfectly. "Why this level of violence now? The Flaxens have invaded before. You've repelled them before. What's changed?" Nolan's expression hardened. "Perhaps I've simply grown tired of half measures." "No," Megumi said, taking another step forward. His cursed energy gathered around him, not aggressively, but ready. "It's more than that. I can see it." "See what, exactly?" Nolan's tone had taken on a dangerous edge. "The spiritual energy surrounding you. For months now, it's been building a cloud of bloodlust and anticipation hanging over Earth like a storm about to break. Whatever you're planning, whatever you're preparing for, it's coming soon, isn't it?" For a long moment, Nolan was perfectly still, a stillness more threatening than any movement could have been. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but filled with a cold intensity that made the air between them seem to crystallize. "You see more than you should, Megumi Fushiguro. Or should I say, Sukuna?" The name hung in the air between them, a challenge and a recognition of his dual face. Megumi didn't flinch. "We all have our true natures," he replied evenly. "The question is what we choose to do with them. So I'll ask again. Nolan Grayson, what are you planning to do with yours?" The silence that followed was broken by a distant explosion as another section of the Flaxen City collapsed. Around them, the few surviving aliens had fled, leaving the two powerful beings alone in the midst of apocalyptic destruction. "You speak of spiritual signatures," Nolan said, his tone shifting to something almost conversational as he casually crushed a piece of alien technology underfoot. "An unusual perspective. Not technological, not biological. Spiritual." His eyes narrowed, studying Megumi with new intensity. "You're human, yet you perceive what should be imperceptible to your kind without technological assistance. I was under the impression that only angels and demons possessed such natural sight." A hint of genuine curiosity entered his voice. "How is it that you can see such things? This ability to perceive spiritual energy. Is it connected to your other powers?" "There are forces beyond the physical," Megumi replied. "Beyond what your Viltrumite science can measure." Nolan's eyebrow raised slightly. "So you know of Viltrum?" "I know enough." Megumi took another step forward, his red aura intensifying. "I know you're not what you claim to be. Not Earth's protector. Something else." A calculating look crossed Nolan's face. "And yet you haven't shared these insights with your teammates, with the Guardians, with Cecil Stedman and his Global Defense Agency." "Interesting choice." "I prefer to verify my observations directly," Megumi replied, "to understand the full scope of a situation before acting." "Efficient," Nolan noted again, that word like a recurring motif between them. "And cautious. Qualities I've come to appreciate in you." His eyes narrowed. "Which makes me wonder why you're confronting me now, in this dimension, away from potential allies." "Perhaps I'm offering you an opportunity," Megumi suggested, To explain yourself before I draw my own conclusions. A laugh escaped Nolan, genuine this time, though tinged with something darker. An opportunity? That's unexpected. He gestured at the devastation around them. Most would look at this and already have their conclusions firmly in place. I'm not most, Megumi stated simply. No, Nolan agreed, studying him with renewed intensity. You're not. Which brings us back to my question. What are you, Sukuna? A human with powers that defy explanation, including this ability to perceive spiritual energy, something that has always been a limitation for my kind. The cursed energy around Megumi pulsed, briefly taking on shapes that resembled ancient, malevolent faces before settling back into a steady aura. I am what I am. Nothing more, nothing less. Evasive, Nolan observed. His tone sharpening after a moment of silence. Nolan spoke up once more. Fascinating, he murmured, his gaze still fixed on Megumi. A human who can perceive spiritual energy, a feat beyond even the most advanced Viltrumite technology. You truly are an anomaly. He paused, a calculating glint entering his eyes. But anomalies must be accounted for, and power, such as yours, must be controlled or destroyed. The pleasant facade dropped completely, replaced by the cold, ruthless demeanor of a Viltrumite warrior. The hand that wasn't bloodstained clenched into a fist, ready to strike. It seems our philosophical discussion has reached its end, Nolan said, his voice devoid of warmth. And since you refuse to see reason, I have no choice but to eliminate you as a threat. Megumi met his gaze, his own expression hardening. Cursed energy surged around him, his red aura burning brighter. The ground cracked further beneath their feet. You're right about one thing, Megumi suddenly said. I'm not like those heroes you speak of, those well-meaning fools who believe in justice and compassion. He raised his hands, the air around them distorting with the force of his cursed energy. I don't care about Earth. I care about what's mine. And you've made the mistake of threatening it. Nolan smirked, a predatory glint in his eyes. Brave words for someone about to face a Viltrumite. Let's see if you can survive what comes next, Megumi said as his cursed energy became a storm. The two in an instant charged towards one another, clashing arms, a shockwave erupting from them that cratered the ground beneath them. The battle between king and conqueror has begun. King versus conqueror. The collision was cataclysmic. Fist met forearm with a shockwave that pulverized the ground beneath them, sending cracks radiating outward through the purple stone like lightning across the alien sky. For a fraction of a second, they remained locked in that position, Nolan's fist against Megumi's blocking arm, both slightly surprised at the other's power. Then physics reasserted itself, and the surrounding air rushed back to fill the vacuum created by their impact, generating a thunderclap that shattered what few intact windows remained in the vicinity. Impressive, Nolan acknowledged, genuine surprise flickering across his features. Few beings can withstand a direct strike from me. Megumi didn't waste breath on a response. Instead, he channeled cursed energy into his legs and pushed off, creating distance between them. Against a Viltrumite, close combat without proper preparation was suicide. Nolan's smile widened, predatory and eager. Running already? Tactical repositioning, Megumi corrected, his voice calm despite the throbbing in his arm where he'd blocked Nolan's strike. Even with cursed energy reinforcement, the impact had nearly shattered his bones. Nolan launched himself forward with blinding speed, closing the distance faster than any normal human could perceive. But Megumi wasn't normal. With cursed energy enhancing his reflexes, he could track the Viltrumite's movement not perfectly, but enough to react. Dismantle! The cutting technique sliced through the air where Nolan had been a millisecond earlier. The Viltrumite appeared behind him, his speed overwhelming even Megumi's enhanced perception. Too slow, Nolan said, driving his fist toward Megumi's back. At the last possible instant, Megumi merged himself with a shadow, using a technique he'd refined from the 10 shadows. Nolan's fist passed through empty darkness as Megumi reappeared 10 meters away. Interesting trick, Nolan observed, already moving again. But you can't dodge forever. He was right. In terms of raw speed, the Viltrumite held an overwhelming advantage. Each exchange would bring Megumi closer to exhaustion while Nolan remained fresh. He needed to change the parameters of the fight. As Nolan charged again, Megumi slammed his palm to the ground. "Come forth, new." Shadow pooled beneath his hand, then erupted upward, forming into a massive bird-like creature with a monkey's face and a snake's tail. The Shikigami materialized just as Nolan reached them, forcing the Viltrumite to veer off course to avoid collision. "What manner of creature is that?" Nolan demanded, hovering above them, his expression a mixture of disgust and fascination. Instead of answering, Megumi commanded Nu to attack. The Shikigami released a deafening shriek as electricity crackled across its feathers, then discharged in a massive bolt aimed directly at the floating Viltrumite. Nolan dodged with casual ease, but his eyes widened slightly as the lightning scorched the air where he'd been hovering. "Elemental manipulation as well? Your abilities are more diverse than I realized." Megumi didn't waste time on conversation. While Nu continued to discharge electricity, keeping Nolan at a distance, he prepared his next move. The cursed energy within him surged as he extended both hands toward the Shikigami. In a move that would have shocked any jujutsu sorcerer, Megumi grasped the lightning itself, cursed energy allowing him to physically manipulate the electrical discharge. The sensation was excruciating even with his enhanced durability. Handling raw lightning sent waves of agony through his nervous system, but the tactical advantage was worth the pain. "What are you?" Nolan began, then fell silent as Megumi hurled the concentrated lightning bolt directly at him. This time, the Viltrumite couldn't dodge completely. The edge of the electrical discharge caught his left side, scorching his costume and eliciting a grunt of pain, the first sign that Nolan could be hurt. "That," Nolan said, his voice hardening, "actually stung." He accelerated downward with devastating force, aiming to eliminate the Shikigami first. Nu attempted to dodge, but Viltrumite's speed was too great. Nolan's fist connected with the creature's center mass, the impact so powerful it would have killed the Shikigami were it not for Sukuna at the last moment dispersing it, sending it back to shadow. Megumi had anticipated this, however. The moment Nolan committed to attacking Nu, he executed his real strategy. Dismantle. The conceptual cutting technique manifested as invisible lines of force extending outward from Megumi in all directions. Even Nolan, with his superhuman speed, couldn't avoid something that existed everywhere simultaneously within the technique's range. The Viltrumite's expression shifted from confidence to shock as dozens of cuts appeared across his body, none deep enough to be fatal to his Viltrumite physiology, but enough to draw blood and, more importantly, to demonstrate that he wasn't invulnerable. "Impossible," Nolan snarled, blood trickling from a particularly nasty cut across his cheek. "No human technique should be able to penetrate Viltrumite's skin." "I told you," Megumi replied, his voice steady. "There are forces beyond the physical." Nolan's eyes narrowed, reassessing the threat before him. Then, with a roar of fury, he charged directly at Megumi. Moving so fast he became a blur even to enhanced perception. The impact was devastating. Despite Megumi's attempt to block with cursed energy reinforcement, Nolan's fist connected with his chest with enough force to shatter ribs and rupture internal organs. The blow sent him flying backward, crashing through several alien structures before coming to rest in a crater of his own, making nearly 100 meters away. Pain exploded through Megumi's consciousness, the kind of pain that would have killed an ordinary human instantly. Blood filled his mouth as he struggled to breathe through punctured lungs. But even as his vision darkened at the edges, he was already implementing his contingency. Cursed energy flowed through his broken body in a different pattern, not the destructive force he'd been wielding, but something constructive, healing. Reversed cursed technique. The effect was immediate. Shattered bones began to knit. Ruptured organs sealed themselves. Damaged tissue regenerated. Within seconds, injuries that would have been fatal were reduced to mere discomfort. Nolan landed beside the crater, looking down at Megumi with a mixture of surprise and grudging respect as the young man rose to his feet, blood still staining his clothes but his body whole again. "Regeneration," Nolan observed. "That explains your confidence." But it won't save you. Every technique has its limits, and I can hit you faster than you can heal. Perhaps, Megumi acknowledged, wiping blood from his mouth. But can you hit what you can't touch? He slammed both palms to the ground, and darkness erupted around him. 10 Shadows technique, divine dogs. The canine Shikigami materialized from the shadows, larger and more substantial than when he'd summoned them earlier against the Flaxens. They circled him protectively, their spectral forms rippling with cursed energy. Nolan scoffed. More shadow beasts? They couldn't touch me before, and they won't now. They're not meant to touch you, Megumi replied. They're a distraction. As the divine dogs lunged at Nolan, forcing him to dodge and weave, Megumi prepared for his most dangerous gambit. The cursed energy within him gathered, concentrated, focused on a single purpose. 10 Shadows technique, 8th form. The ritual circle appeared beneath his feet, glowing with eldritch power. The summoning of this particular Shikigami was different from the others, more formal, more dangerous, bound by ancient rules that even Sukuna had respected. Nolan, sensing the shift in energy, dispatched the divine dogs with 2 precise strikes and turned his attention back to Megumi. Whatever you're attempting, it won't be fast enough. He launched himself forward, but just before he could reach Megumi, the ritual completed. Come forth, Divine General Maharaga. The summoning circle erupted with blinding light, and from within emerged a massive figure, humanoid but clearly not human, enormous, with a large will balanced above its head. Nolan pulled up short, momentarily startled by the appearance of this new entity. What manner of creature is this? Megumi didn't answer. Instead, he leaped backward, putting distance between himself and both Maharaga and Nolan before either attacked him. His hand extended, cursed energy gathering at his fingertips in a way he hadn't displayed before. Sacred flame. A mighty fire formed within his palm that he immediately shaped into a single arrow. An arrow made of not ordinary fire, but something more fundamental, more conceptual. It burned with an intensity that made even the air around it seem to warp and distort. Its light illuminated Megumi's face, his red eyes gleaming with excitement. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Another elemental attack? You should know by now that I can dodge Sukuna without a word, hurled the sacred flame not at Nolan, who was next to Maharaga, but at Maharaga. Nolan easily flew away, a smirk forming on his lips. You missed. But Megumi was already smiling. A cold, knowing expression that would have been familiar to anyone who had faced Sukuna at the height of his power. I never aimed for you. The sacred flame struck Maharaga directly in the center of its wheel. For a moment, nothing happened, then the flame expanded explosively, engulfing the divine general in a conflagration of supernatural fire. The world seemed to warp, the air crackling with heat and energy. Time itself seemed to slow, the moment stretching into an eternity as the sacred flame consumed the divine general. All was silent. Then the sound came, a low guttural scream, the scream of one considered a god dying. And then the explosion. The explosion was cataclysmic, dwarfing anything Megumi had unleashed thus far. The force of it ripped through the ruined Flaxen city, vaporizing buildings, melting metal, and scouring the very stone from the ground. The shockwave that radiated outward was enough to knock even Nolan off balance, sending him tumbling backward through the air. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, Maharaga was gone, vaporized, nothing but scattered ashes in the wind. The wheel on its head tumbled to the ground, clattering against the purple stone before dissolving into shadow. A hush fell over the battlefield, broken only by the crackling of residual flames and the distant wails of the few surviving Flaxens. Nolan righted himself in the air, his costume torn and singed, his face etched with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He stared at the spot where Maharaga had stood, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. What did you just do? Nolan demanded, his voice carrying a note of genuine concern for the first time. His instincts were screaming at him, warning him that something is seriously wrong. Sukuna landed gracefully some distance away, his expression triumphant despite the exhaustion evident in his posture. He had pushed himself to his limits, channeling every ounce of cursed energy he possessed into that single, devastating attack. "I completed the ritual," he explained, as the wheel clattered to the ground and disappeared into shadow. "Maharaga is the divine general, the strongest of the 10 shadows Shikigami. To control it, one must first destroy it." Nolan stared at him, a storm brewing in his eyes. "Destroy it? You destroyed a spiritual familiar of that magnitude just to control its power." "To tame it," Megumi corrected. "To make it subservient to my will. Only by destroying it can I truly command it, and the only way to destroy it as such is with the sacred flame." A calculating look crossed Nolan's face. "I am not yet completely understanding, but I am impressed. Seriously though, what are you implying? That its power is now yours to use?" Megumi smirked in a way. "Now that the ritual is complete." He raised both his hands in an open manner as his shadows shifted. 10 Shadows Technique. 8th Form Divine General Maharaga. The summoning was different this time, faster. More controlled. The shadow behind him rose, and then manifested Maharaga, now fully under Sukuna's command. The wheel on its head rotated slowly, and its posture was alert, ready for battle. But there was something new as well, a faint red aura surrounding its form, a hint of the cursed energy that now bound it to Megumi's will, making it far more powerful than before. Nolan's eyes widened slightly, understanding dawning. "I see now. So this is what you meant when you said you tamed it. A spirit that can die and be resurrected. Incredible." "Indeed," Megumi confirmed, a hint of the old Sukuna's arrogance entering his voice. "The divine general Maharaga, a Shikigami no one has successfully tamed. Until now. Until my existence." He stepped forward, Maharaga moving in perfect synchronization with him. "So, Nolan Grayson," Megumi said, his voice carrying the weight of decades of battle experience. "Are you ready for round 2? Round 2. The purple landscape of the flaxen world trembled as 2 titans squared off. Maharaga stood imposingly behind Megumi, its will spinning with hypnotic precision, while Nolan hovered several feet above the shattered ground, reassessing his opponent with newfound wariness. Round 2. Nolan's mustache twitched with a humorless smile. "You've shown impressive abilities. I'll grant you that. But you're still human-enhanced, evolved perhaps, but human nonetheless." Megumi's eyes gleamed battle thirst. "You keep using that word, human, as if it's a limitation rather than something with its own strengths and potential." Without warning, Maharaga launched forward with impossible speed, its massive fist aimed directly at Nolan's chest. The Viltrumite dodged, but barely, the Shikigami's attack clipping his shoulder with enough force to send him spiraling through the air. Nolan righted himself, genuine surprise registering on his face. "Faster than before." "Adaptation," Megumi explained to strengthen Maharaga's ability, advancing steadily as Maharaga circled back to his side. "The divine general learns from every encounter, every phenomenon it experiences. You've shown it your speed, now it understands." Nolan's eyes narrowed. "Interesting, but understanding isn't matching." He disappeared in a blur of white and red, reappearing behind Megumi with his fist already in motion. But Megumi had anticipated this, sinking into his shadow at the last possible moment. Nolan's strike passed through empty air as Maharaga pivoted, its will spinning faster as it launched a counterattack. The Viltrumite caught Maharaga's massive arm, straining visibly against the Shikigami's strength. "Impressive construct," he grunted, before hurling the divine general into a distant structure. "But still just a puppet. Is that what you think?" Megumi emerged from shadow 30 meters away, cursed energy swirling around his hands. "Dismantle!" The cutting technique sliced through the air, and this time Nolan wasn't quite fast enough. A deep gash opened across his chest, Viltrumite blood spattering the purple stones beneath him. Nolan touched the wound, examining his blood with something like fascination. "Few beings can harm a Viltrumite. Your energy, it bypasses our cellular density somehow." "As I said, for the 3rd time now," Megumi replied. There are forces beyond the physical. You really have trouble accepting that, don't you? Nolan's expression hardened. Perhaps, he began, ignoring Sukuna's taunt. But physical force still has its uses. He launched forward again, this time moving in an unpredictable zigzag pattern that even Sukuna's perception struggled to track. The impact when it came was devastating. Nolan's fist connecting with Megumi's midsection, driving the air from his lungs and sending him crashing through multiple structures. Pain exploded through Megumi's body, but even as he flew backward, he was already channeling reversed curse technique, healing the worst of the damage like earlier. He crashed through a final wall and rolled to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth but otherwise intact. Maharaga appeared beside him, having traversed the distance with uncanny speed. The Shikigamis will spun rapidly, and Megumi felt its adaptive energy resonating with his own cursed energy. You heal quickly, Nolan observed, hovering above the rubble. But each healing depletes your reserves, doesn't it? I can hit you indefinitely. How long can you repair yourself? Instead of answering, Megumi placed his hand on Maharaga's leg. Cursed energy flowed between them, and the Shikigami's form seemed to solidify further, its red aura intensifying. Let me show you something interesting, Megumi said, his voice carrying that distinctive blend of arrogance and anticipation that had once made sorcerers tremble. Maharaga doesn't just adapt to phenomena it experiences directly. The divine generals will spun faster, glowing with ethereal light. It adapts to phenomena I understand as well. Nolan's eyes widened slightly as Maharaga suddenly accelerated, moving with Viltrumite-like speed. The Shikigami's fist connected with his chest before he could dodge, the impact sending him hurtling into the amber sky. Megumi didn't waste the opening. Dismantle! The cutting technique sliced through the air where Nolan was tumbling. This time, the cuts that appeared across Nolan's body were deeper, drawing more blood, having had more cursed energy in them than before. Nolan stabilized himself in midair, his white costume now stained with crimson. His expression had shifted from confident to calculating, the look of a warrior who has unexpectedly encountered a worthy opponent. Adaptation through proxy, he mused, wiping blood from his face. Fascinating. Your abilities are more sophisticated than I initially assessed. You have no idea, Megumi replied, the cursed energy around him pulsing. Nolan descended slowly, his cape billowing in the hot wind that carried the